Welcome to EU Masters Play-ins. My name's TJ, joined by Orcs and Penguin for our first broadcast day. How are you doing, Penguin?
I'm not too bad. It's, 4:30 in the evening. Nice low kind of stretch in the evenings now as we're getting closer to summer. It's nice. It's good. Got to be still in my house, but it's good.
It's kind of the opposite here because I'm, of course, in America. So I woke up at 4 a.m. and just kind of got yanked onto this, pulled in. Are you dealing with everything well, Orcs, on the online side?
I'm kind of losing my mind being locked in my house, but it's okay. I'm coping. It's good. Stay at home, stay safe. Is the message to everyone.
Yeah, and of course, everyone's going to be doing that, but that will not have slowed down the EU Masters. We're going to take a look at the format real quick, just to kick things off here. Of course, we have 16 teams remaining. This is the play-ins group stage. You can see all four groups here. The top two teams at the end of a double round robin will advance from here into the knockout phase. There, the top team from each group plays the runner-up from another group, and all these matches are BO3. At the end of this, of course, one team wins each match. They go on to the group stage, or once again, it is double round robin time. At the end of this, when we get the top two teams out of each group, then it's time for the playoffs. And, of course, your ticket to the end of the EU Masters. It is best of 3 in the quarterfinals. And this graphic is actually a teensy smidge wrong. It's best of 5 from the semifinals and into the grand finals. So those are some actually quite significant changes from the last EU Masters, Orcs. And you were telling me how exciting that was for you. You thought it would raise the level of play significantly.
Yeah, I think group stage of the whole tournament is going to be a completely different beast. Last group stages, it was very easy to predict who would make it through. And we've seen a shift in the seeding, and that has had run-on effects to the play-ins. We now have 16 teams compared to 7 last time. And there's only one more team going through. So proportionally, a lot more competitive, and a lot of regions are going to be trying to vie for that spot. We have third seed from the DAC region and the Super League Orange, but we don't have a French representative or a UK representative in the play-ins. So it means that there is possibilities for some of these regions to get through, but when there's 16 teams and only be 4 going through, I just think it's going to be a really close race. And I think particularly that 4th spot, because right now I think Poland, DAC, and Spain are very much sort of the favorites to get through. I think that 4th spot is the one that's up in the air.
I want to follow up on that. Briefly, our schedule here on the B stream is going to jump between every group. Group A is where we're going to start with Gamer Legion playing Vipers Inc. Then we'll go to Group B for Raccoon versus Electronic Generation, spelt with a K because they're electronic. Then back to Group A for Asus, Republic of Gamers Elite versus Gamer Legion. Group C for Mad Lions Madrid versus For the Win Esports. Group B for Cyber Gaming versus Raccoon. And then we'll close out the day with our only match of Group D, where we watch Pig Sports play We Love Gaming. So on that note, I do want to ask you, Penguin, you've had a chance to take a look at all these groups. Are there any of these teams that you're particularly looking forward to? Are there any of these groups that are maybe a little bit stacked?
I look at, in terms of a stack group, I look towards Group B. You got Cyber Gaming, Electronic Generation, Intrepid, Fox Gaming, and then of course Raccoon. It's what people are dubbing the group of life. Anyone could really get top seed, and seeding is going to be very, very important in this kind of setup because you want to avoid the Gamer Legion, you want to avoid the Mad Lions Madrid, you want to avoid these massive orgs, just to give yourself and your region that bit of a kind of a setup. I think as well that we could see a couple of upsets coming pretty much from any group, but Group B is the one I'm looking at mostly.
I like Group of Life. It's a positive spin on the Group of Death. Orcs, do you agree, or are you looking at a different group than Group B?
I mean, for me, I feel like Group A and Group D both are groups where, as much as there is someone who I have as a clear favorite in Group A, I feel like it's Team Gaming Legion. In Group D, it's Kick NeoSurf. I feel like the second spot is definitely up for grabs, and we could well see in a strong side get knocked out at this group stage. So I think between Asus, Rock Elite, and Vipers Inc., it's going to be close, but that's not to rule out Yusuba. And I think Sector 1 and We Love Gaming, I do favor Sector 1 in that scenario, but I think we can't underestimate We Love Gaming. And I think there is going to be a fight for these second spots in these groups. And then it's a matter of who you face up in the knockout stage to get through. And I think that just sort of harkens back to that talking point of that 4th spot going out of play-ins is still very much in the air, even in terms of who we predict is going to be the favorites. I think there's a lot of teams who could stake a claim to that.
And I think that's maybe one of the most exciting things about this EU Masters, particularly with the results the Mad Lions just got in the LEC. We have, I think, more awareness than normal of how much these EU Masters play directly into the top tier of competition, not just in Europe, but globally. There are a lot of players and even teams that make the jump from EU Masters onto the LEC, onto the global stage. Is there anyone you're looking at, player or team, that we need to keep an eye on as we go through this EU Masters this year?
I think looking within play-ins, I think for Mad Lions, Hatrix has made a return. So last split, he was actually functioning as the coaching staff. He's returned in the mid lane, and he hasn't missed a beat. He's been a massive factor in their wins. And I feel like one of the issues with them not actually coming up further in playoffs was when he got focused and shut down. But I think if they can sort of center on his play again, I could really see him being a strong competitor. I think they have a very good chance of getting out of play-ins and making a strong run in groups. And if it's enough, you could potentially see him going on the LEC stage, especially when he's part of the organization Mad Lions, which we've seen put so much emphasis on rookies. Obviously, just beating G2 in the playoffs with 4 rookies and a player who only had a year's experience in the LEC. I think it's definitely a good position to be in, and I hope to see him have some pop-up performances.
I'll bounce that to you, Penguin. If this is the amateur system, if this is where you grow the players into your LEC team, who do we need to keep an eye on?
For me, it's Knight all the way on Gamer Legion, specifically from the play-in stage. This guy was the finalist for the mid lane last year for the side of Mousesports. He was Shadow, who is on Mad Lions. Currently, he was their, their synergy was just so damn good, and Shadow has proven himself now in the LEC to be one of the top junglers in the entire region. And something that I'm sure we're all sick of hearing about right now is the amateur scene, the rookies of Europe, because we just have so much of them. We have so many just coming from every facet of the entire continent that it's incredible to see that, the talent just keeps coming. Even when NA, Europe and even Turkey take some of our best players, we still come back and say, by the way, they're not just the best. These guys are also up and coming.
It's a little bit tragic. I was just casting Academy here in North America, where the narrative at least is not the same. So I appreciate that we have a lot of focus on the EU Masters, because I think it is a great sign to see that kind of pipeline working out. Of course, they're not just playing for the chance to impress talent scouts and the like. There's also pretty good prize pot on the line. 150,000 euros across the pool and 40,000 for first place. Let's turn our attention to our first match of the day. It will be Gamers Legion taking on Vipers Inc. Orcs, you were talking to me earlier about that Vipers Inc. and you kind of framed them as a Cinderella story. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vipers, to make it to EU Masters is a huge achievement for them. A lot of people didn't have high expectations for them, even in the Nordic Championship where they came from. They managed to get first seed in the regular season, and although they lost out in the finals 3-1, to have gotten that far was just a massive achievement for the team. These are rookie players, all of them quite young, and they don't have a ton of experience, but they've played together for quite a sizable time, and it's really shown in their team play. And I think that's a critical factor, is that they are the sort of team similar to what we saw from Origin Barcelona last year, EU Masters, last year, is they're sort of greater than the sum of their parts. So individually, I think they do have some talent, but I think they've just meshed really well together as a team. And if I'm going to sort of spotlight any individuals, it's going to be Paulson in the mid lane. I think he's been stellar for the team. He's been high on prioritizing the Syndra in the mid lane, and he's just completely dominated some games on it. So I could potentially see him, despite the stacked sort of mid lane pool we have in Europe in general and in EU Masters, I could definitely see him making some standout performances, even particularly in this game where Gamer Legion don't really prioritize the Syndra. If he gets his hand on that, it could really be deadly.
Of course, if there is a Cinderella on one side, maybe if there's a beauty on one side, there must be a beast on the other. Penguin, is it fair to say that Gamer Legion are the Goliath in this match?
There's not even a question. Like, as Ox just said, no one expected Vipers to get to EU Masters play-ins. This is their massive achievement. This is just a stepping stone for Gamer Legion. For pound, punch for punch, in every single lane, this team are better than, I would argue, most other players in this entire play-in stage that they'll even probably play against. They knocked out big in the playoffs, taking out the EU Masters 2019 summer champions away from defending their title. They also went to all 5 games against Mouse. These guys are good, and to top it off, they've got Hjarnan, an ex-world semi-finalist, on their team. I just don't see how the side of Vipers could really stack up.
I've got a question for you, Penguin.
Go on.
So you're not casting. Well, you've been casting the LPL, so that was a big change for you.
Yes.
That's something that's quite recent, though, isn't it?
Yes.
So what were you up to 2 years ago? Would you say there's been a sizable change between what you're doing now and 2 years ago?
Yes, I would. I was an observer 2 years ago.
Hjarnan was a world semi-finalist almost 2 years ago now, and it's still being brought up. But it's like, what has happened recently? Okay, we've seen so many rookies dominating in terms of Mad Lions in the LEC. It is the time of rookies. It's the time of young players. As much as on paper, Gamer Legion are coming out ahead, I definitely think the Vipers have some sort of young spirit to show. And I think 2 years is a long time to still be holding on to as a world semi-finalist.
Okay, let's cut in there. And if we're talking about Viper, instead of bullying your fellow analyst, what is the path to victory for Viper? How do they come out as the underdog favorite in this for you?
So I think both of their carries in the mid lane and in the bot lane are really sizable. I think Denvoxnate and Paulson have had really strong performances, particularly when this team gets to the later stages. They start going for full team fights. Playing front to back is super favorable for them. We see a lot of control mages coming out from Paulson. Early in the split, he was more on these sort of aggressive picks, but he transitioned to a lot more Syndra. And then as well, Denvoxnate is just one of the best kite and AD carries we had in the whole of Nordics. And I think that will translate well. And I think early game is where Gamer Legion needs to take control. And by all means, they can. I'm not going to deny that they're an extremely strong roster from our strongest region. But if they do slip up in their first game of the tournament, if their pace is a bit slower, I think they will have trouble going into the later stages, as Vipers are a team who sort of excel at that point if they can find the team fights.
Penguin, on the opposite side for Gamer Legion, we didn't get to talk about it, but you were really excited about their mid laner, Knight. You mentioned him earlier on. He's going into Paulson, who Orcs has just talked up a great deal. How do you think that matchup is going to go?
Honestly, I don't see a real world. Well, there's always a chance, isn't there? There's always a chance. But Knight should be just kind of taking these mid lanes, especially in the play-ins, that he's going up against, in his stride. He's got so much in his back pocket. He's also got pocket picks like the Cassiopeia, like the Nocturne as well. He plays Nocturne mid quite a lot. And these are things that should just... I feel like a lot of the sides, that aren't, like you just mentioned, in the strongest region in Europe, that is the DACH region, they're just not going to be prepared for. They're not going to be really, ready to see how, much of a punch it will bring. For them, in terms of win conditions, it is very much just they are better players, and that's kind of how they've played most of their split. Some games they win in 25 minutes, other games go for 48. It can be a little bit of a toss-up, so I will concede that if Vipers are able to find a way of kind of disjointing them, finding ways of able to kind of push them back, but it's going to be very, very much an uphill battle, because Gamers Legion, they should, and I say should because, League of Legends, anything could happen, they should just walk this. So,
Orcs, if they should just walk it, what is maybe the worry over on Viper's side? If you're saying, okay, they're the Cinderella story, they've got all these things that might go right, what might go wrong?
For me, I feel like from Viper's point of view, I think bot lane can sometimes be a little bit of a concern. Denvoxnate, as I said, monster in the later stage of the game, but sometimes him and Bebop Bully have drafted themselves into poor bot lane matchups. We saw times they were taking the Tom Kench, the Braum into things like the Bard. Sometimes they'd pick that matchup themselves. Sometimes they'd end up getting countered. And the end result was just they lost pressure, and it took way too long for them to come online. And I think the other aspect to look at is the jungle. I think Rabbles had a pretty solid split for Gamer Legion. And on the side of Vipers, Hidden has been a little bit inconsistent. He is the slowest paced jungler who came into playoffs for the Nordics out of all of them. He had a lower kill participation, more CS per minute. He was very much a more farm-oriented jungler. And part of that factor was the fact he lent on things like the Karthus quite a bit. But it's typical of his champ pool. He's not the most proactive in every single game. Some games he can be, but it's only on specific picks. And you compare the pools of some other junglers willing to take things like the Lee Sin. He is really at least Rek'Sai or his early picks. Everything else is sort of hitting the more mid-late game stage. And I feel like that might be an issue for Paulson, because Knight against Paulson, I actually think Paulson could deliver well. It's the jungle difference that might be a factor.
And I'm a little bit worried for Viper to hear you say that, because you just said that they need to extend the game as long as possible. And I was taking notes while Penguin was talking. He was talking about how quick Gamer Legion play and how consistently quickly they close games. Isn't that a problem?
Potentially, that could potentially be a problem. But as Penguin also alluded to, there are situations where the game does go longer. It's not an inevitability that the game's going to be fast. And I think there are opportunities where things will slip up. And I think more than anything, it's not just that Vipers are a late game team. I think they're just waiting for the right opportunities to fight you in skirmishes and team fights. And Gamers Legion has had a habit of sometimes overcommitting to objectives when they don't have this setup. There is definitely avenues that they can make mistakes, but as much as I'm hyping up Vipers, they're the team from the region I casted, it's an uphill battle, as Penguin said. It is very much the strongest region going up against a weaker region, despite the fact it's a third seed against second seed. Gamer Legion are looking like the favorites.
Let's drill down on something you mentioned there, Gamer Legion overcommitting to kind of uncomfortable team fights. Would you agree with that assessment, Penguin?
It's overconfidence straight up. They feel like they are the kind of players that can pull them off. The G2s, the IGs, the FBXs of the world, that can just make a bad situation into a good one. It doesn't always work out for them. And if I was to kind of put in a big kind of, I suppose, caveat to what I would see as a big weakness for Gamer Legion coming into this series or coming into this tournament, is their dependency on certain ban and pick trends. They don't play Syndra. Syndra is a massive pick in the meta right now. She is so unbelievably important because she can be flexed to bot lane and she can be flexed into mid lane, as well as just being generally just a huge power pick overall towards a mid to late game kind of composition that can 0 to 100 pretty much anybody who isn't a tank. It can work out in their favor that they can get a good counter matchup into things, but they are very dependent, in my opinion, on playing onto that blue side. If you look at towards their, split this year, they played, I think it was like 18 games on blue side and only 10 of them on red. And even then, majority of games they played on red side, they lost. They are not a red side team. They do like to get the first power pick and they don't like to have to ban, kind of the power picks away.
And I think that's also concerning because something we saw typically, and I've seen pictures of it in scrims as well, is that when playing against Vipers, a lot of people heavily ban towards Hidden. His pool is unique. He sort of has a very sort of different pool to what we typically see from junglers. Nunu is a huge priority, Skarner as well. Then there's the least Rek'Sai and more normal. But it's just very much a jungler who people will throw multiple bans at. In the finals of the Nordics, we saw 5 jungle bans at one point. Just to kind of push him off those comfort picks for himself that often are successful. And I think that is potentially a concern, is that if you're not able to ban away these champions, if you're throwing it more towards things like the Cinder, which you said may potentially be a problem, or if there is a situation where, you're trying to deny power picks on red side, it could be an issue. But blue side, as Penguin alluded to, I think they have a lot more strength. And in this matchup, I think it'll favor them in that regard.
Can I double back on something you said earlier, Oaks? We were talking about the Syndra power of Paulson. We were talking about the draft phase quite a lot. Now, is that the key pick to get out from the draft?
Potentially. I think this is a situation where, we talked about the Nocturne potentially coming out from Knight in the mid lane. That could be an issue. If you're playing Syndra into the likes of a Nocturne, if you have an aggressive jungler that's going to match up with that, that's what I'm concerned about. If they leave the Syndra open, they obviously have to expect Paulson to take it. It's one of his most played in the split. He will prioritize that, and I think he's excellent on it. It's just ensuring you have the right scenario for it, because if you take that champion and they heavy commit to shutting him down, I think the whole map might end up falling apart with how important mid lane is and just controlling the side lanes in terms of map movements.
It's obviously a very important draft, I think more so for Vipers than for Gamers Legion. This is where they need to get every advantage they can get. So as we get very close to game time, I'll wrap it round to the start of the discussion. Penguin, do you see any way in which this turns round? If I ask you for a prediction, is it any way you just don't shout Gamers Legion?
There's definitely a world. There is definitely a world where Vipers can come out. But again, like Ox was saying, there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes. And like most analysts will say, they would love to see the draft and then tell you who their prediction is. But I still think Gamers Legion are just so much stronger, and they should be coming out with the win here.
And Orcs?
Brain says Gamer Legion, but the heart says Vipers. There's definitely a chance, and we'll see.
All right, there's a chance, there's a heart, there's a way. We're going to throw things over into the game. It's match number 1 when we come back from a very brief break. The EU Masters play-in phase begins between Vipers and Gamers Legion.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the European Masters play-in stage. My name is Here Praying, and I'm joined by the wonderful Ibris. Ibris, it's been a while since we worked together. How are you doing, buddy?
It has, man. Yeah, really, really good to hear from you, Here Praying, and yeah, really good to be here in the play-in stage of the EU Masters, kicking off this entire event, actually, with a pretty hype matchup, as we outlined on the analyst desk previously.
Yeah, I mean, this game's going to be super, super exciting. So what we got is we have Vipers representing the Nordic region, and then we have Gamers Legion from the Dark, which is Germany and surrounding areas, including that. Now, the Dark region are currently holding the title here at the European Masters as the grand champions of the whole tournament, although Big, the team which hold that title, haven't even made it here. They were kicked out by Gamers Legion. So this is a really exciting game, and also probably kind of a bit of a stacked game if you were listening to the analyst desks before the break started. And also if you look at the likes of, Vipers, as Orc said, they had a kind of a Cinderella story of a run in the Nordics. But when we come here to the European Masters, how are they going to fare? That's the question for us. They look good domestically, but the Nordics haven't looked good here in the European Masters since the first one, I think. And I think maybe the second one. I honestly, there's been so many at this point they're starting to blur together. So give me a little bit of a breakdown, because I've been covering the Nordics all season, and I feel like the DACH region is a little bit more your area here, Ibris.
Yeah, of course. Just been following that quite a bit. A lot of VOD reviews with the aforementioned Bigs head coach, Arvinder. He helped me take a look at these teams. Gamer Legion's coach as well, Delivery Panda. Very, very intelligent man. And yeah, we go through the drafts, we go through the VODs. It's all good stuff. And yeah, DACH region, a lot of high-level play. That being said, they do have a tendency to kind of pick up bad habits from the other teams, whether that's just skirmishing over every neutral objective without requisite vision setup. There's a lot of craziness potential, but I'm also concerned for the fact that Orcs was telling me about Vipers Inc. needing a little bit of time to ramp up. And the thing about the German region, the DACH region, is that these teams just go crazy straight out the gate. Like, there's so many proactive plays in the early game that I think that Vipers Inc., if they're not careful, may find themselves on a wild ride that they want to get off of.
If the game does go late, you can look towards the likes of Denboxney, the AD carry for Vipers, to try and carry those games. But one of the things that Orcs hit on, and one of the things that we were talking a lot, especially throughout the finals, was our concern for Vipers really came from the jungle hidden. It has a very limited pool. Obviously, most teams have been banning Nunu versus him. It's kind of his signature pick in over in the Nordics, and even back last year when he was actually playing in the UK LC along with Denboxney as well. So two players have been playing together for a little while. But Hidden's biggest weakness is his champ pool and his kind of ability to sometimes fall behind pretty hard. Jungle difference can be a very real problem for the likes of Hidden. But if he gets going, if he does get ramped up, they do look like a bit of a brick wall team where it feels like there's no weaknesses. But unfortunately, if Hidden doesn't get into that perspective, into that situation in the game, it can be really, really rough. So one of the things I'm excited for is actually just get into picks and bans so we can see exactly what's going to be going on, because I can go on for days about Vipers, but let's talk about what Vipers need to be banning away and what they need to be doing here in draft to get themselves in a good scenario versus Gamers Legion.
Right, so the thing you said about jungle matchup in particular is really interesting to me, because Rabble is very conventional in his picks, big Gragas, J4 kind of guy, but has the likes of the Rengar if Vipers do bring out anything too crazy. Even on the way to qualifying for this event, the last team that Gamer Legion had to topple to actually, get to EU Masters was Unicorn to Love Sexy Edition. And their jungler, Agarin, they were banning out Kha'Zix, they were banning out Shyvana against him every game. So I think Gamer Legion definitely very familiar against playing against junglers with very awkward, if not just unique kind of pools. And yeah, that's why I think come draft, they can have some flexibility when it comes to just targeting out the junglers, and part of that is just because Rabble Arouser has so many picks under his belt.
Yeah, obviously Rabble Arouser we've seen a few times. I believe he's played at EU Masters. I feel like you might be the one to tell me if I'm being wrong here. Honestly, there's so many names, and this is one of the great things about the EU Masters is the room for kind of these either returning players who've played in the LEC or players looking to kind of put their stamp down and finally put their name forward as a European player in the LEC. This is such a great talent feed, and I get my wires crossed on who I haven't or haven't seen. I know the name Rabble Arouser, so I'm fairly certain I've seen him at EU Masters. But even so, there's a lot of returning names here in this EU Masters, and I feel like none of these Vipers players have actually been to EU Masters. Again, I might just be getting whipped by Orcs at the end of this for being completely wrong. But yeah, have we got any players here from Gamers Legion but we've seen at the EU Masters before? I think we had Hjarnan, didn't we?
We had Hjarnan last summer. We had Knight last summer as well. Knight making that miracle run on Mouse Sports that Penguin actually touched on in the pregame. But also, if you consider the fact that Hjarnan's been to World semi-finals, Wisdom's made the rounds in the UK scene as well, where you've probably come across his name before. Phones is the perennial German top laner as well. He used to be top tier. Of course, the fact that he's on a top 3 team is also indicative of the fact that he's still top tier, even if he isn't in that elite status that the other 2 dark region top laners at EU Masters that you'll see later really are. He's kind of the outlier, but the fact that you have these established veterans to guide Knight and Rabble, who have higher highs but much lower lows than the more consistent veterans, really kind of speaks dividends towards how promising this lineup can be. but also how well constructed the roster was coming into this split. And actually just thinking about that relative unknown factor, I think the Vipers Inc. actually packs a lot of that, as you touched on some of these players making their EU Masters debut.
Yeah, so let's actually have a little look towards this mid lane. Knight versus Poulsen. Orcs actually hit on for 1v1. This actually could be a Poulsen kind of favored matchup. Do you agree with that point? Or do you think maybe there's something a little bit more to that?
Well, I played duo queue with Knight for 2 years, back in our heyday of Season 5. Yeah, I think he's very, very talented. I think he is prone to tilt as well, though. And definitely you can expose him, because as we said, jungle mid for Gamer Legion, such high highs, but they are the relative rookies compared to the rest of the squad. And I think that inexperience can certainly be preyed on by these more disciplined mid-jungle focused teams, because Gamer Legion, while they have 3 lanes that they can play around, tend to focus around that bottom lane. Hjarnan and Wisdom, they smash the 2v2, they smash the 3v3, they take control of the map. And I think that if you leave the solo lanes alone for Gamer Legion, they won't feed per se, but they're also very careful in just how much they're actually willing to step up. And I think that can also help Vipers transition to their more comfortable mid-game stride.
Yeah. Now, if we actually, you mentioned Hjarnan, and we look at Denvoxney, the AD carry for Vipers, these two have actually been playing up against each other for a year previously to this. They both were in the UKLC, Hjarnan on XL back when they were XL UK. And then we also had Denvoxney playing in the bot lane for Demise, I believe, last year. So actually, there is some level of experience in this bot lane between Denvoxney and Hjarnan. Now, if I remember right, Hjarnan hard stomped them every time they played, but this is a different beast with Denvoxney. This is a very different player from what we saw when he was in the UK scene. And we're going to have to see really how much he's grown in this split since leaving the UK and returning here to the Nordic region with Denvoxney, who he brought over from Demise with him. These two have been playing together for over a year now at this point together. So I'm excited to see how these two will be playing here versus the likes of Hjarnan, you know, a veteran in his own right, not just here in the European Masters. This is a player who has played on the biggest stage possible at Worlds. So this game's gonna be quite interesting to me, because it's really going to show us how much Denvoxney has grown. But I feel like even so, we do have to kind of hark back to the fact that this does feel very, very Gamers Legion favored this game. Now, hopefully, it won't be too long until we get to picks and bans, so then we can actually start to get a good understanding of what these teams are looking to do here, because I feel like we're probably going to see that Heimerdinger ban come through.
Yeah, definitely going to see that come through against Hjarnan. Also consider the fact that when we think about bot lane mages, the Prime League has this kind of fixation on Ziggs rather than Syndra, and I think that's fine. But at the same time, when Mals lock in Ziggs, it's almost guaranteed to be bot. They will rarely send it mid, and I think that lends a little bit of inflexibility to the flex pick, as it were. And if you can read Gamer Legion in draft, it does kind of take away from a little bit of their strength on paper, because yes, they have arguably better players in every role, but perhaps you can just run a little bit rampant when it comes to pick and bans if you are Vipers Inc. And well, we also have to see, will Vipers Inc. just draft for that winning 5v5 that they like to play towards, or will they actually make some legitimate contest for the Gamer Legion laners?
Yeah, let's actually have a little talk about the bigger picture here at EU Masters, because obviously this is the play-in stage. There's only so many spots that can actually make it through into the group stages, and we'll get to see who makes it through in a few days' time. But the main thing is, if you make first in your group, you play a second seed from another group, and that's how you qualify through. So Gamers Legion, they want to get first, because that means they then go up versus Group B, their second seed. So for Gamers Legion, it's really a matter of making it through as clean as possible. And if you look at the likes of Big, last EU Masters, they played through the play-in stage all the way to the grand final and took the whole tournament. Now, obviously, the play-ins has shifted massively since last time. I think in the last EU Masters and even EU Masters previous to that, the play-in stage was actually probably the most competitive part of the tournament, where we had a lot of really, really strong teams. Now, we are into picks and bans, so we can stop rambling on about that. Gamers Legion will be on the blue side and Vipers on the red. So we'll see what's going to get banned away here. Early, you do still expect to see that new ban. It is just a respect towards Hidden.
Yeah, definitely have to consider the Nunu ban. Yep, there it is, straight out the gate. But also, I want to
Yeah.
see a focus on Knight's champion pool a little bit from the side of Vipers Inc. You've seen him blind pick Nocturne mid, you've seen him play Cassiopeia, you've seen him play Lucian. He has a lot in there. I think, yeah, Heimerdinger has to come out as well. These are literally the two picks that you will always see banned against the respective teams. But yeah, I want to see Knight's pool trimmed out, and I want to see force Hjarnan onto a more traditional AD carry, because you've seen that Gamer Legion never play Senna. Granted, Senna isn't that great anymore, but they just don't like it. So they'll play Aphelios, they'll play Callista, they'll play Kaisar. They won't touch Misfortune. So I think that that's probably actually a very good pickup for Vipers Inc. if they want to go for the MF themselves.
That's interesting, actually, because we've seen a lot of fasting center in the UKLC and in the Nordic region as a kind of more high priority pick. Is that a recent thing, or is that just a German thing where they're not really putting that much emphasis on the center?
So that's both a recent thing and the fact that Senna is really, really bad when it comes to actually swapping for the 8-minute Herald, because she likes the prolonged lane phases where she can just ramp up the souls, get some free harass down, that kind of thing. And then that's why you see them banning it on blue side, because they're like, no, we actually really do not want this champion for ourselves. Otherwise, pretty standard bans. We touched on Hjarnan playing Ziggs in the bot lane because it's a German thing. And then Set is Phones' go-to champion nowadays.
I'm actually surprised to see the Ziggs ban come out here, because Paulson has been putting a lot of emphasis on the Ziggs for himself, but actually looks like we're getting the Wukong lock-in here to start us out.
Right. The weird thing here is that they played this pre-rework in like week 4 of the Prime League as well, so definitely do have a little bit of history on this pick for Gamer Legion. Granted, it came out against something dumb, like some immobile control. Actually, I think it was against the Ziggs that they played it in the mid lane, and then Knight just kind of popped off on it. Granted, it's a much stronger champion nowadays, but if there ever was a champion that could hold its own against it, it would be that Ornn.
All right, well, there's the Ornn lock-in. Could be Wukong in the jungle, potentially. We might see if that's going to get locked in for Rabble. Now we move over to the second pick up here for Vipers, and they're going to lock in the Aphelios. Pretty standard stuff, really. We've seen a lot of that from Denvoxney. If it hasn't been the Ezreal, it's either been the Varus or the Aphelios for him throughout the regular season. And Hjarnan, he's going to get his hands on to the Varus.
Braum?
Over to
Braum.
Knight.
Go Braum.
They're looking. Pardon,
Please
sorry?
go Braum. Ah, no, sorry. I was just like, please lock in Braum so you can block the Ornn ultimate and then also get the winning matchup for the Varus into the Aphelios that you touched on. But actually,
Yeah.
Wisdom Thresh was what almost carried Gamer Legion through a victory against Mouse Sports to meet Schalke in the finals of the Prime League. So I have a lot of respect for this. And when Gamer Legion actually fall flat, it's when Wisdom is playing the likes of this Tom Kench that's being hovered by Vipers Inc. because they take him off of the playmaker and just shut down this bot lane that Gamer Legion tried to play through.
Well, last year, actually, we saw Wisdom earn a lot of MVPs on his fresh back when he was playing in the UKLC scene. So makes sense as a good pickup for him. But it looks like we got two kind of support, two kind of safety get out of jail free card supports here with the Tom Kench locked in to support Denvoxney in the bot lane. Now we're moving over to the ban phase 2. So we're looking at that Akali ban followed by quick Cassiopeia here.
Yeah, we touched on the fact that Knight can play the Cassiopeia mid. Of course, you can also see him play, we mentioned the Nocturne. I don't think that's going to come out this time, because imagine playing Nocturne into Tom Kench. It's not a fun time, let's be real. But if you are looking to trim out that mid lane pool, you do have to consider also that we are concealing the jungle picks pretty late into the draft here. Yeah, Gragas is Rabble Arouse's namesake and his signature pick, so probably a good idea to take that out. But I do wonder if Vipers will tunnel on getting a counter pick in the jungle for Hidon here.
All right, well, there's going to be the Carthus taken away from Hidden. His jungle pool has been slimmed down fairly significantly, but there are still the likes of the Rek'Sai, the Elise, two things we saw him play domestically a fair amount here, and he can look to lock those in if he wants to, or maybe he's prepped something in the last few weeks since the end of the Nordic Championship. Okay. So they're running the clock down. They are just going to go for the Rek'Sai. It's an old but gold pick here for Hidden. And now it's over to Gamers Legion to round out their comp. They're looking for a jungler and a mid laner, unless that Wukong's doing something a little bit flexible and going elsewhere.
I think you go for the Olaf here if you are Gamer Legion, just because that's the only champion left up on the table that can actually fight the Rek'Sai early, because Elise is, of course, banned. You have Gragas taken out. Lee Sin is really, really coin flip into the Rek'Sai, but actually it could very well just be the Trundle here for Gamer Legion. It doesn't have the greatest skirmishing into the Rek'Sai, but it's also not the worst and can definitely 3 buff or 2 crab, depending on how you want to play it out.
All right, well, it's going to be a Jax lock-in here for Lundorf in the top lane. Oh, actually, no, yeah, Lundorf's going to go mid on the Ornn, and then we'll see... Sorry, Polson's going to take Ornn in the mid lane, and Lundorf's going to take Jax in the top lane. Tripped over my words there a little bit. This is interesting because Lundorf, for me, has been very much a player who plays to absorb pressure. He in the kind of playoff stage, he started to show off his muscles a little by locking in things like the set and stuff. But typically, he's been kind of just a sponge that absorbs the top lane and just doesn't really require too many resources. This time, he's going to flex his muscles here versus phones and show everyone what he's capable of doing. He has to pop off on this Jax and be a side lane nuisance, because if he starts to fall behind, this game's going to feel really, really rough.
Right, and just speaking about that side lane nuisance, it does call into question how are Vipers Inc. playing this out, because you said when we were talking about Vipers Inc. and when Orcs was discussing with us as well, because you guys have cast them all season, they default to 5v5ing, they default to playing these big team fights, while this Jax likes to sit in the side lane, this Jax likes to siege, this Jax likes to do his own thing, while the rest of the map kind of happens around him. And as well as that, we're seeing Hedon on an early game jungler, so I think the Vipers Inc., they've picked one hell of a time to change things up. But I do wonder, are they comfortable playing in the game state and at the pace that they've drafted themselves towards?
We're going to have to see what they've got themselves prepped here coming into the EUM Masters. Our first game will be getting underway nice and soon. It's going to be Vipers taking on Gamers Legion. Gamers Legion fighting with national pride here, the current defending champions of the European Masters, the Dark region, and they knocked out the title holders, so they really have to put their stamp down here on this game and on this entire tournament, to be fair. So we're going to be tracking Gamers Legion over the next couple of days to see whether or not they can make it to the group stages. And Vipers, the question to me is their Cinderella run at the EU Masters going to be anything... Sorry, was their Cinderella run in spring going to extend through into the European Masters, or was that just a domestic thing? And once they get into some kind of bigger territories, are they going to be too deep without a paddle?
Yeah, right. And also just playing off of that and what we touched on earlier with the knockout bracket when it does come around, is that if Vipers can put on a decent showing against Gamer Legion, who are considered to be a top 8 at least team in the whole tournament, but also the premier team to beat of Group A, well, if they can actually put up a decent showing here, it speaks dividends for how they're going to show up against the other teams in the group. And if they can secure that second seed, you said they're just facing off against one of the teams from Group B. And Group B, Penguin said, group of life. So yeah, it's literally, if Vipers can get second seed in this group, they actually have a legit chance of getting towards the main stage of EU Masters. And that will be the dream for an otherwise pretty underrepresented region.
Yeah, we haven't seen a good run from the Nordics since... Oh man, when was it? It was like the first EU Masters. They made it to the live section. Who was it? I can't remember that.
I know that Sleeping, top laner of Schalke, did it. I think in spring 2019 as well.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Was it
Yeah,
Nordvind?
you might be right. Actually,
it wasn't Nordvind, was it? But
no, it wasn't Nordvind. It was a much bigger name. And I've completely had a brain fart on it. But yeah,
in 2018, Ninjas in Pajamas did it. But
that's the one, and it was a bigger name.
2019 with Sleeping in the top lane. I can't remember who though, but yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas did a lot of work in 2018.
Well, Nordvind have made it to the EU Masters previously, and they domestically had a pretty rough season. They made it into third at the end, and they were the favourite to actually take the entire tournament. And the two representatives from the Nordic region, Vipers and Team Singularity, were the two that actually made it through. And what's quite interesting about Vipers is, I believe this is the team, actually both of our teams are two teams which are made up of friends. They're just a group of people who wanted to play League of Legends together. They didn't look for an org, the orgs found them. And it looks like we're heading on to the Summoner's Rift for our first game of the day. Our first game of the European Masters is Gamers Legion taking on Vipers.
Gamer Legion right out of the gate already establishing their dominance, pushing up aggressively in the bot lane in particular. Kjarnan, of course, just doing his thing. You immediately see the place of a ward from Hedon defensively, just in case you do get counter jungled by a Trundle. Gonna recall for the red trinket, as many junglers are prone to doing. Except actually Rabble on the Trundle, and actually a couple of other Trundles as well. I see them just hug and hold on to the yellow trinket, and I guess that's just because you want to push for the aggressive warding of the enemy jungle, especially if they are playing an early game champion like the Rek'Sai.
All right, well, it looks like it's pretty much just a defensive start here across the board for all of these teams. Nobody's going for any cheeky invades. Red side start for Hidden. Sorry, blue side start for Hidden. Bot side for both of these junglers, actually.
Yeah, bot side pretty important for both these teams, actually, simply because they both like playing through their bot lanes. You said it yourself, Den Vuxner, the primary carry of Vipers Inc., whether that's in the later stages of the game when it comes to team fights, or in the earlier stages when he's on something like this Aphelios that can pop off. Gamer Legion as well with a playmaker for Wisdom, want lane priority, want lane control, and then it's just Tahm Kench and Aphelios hugging the turret the entire lane phase if Varus Thresh can get the tempo.
So I want to be tracking the top lane as well a little bit as just the bot lane here, because Lundorf versus Phones, the Jax versus Wukong. This is such an exciting bot lane matchup. It's almost kind of solo queue-esque in a way. We'll have to see how it's going to work out. For the moment, Lundorf is pulling himself ahead in CS over Phones, as Phones is actually getting shoved in pretty hard. He should be able to catch the wave, but for now, Hyanan and Wisdom, they're the ones who are shoving the bot lane, so they're getting priority over here. Junglers aren't on this side of the map, though, so it's not going to really spell any invades or anything like that. So Lundorf is just kind of playing with that fog of war in his advantage.
That's a very legitimate thing to do, and of course it does make him a little bit less gankable by the Trundle. Yeah, new Wukong, he's got a dash in his W2 now, so kind of obnoxious to deal with. Something else that's going to be obnoxious to deal with, though, is the Ornn, because of course he just stacks up some magic resist against Syndra. On hit Varus, as told by the lethal tempo, does mean you can just soak up the magic damage from that as well. And while we're talking about itemization choices, Vipers can just stack. Gamer Legion can just stack up the armor and tank out most of Vipers' damage. Because look, you have an Ornn for magic damage, and that's about it in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the later this goes, the more I feel Vipers would feel pretty comfortable in this matchup, in this game. They got some pretty good scaling options. Obviously, Aphelios is a complete beast once he hits those kind of 3 items, his 3 core items. He starts to really come online. With the fact that you got Bebop there on the Tahm Kench, it could be a big one for him. As looks like a bit of a scraps breaking out here in the bot lane, but it's nothing too much for the moment. One thing to note is Bebop this season, this year, hasn't lost a game on Tahm Kench. He has won every game he's played on this champion.
Another thing to note is that I think Wisdom has not won a game on Tahm Kench this year. Less than half, but yeah, it's not a good look for him, let's be real. So pretty glad to have his hands on the Thresh. As I mentioned, when they did almost beat out on Mouse Sports, it was with this pick here, just because they're so good at facilitating early catches, early roams. It's all a really good look for them. And now looking at Gamer Legion, actually, I want to just pay attention to the fact that Knight is rocking the heal and phase rush, which means the Syndra, not quite ungankable by the Rek'Sai, but pretty difficult to lock down. The fact that Knight is playing this super utility-focused build...
Oh, we're having a fight up in the top lane. It looks like it's going to get turned around, but the flash gets used by Phones. Phones is out of there. Lundorf almost finds the kill. 1 versus 1 top lane. That's not a good start here for the Gamer Legion top lane.
Yeah, Gamer Legion off to an interesting start there with the Wukong just falling behind a little bit. Fortunately, Wukong now more of a tanky bruiser, so not the worst case for him to be in. He still scales up, he still becomes a monster come late game. The issue is that it becomes progressively harder to hold this Jax in the side lane the longer the game goes on. And you think about the fact Syndra can't 1v1 the Jax past 20 minutes. Wukong maybe can, but it'll be mostly tower hugging game. And yeah, as you said before, expect the Vipers top laner just to sit in the side lane and run rampant on these towers.
It looks like Hyanan's just trying to hold the wave for the moment in this bot lane, trying to sort himself a bit of a freeze out. Paulson just rocking the Ruby Crystal at the moment, so it hasn't started to stack that magic resist you were talking about, but should look to get it fairly soon here. So looks like the top laners are going to meet up once again, and Lundorf's going to look for the fight. Does find him out with the stun and gets a fair amount of damage back into him, and that's forcing Phones to run away. The flash comes down by Lundorf. He almost has the damage. Gets first blood as he dives under the tower. That's one on the board for Vipers.
And that is the weaker link of Gamer Legion. We said that they have strong lanes across the board, but it's the bot lane that they play through, and that leaves phones open to being exposed. Lundorf, we had our concerns about. Vipers Inc., we had our concerns about in the 1v1, but they come out in that somehow. And I don't know if that's testament to Phones' relative inexperience on New Wukong or just complete disrespect of the Nordic representative, but either way, beautifully executed by Lundorf here. But while that topside play did happen, Gamer Legion going to respond in kind on the bottom half of the map.
Good gobble up there by Bebop, sorry, to make sure that Den Voxney doesn't get punished. And looks like we're actually having a bit of a scrap breakout. The teleports are getting used, and they're jumping onto Den Voxney. He's low as Hjarnen's flash forward, looking to try and find the kill. He's able to connect it as well, and that's Rabble. He's clearing his way out there, but Hjarnen, he might just find himself caught out, gets knocked up and taken down. Lundorf is 2-0 on the Jax now.
Lundorf pretty damn huge now, and yeah, this Jax is just going to become progressively more and more obnoxious to hold in the side lane, of course. Ramping up once he gets his Triforce, his new Blade of the Ruined King. It's all good stuff, and it's all gonna make Gamer Legion's lives a nightmare if they allow this to progress the way it is. That being said, expect them to rotate up around the 8-minute mark for the Herald. Expect them to work their magic where possible. And this game is certainly not over yet, as we do have some action already on both sides, continuing to be traded back and forth.
Well, looks like the lane swap's coming out early here by Vipers. They want to get their hands on to the Rift Herald when it spawns up nice and soon. Coming up in 30 seconds' time. Den Voxney, he's on the map quicker. Hjarnen wanted to catch this big wave, and Hjarnen has a significant CS lead here over Den Voxney. It's almost 30 at this point.
Yeah, and that's just testament to the dominance in the 2v2 that Hjarnen and Wisdom have established for themselves during this split so far, and also just champion matchup. I said Varus Braum would probably be your best bet, but Wisdom looks so much better on playmakers like the Thresh, and that's why I really do respect the fact that Gamer Legion have drafted towards it, using it pretty aggressively as well. And even when we saw them at level 1 pull for the Rek'Sai, it set a pace that Vipers really couldn't keep up with, because you lost lane dominance on the Tahm Kench, you had to hug the tower with the Aphelios as well, and that's reflected in the CS discrepancy that's just growing and growing the longer the game goes on. Some lane swaps for the Herald at 8 minutes, and this CS lead gonna become a little bit more awkward to maintain, as they are a little bit late on the rotation here.
Yeah, it looks like trying to move their way through here for the moment, but Blue Bus just going to get handed over to Knight. And Vipers do have the members around this side of the map. Teleport's not available to both Lundorf and Phones. So Lundorf probably wants to try and push this wave out. Does have that Tiamat, so he can do it fairly quickly. And the lane is pushing in to Hjarnen currently. So Den Voxney has to be a little careful, knowing that the junglers are going to be around this part of the map, looking to go for these Rift Heralds. As Hidden and Paulson are looking to roam up, and they're just looking to dive in onto Hjarnen. The flash has been used, and the Call of the Forge God is coming down to follow up. Den Voxney gets rooted in place, but that is Hidden, finding himself the execute, but the return comes back here by Wisdom. So he finds it in a 1-for-1. Both of the AD carries fall. The mid laners get pulled up, and Lundorf is in the mid lane, making sure that he is close enough to help the team.
Yeah, that was a good rotation from Lundorf, just to mean that if they wanted to collapse for this Herald, it would have the numbers advantage. As well as that, knocking down Hjarnen, pretty impactful there. And Gamer Legion on the back foot when we expected them to have firm control of the early game. They were supposed to take control of this game from the get-go and just stomp in the first 10, 15, 20 minutes before Vipers hit their late game stride. But Vipers already on the board, already looking to secure this Herald, and already looking to take it to Gamer Legion again.
Well, they're looking to go for the fight, actually. A lot of damage gets thrown into Lundorf, and he's able to survive as Paulson finds himself caught out, throws out the Bellows Breath of the Unstoppable, flashes into the wall, tries to get gobbled up by Bebop, but he is down.
Yeah, the flash into the wall kind of clumsy from Paulson there. No real excuse for it, but you're on a big stage, and as you said, it is the international debut for a lot of these players, so I do... Oh, actually trading back. Oh no, it wasn't Jax he killed, but it's Aphelios. But hey, it's a kill for Phones. I'm pretty happy with that if I am Gamer Legion.
Phones did get himself a fair amount of free time in the bot lane. He's done a lot of plate damage here. He's got a lot of gold for himself. As he equaled out on the CS score to Lundorf, and Lundorf's trying to hold this top lane turret, but there are 3 members around. He could just get caught out. The pillar's being used. He has that counter-strike, but already finds himself getting hooked up. Going to use that counter-strike momentarily, but he is caught out. Tries to clear the wave. Hjarnen finds the kill. And this should just be a turret going down in the top side. And potentially the bot side, as Phones is actually looking for first turret blood, is able to find it, but he is knocked up in the bounce house and taken down. It's a big old trade of turrets for kills, but I don't know if Vipers are going to be able to match.
I mean, yeah, end of the day, it is a trade for turrets for kills, but both of those turrets were on the side of Gamer Legion, especially if they do manage to take a hefty chunk of plating out of this top tier 1 as well. Really, really good execution from Gamer Legion to kind of minimize their losses there and trade upwards. But Vipers actually trading back with the Drake is not the end of the world, and they do have a Herald to play with when the need arises.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get this turret, this dragon. They don't get a turret. So they've equalized out on a kill for turret for a kill for dragon. But earlier we did see Gamer Legion pick up the earlier dragon. So they have an Ocean Drake for themselves. So it's not like it's 2 Drakes over to Vipers. They are just neutralizing out on the Drake score, which pushes away the Soul a little bit more. So it looks like we're onto a Cloud Soul in this game. Mountain Soul? I actually didn't see.
Cloud Soul, yeah. Just the Mountain Drake being taken there by Vipers is really good because it means that your Ornn, your Jax, even more unkillable. And we said Gamer Legion, their damage threats are actually fairly hefty when it comes to just dishing out the magic damage. So if you get a little bit of resistances like Paulson's building towards now, really going to be difficult to knock down the Ornn and company here. Vipers, they're scaling pretty nicely though, even if they did lose that bot lane tier 1. And credit to Phones for not being too scared to take the 1v1, even though it really didn't work out for him the first 2 times he tried it in the top lane.
All right, 12 minutes on the clock, and it looks like Bebop is looking for a play onto Hjarnan. Lands himself the tongue lash, but Wisdom stepping forward, looks for the hook and doesn't quite find it. Some minions are going to get cleared out by Voxney here in the top side. So he's going to be able to hold on to these plates and hold on to this turret for a little bit, but those plates are falling off in 1 minute's time. Gamers Legion have got themselves a 3,000 gold lead over Vipers right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we expected coming into this. Maybe not the massive lead we expected from Gamer Legion, but Vipers, even though they won out in the 1v1 situations, even though they got some cool rotations down, it's not enough to actually maintain much of a gold lead. And now the pre-14-minute Herald is actually going to trade back a little bit of gold, but you can just see Gamer Legion's lead growing and growing ever so slightly. Phones having to hold 1v2 and a Herald does mean that Gamer Legion should actually dictate some of their attention towards the bottom lane. It looks like it's going to be Knight that will rotate down just to help out his top laner should he be threatened.
All right, 13 minutes on the clock. Hidden's going for a red side invade. He's got the pressure here with Lundorf waiting around. So we have to take that one away. So denial for the moment as Lundorf is looking for a pick potentially onto Phones, but he's not going to be able to find it.
So something I actually really like from Knight here is that he's itemized for the GLP first. This is more and more standard on your control mages nowadays, like the Zoe, and just lets you have a little bit extra pick potential. Your QE becomes marginally more accessible when you can just land it pretty much straight up. And yeah, just another little bit of damage plus a lot of control offered there does mean that if you do get on top of Voxney, he's almost guaranteed to die. And yeah, Lundorf playing the funnel Jax, it doesn't feel good for the Rek'Sai, especially since this is supposed to be the part of the game where she is, kind of relevant because that champion does fall off a cliff. But if your Jax is ahead, may as well pour more resources into it. And as we said, no one from Gamer Legion can really match Lundorf in the side lane in a 1v1 past about 20 minutes.
Every time they find an opportunity there, they do push that back. That's the key thing about playing with picks like the Jax, with like the Aphelios. These champions that can scale, is the longer you push them back, the more time you give yourself, some more breathing room you afford yourself here. Now, let's have a little look at Voxney's items compared to Hjarnan, because Hjarnan's got that Blade the Ruined King finished up, and he's going to spike. Once he's got that Gwynzoo's, the 2-item spikes are really, really big part for the Varus, where the Aphelios, he's great with every item he gets, but it's the 3-item spike is when he really starts to come alive. That's the stronger point for this pick.
Yeah, and the thing about Aphelios is that nowadays on this patch, it's become more and more in vogue to rush out the Infedge rather than the Essence Reaver, and that just means when you play against Blade the Ruined King AD carries like the Varus, it takes you a while to catch up, even in an even playing field, just because that item is slightly more costly than the Blade of the Ruined King, and as well as that, Infedge was never a great 1-item spike, because you want a crit item to go along with it. some actually decent trading for phones now, as the Wukong is not quite back on the board, or maybe he is.
He does go in, actually gets himself the Cyclone, but he comes hidden. He gets knocked up. Lundorf has to dash away, and Phones, he is not done. Looks like now he's going to step away. Lundorf almost going down there. Has to burn his flash for nothing.
And we spoke about Varus' one item, Blade of the Ruin King Power Spike. Wukong has one too. This is the go-to item for Phones when he plays Set. It's when he plays Camille. It's when he plays any melee top ever. And, well, his Wisdom will play making Thresh.
That's the flash out from Hidden as well, just by a hook from Wisdom. Too much for him to deal with. Doesn't want to get caught out by Phones. Bebop was about with the Abyssal Voyage in case he needed it, but for now, Hidden's going to be able to get away and return to his jungle. The Cloud Drake is up, and it looks like this is the point where the teams want to fight over. Lundorf has made his way up towards the top side. Has got his teleport available so he can move over if he needs to do so. Infinity Edge has been finished up by Denvoxney, so his damage is going to start to be pretty strong now, and Bebop has to Abyssal Voyage away as Rabble and Wisdom were both closing in. So this looks like we actually just see Vipers concede the Drake.
Yeah, not only Abyssal Voyaging away from the support jungle duo of Gaming Legion, but he had to get next to his AD carry in case Phones chose to go in again, because the Blade of the Ruin King, really difficult to peel off. Something we didn't touch on really about Denvoxney's itemization choice of the Infedge. I said it was fairly in vogue, but also if you consider the fact that Ornn wants something he can upgrade on as many carries as possible, that's certainly a valid option because the Molten Edge is actually very cost efficient relative to the other damage items in that repertoire.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for him. Now, Lundorf's still feeling pretty comfortable now. He's got that Triforce finished up. With his Tiamat, he's able to clear through these waves relatively fast now. And the later this goes, the scarier it does get in the side lane for Phones. He's fine at the moment. Now he's got that blade. He's able to trade up versus Lundorf. We'll have to see as this game goes on. Because Vipers are a team who typically excel at that kind of post 25-minute, 30-minute mark. That's when they start to really come alive as a team. Gaming Legion will be aware of that. And as the favorites coming into this game, they need to look at how cleanly they can control Vipers here.
I mean, we are harping on and on about Viper's late game team fighting comfort zone, but also consider that Gamer Legion, no strangers to that stage of the game themselves. Hjarnan notorious for being a sick team fighter. Also consider that, you know, you look at Gamer Legion, you look at the foreseeable future for their composition, you have a Wukong that was not frozen on despite being down 2 kills, who was able to keep up in farm, able to keep up in relevancy, even find a solo kill of his own. And I think that that's just an oversight from Vipers. They had a lead, they kind of gave it back, and granted, this 3k gold lead hasn't grown in the past 5 minutes for Gamer Legion, but the fact they were able to pull the game back, not from the brink, but from a disadvantageous situation, really is kind of testament to Vipers' inexperience with actually playing the macro game.
Yeah, it really shows you the strengths of Gamers Legion as well here. So they are going to actually eat up the red buff and make sure that it is picked up by their team and not Rabble. Spolson has to be careful, gets caught out by the hose pipe, gets caught out by the chains. He is unleashed powered onto, and Paulson will go down as the hook comes down onto Wisdom. That's the flash, that's the gobble. Bebop trying to buy some space, gets scattered the weak. As the arrow comes out by Hjarnan, a lot of damage gets thrown in, and the Rifttail is going to get summoned. This should just be a turret going down. The health bars are too low, the members are too weak. There's not really going to be any contest. However, Denvoxney has hung around. That could be dangerous for him.
Lundorf on the flank, Lundorf from behind.
Yeah, he throws out the big ultimate, actually. Gets the Moonlight Vigil onto multiple members. Lundorf is there, but the teleport coming through is just too scary. Looks for the counter-strike to buy some time, but in goes the Cyclone. Phones finds the opening, finds the damage as Wisdom looks for the hook. It's 2 kills already picked up, but they're chasing him for more. The turret's going to go down, and Rabble is looking for Hidden, finding himself a double kill. He will fall to the tower shot, but that does not matter to him right now. The Call of the Forge God gets thrown down by Paulson to clear out the wave, to send the Gamers Legion packing. Vipers just get demolished in the mid lane.
And there's like this running thing, like you shouldn't take an inhib pre 20 minutes. So GL just said, all right, well, it's 20 minutes exactly now on the clock. Let's take this minute inhib. Let's run with it. And they get a couple of kills to boot, as well as that hot point of pressure in the mid lane. That should easily set up for a third Drake, easily set up for a Baron. And this Jax can't have the luxury of split pushing for too long now, considering the fact that his team will just lose the game if he's not there. Lundorf is so strong relative to the rest of Vipers Inc., but that's more testament to how weak the rest of the team is without him than it is to this Jax being super significant at this stage of the game. Really good aggressive play from Gamer Legion, and it doesn't look to have stopped yet.
Well, Lundorf does go for a bit of a trade onto Phones and actually comes out for the better. At this point, looks like Phones is starting to have a pretty rough go of it, or is he? Goes in with a flash, gets caught out for the moment, and Lundorf is just going to fall. Hjanen is the one to pick the kill up. Just over-aggression from Lundorf, thinking he had the 1v1, and he just didn't.
So our analysts did say the mid lane matchup would be one to watch just because Knight is A, quite volatile, and B, the next big thing. While Paulson has been a reliable carry for this team, the thing is they've drafted their reliable carry on Vipers Inc., and he's just been kind of invisible this entire game. You see him just getting picked whenever he doesn't have flash on the spellbook, but here's a fight and a pick.
You might have to hold it because they're looking for the fight. The chains are come out by Hjan, and Bebop's going to gobble up Hidden to make sure he holds his life as Wisdom will not fall today. But Hidden actually chases in with the ultimate to secure himself the kill. Hidden's even able to tunnel his way out to safety. And it's a fantastic turnaround there by Vipers to find themselves that team fight victory. It's Hidden. He's going the long way for the base. Phones has to be careful. He's strong. But Denvoxney now is starting to look a little bit more formidable.
Yeah, and now Gamer Legion, they're pretty strong, but they were stronger about 2 minutes ago before giving away that little bit of leniency back over to Vipers, because not only did they give a pick, but they also allowed a little bit of breathing room when it comes to securing vision around the Baron. Yeah, second Cloud Drake, never really the best feeling to give it away for free, but you can buy some time back, you can get some vision back on the Baron. I don't know why Vipers are actually tunneling on getting bot side jungle priority here, because they should just be focusing all of this time into securing vision around the Baron. It's not like you're going to contest an objective on the bottom half of the map for the next 5 minutes. That was just kind of a misread, I think, because you could have just set up vision here. They had a solid 30-40 seconds where Gamer Legion were committing to the Drake, where you could have placed the wards, you could have cleared out the vision a bit, like Gamer Legion are doing to them right now. And this Baron is now completely dark for the side of Vipers because they were so intent of getting bot side jungle control defensively.
Looks like Phones is going to look here for Lundorf, or is Lundorf looking for Phones? Throws out the counter-strike, and now Phones throws out the Cyclone. Who's got the better helicopter impression as he channels up the second one? Lundorf is low, and Phones is going to send him packing. This could just be the Dragon. The Baron getting picked up, but Bebop actually just tunnels himself into the mix as he is just blended out. Hjanen finds the kill, and it's back to business here for the side of Games Legion. They still have the Moonlight Vigil on Denvoxney. They still have the tunnel by Hidden, but that is it. They are exceptionally weak right now. Baron's on half HP. The wards are getting cleared out. And it's getting harder and harder to see if they can find that steal. The Redemption will come down for a little bit of vision to heal up everyone as well.
Okay.
It looks like that's enough to send them packing. They don't want to risk it. Lundorf teleported into the flank, and now he's having to base out before he even gets himself caught. As Knight has looked to find him, misses out on the scatter the weak there. The hook also goes wide. Lundorf finds himself a bit of room. Jumps onto Hjanen, but gets caught out by the pillar. Can't auto-attack anymore, and Hjanen takes him down. Lundorf just being so greedy this game.
Actually, credit to GL for spotting that out on the minimap there, because I think that Lundorf teleported into Fog of War, and yeah, he got that off. It was fine. He almost came through on the huge flank, and that's why they had to back off when they did. Really good discipline play from Gamer Legion. Yes, it was invested like a minute, maybe 90 seconds worth of vision control plus actual Baron damage. But at the end of the day, they get the Jax's TP essentially for free. And it's not like Vipers can trade back much. Look at the carries, look at the farm. It's just a lead that's slowly continuing to grow for Gamer Legion, and not so slowly in some other regards, looking at Knight compared to Paulson.
And this looks like Baron is just back on the menu here. No vision for the side of Vipers. Just a fantastic job by Gamers Legion to choke out the vision around this Baron area. And there won't be a contest for the moment, although they are thinking about it. They are sniffing, but it's just too little. It's too late. And that's going to be Baron Nashor over to the Duck representatives of Gamers Legion.
Yeah, on hit, Varus does a ton of damage to these neutral objectives. You have your Misfortunes, your Sennas, these AD carries in the meta that do struggle when it comes to single target DPS. But Varus, fortunately, not one of those, unless he goes lethality, which is also pretty common. But this time around, as we mentioned, on hit, Nashor's Tooth for good measure as well. Tons of auto attacks, tons of damage, and a lot of setup from the side of Gamer Legion. Really going to guarantee that Hjanen's just free casting into the backline, into the front line of Vipers Inc.
You can see they going to use these Baron minions up in the top lane, trying to siege that up. 2 turrets have been placed down here. There is an open inhibitor in the mid lane as well. Phones wants to see if he can do something here as Lundorf looks for this counter strike, doesn't quite find it, and pops out the cyclone into the pillar. Lundorf, this has just not been his game. Phones will take him down 2 and 4 for the Jacks in the top lane. That's going to be a turret cracking open in the top lane, an inhibitor falling in the mid lane. They should be looking for a close here for Gamers Legion. 26 minutes on the clock. They are looking so dominant right now.
Yeah, trying to wait for this top wave, syncing up the crashing waves. And yeah, with the Jacks down, that's a lot of the pressure on the side of Viper Sync just nullified completely.
Ooh.
And the fight continues.
Good
Yeah,
look.
this is the end of the game here for Gamers Legion, you have to imagine.
Yeah, 26 minutes on the clock, and that's going to be a Moonlight Vigil going wide. The Call of the Forge God, desperation thrown out by Pulse, and Denvoxney trying to find some damage, but it's just Hyun, and he's doing too much work here. The unleashed power is enough. Denvoxney's are going to pop off, but he can't quite connect the damage in time, and it is only Poulsen who remains. Lundorf has respawned, though, so it looks like for now, that might just be enough to send them packing, although Poulsen doesn't want to give this up yet. He's going to charge forward. They got teleports coming in. That's going to be the flash. Lundorf jumps onto Hyun, and Hyun has to flash away. They try to get the damage out, and Hyun is legendary. He gets the lantern into the mix and finds himself a double kill. 10 and 2 on the Varus. It's only Bebop Bully who remains, and only one turret that stands between Gamers Legion and their first win of the European Masters. It's a 27-minute victory over to the side of Gamers Legion.
And it looked promising for Vipers in the early game, something we couldn't have expected in the slightest. But then Gamer Legion, their bot lane came out ahead, their bot lane showed the hell up, and their bot lane took control of the game. 10, 2, and 5 on this Varus, 1, 1, 14 on this Thresh. Hyanin and Wisdom dragging the rest of Gamer Legion to a clean and quick finish.
Yeah, I think the speed of that is terrifying. If you're another team looking at Gamers Legion as one of the other playing threats, I mean, they very much cemented it in this one game, but we'll have to see. I mean, they could still show weaknesses later, but for Vipers, it's a heartbreaking loss to get stomped that hard in the beginning. And the worst thing is it didn't start out bad for them. Lundorf got 2 kills. He went 2-0 at the beginning, had a fantastic counter teleport. But it's these mid-game decisions that really looked a little bit questionable and a little bit worrying for Vipers.
Yeah, it was really promising for Vipers for the first 15 minutes. We saw like a 3k gold lead materialize for Gamer Legion, but that was held until like the 18-minute mark. That was absolutely fine to keep there. When you're playing from behind, minimizing your losses and keeping the gold deficit the same, that's good. That's fine because you're scaling up. You're getting to your late-game comfort. But in the blink of an eye, at that 18-minute mark, when the Wukong just went crazy in the mid lane dive, when the carries started showing up for Gamer Legion because you had the 2.5 item spike on the Varus, it really just became insurmountable for this Vipers Inc. team. And, man, Lundorf's Jacks, huge in the early game, and then just became progressively more and more forced and desperate the longer it went on, much like the rest of his team.
Yeah, it was a fantastic victory to Gamers Legion to start out their European Masters run. But we are going to cut to a quick break. And when we're back, it's going to be Raccoon taking on Electronic Generation. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
Welcome back a minute early to the European Masters B stream. My name is still TJ, joined by Ibras, now alongside still Penguin. We've got our second game of the day ahead of us, Raccoon versus Electronic Generation. Penguin, we were taking a look at this matchup, we were setting up for it, and you were telling me about how Electronic Generation were the underdogs from their own region, and they'd already set a pattern of upsets.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this roster and this team. We went into the LPLOL, very big mouthful of letters for an acronym for the Portuguese league, but we went into it for the win, clear favorites, didn't drop a game, went all the way to the end of the gauntlet into the final. Everyone was kind of saying like, oh, Electronic Generation, they'll take a game, they'll maybe scrape it into 2, make it competitive, and then it will be for the winning. That was the kind of general census around the entire community, but that is not what happened. We saw a full 5-game series, and it was actually EGN who came out on top. And I'm just so excited for these guys because they took down the winning streak for the win, who were just, wide and away favorites for the entirety of the, spring split for Portugal.
So already a pattern of upsets, already a pattern of surprising results. Will they need one of those here, Ibras?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call Raccoon a favorite by any regards. Like, they wouldn't even... again, this is very similar storyline to what we're seeing from Electronic Generation, where people are like, should this team have really made it? But yeah, they're basically very, very low-key in the regular season, a little bit suspect in the rest of playoffs, but they showed up when it mattered, and they came out the gate swinging. So yeah, I'm really not necessarily riding the Raccoon hype train, but I think there's definitely a lot of volatility here, especially if they play through their top side with Pascali being the hyper carry that he is when Ploxy does dictate a lot of attention his way.
By the way, Ibras, why are you bringing us League of Legends facts from a black void? What?
Well, it was supposed to be a green screen, but if I chroma key it out, it also gets my hair, eyebrows, and probably this shirt. So, kind of unlucky in that regard. But speaking of unlucky, well, maybe Electronic Generation could find themselves on the receiving end of some bad fortune here, because Raccoon. I like Raccoon because they fight over everything. They're like, okay, you might want neutral objectives. We don't really want the neutral objectives. Rather, we want to fight you while you're trying to make your way towards the neutral objective.
Okay.
And I respect that.
So what you're saying is that Raccoon's willingness to team fight is also a black void. There is no reason they will not team fight.
More like neutral objectives are a black void for most of these teams with suspect macro, where they're like, all right, this is execution, this is up, let's use our pressure to set up for it and then go for it. But half these teams don't do the requisite vision setup, the control around the area either. And that's where Raccoon flourish. That's where they're like, all right, we'll punish you, we'll just dogpile on you, and we will just slam it home if given the opportunity.
So, Penguin, give me the facts over for the opposite side. Electronic Generation, who should we be looking out for on that team?
Well, for me personally, it might not be the general census for everybody else, but I look to Slayer. Slayer is the glue that keeps this team together. He is very willing to swap and to change into very different styles. He can go Nautilus, Morgana, Karma, Lulu, Trundle, Blitzcrank, whatever the hell you need him to be, he will be it. And that's what I feel like. Though you look at these players individually, they are greater than the sum of their parts. These guys, when they are on the same page, when they're able to really kind of get the gears moving, get themselves motivated and in the right kind of, I suppose you could say, the right draft, the right mindset, they can be an absolute force. I will say, as a caveat to that, if they don't get misfortune, they are in a lot of trouble. Worst is like, he exclusively played it last season. I'm pretty sure, I got my tweet. Yeah, 12 times in the LPLOL he has played it. They prioritize that so much because when Worst gets it, he can pop off, but he has looked a little lackluster when he hasn't had it.
Legitimately, I think Worst is a top 8 AD carry in the whole of EU Masters on Misfortune. Exclusively Misfortune, he is top tier, and that's both troubling and kind of awkward at the same time. So yeah, I definitely think have the edge.
I'll tie you guys up because we're about to head into the game. Can I get a prediction from you, Penguin?
I'm gonna go with my gut, with my Portuguese guys. They're gonna win.
And Ibras?
I'm on Team Italy. Raccoon, they take it home.
All right,
just play through top lane and punish the rotations.
Split desk and an exciting game ahead of us. Don't go far. We'll be right back with the second game of the EU Masters after a quick break.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the European Masters. My name is Jake Hitpray Matthews, and we've switched Ibras out, and we have myself a dinosaur joining me. How are you doing, Dino? Do I call you casting Dino, or just call you Dino? I don't know what's going on.
Dino, that's easier. I'm struggling to contain the hype as well for this matchup as for EU Masters in general. It's finally EU Masters season, and these players are just hungry to prove themselves on the international scene.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see actually both Electronic Generation and Raccoon, mainly because Italy and Portugal as regions in the European Masters historically haven't done that well. They've really had rough go of it for the last 4 seasons we've had at the EU Masters, entering into the 5th ever tournament and entering into 2020 with a very different play-in style, and the way that you qualify for European Masters being less competitive. Because obviously we've had the removal of likes of the UKLC teams, so you're not playing versus like your Fanatics and your XLs and all of your academy teams or your sister teams for the LEC teams. You are playing versus the teams maybe from some of the weaker regions, or in this case you obviously have like in our last game we had the 3rd seed from the dark region, so it's less competitively competitive in the sense that it's not all of our really strong regions going up against each other and just getting an extra team in. What it is it's actually competitive in the sense that it's all the teams or all the regions, that have had maybe rougher go of it here at the EU Masters, and now they get to kind of really show what they're worth, because I feel like Italy and Portugal have really kind of been given the short end of the stick quite a few times now.
Yeah, and it also opens up possibilities for these 2 regions to actually show up and actually vie for that 2nd place spot or maybe that 1st place spot in their groups and make it through to the knockout stage. And once you're there, anything can happen, right? It's a best of 3. They can actually spice up the draft, maybe go for some off-meta picks and try to put the other team on the back foot. For this matchup specifically, it's not only Italy versus Portugal, it's also a stylistic matchup of 2 teams that actually attack the map in kind of the same way. So it's very interesting to see how they're going to pull it off and which team will actually get ahead in the end of it.
Yeah, well, we've been... Ibras was hitting on in the what's it called? I've had a complete brain fart. In the analyst segment, there we go. In the analyst test, he was hitting on how Raccoon just fight for everything. And that's what I want. I think when you're a team like this and, you're one of those regions which hasn't had a great run of it, just show your strength. Just go for it. Don't try and play any other team styles, because you're not going to match the likes of the macro you see from the likes of Gamers region we saw in the last game. Or even if you do make it through into the main stage, you're going to struggle versus your XLs, versus your Team Singularities, versus your Fnatic Risings. These teams are just this, they have their way of playing. For you, it's your way of playing is chaos style. Do it. We've seen chaos work in bigger stages before. I think you look at Kaboom and stuff for how many years ago in Worlds. I think chaos style is the most fun way to play. Now, we are into picks and bans. We do see that MF ban that we were hitting on getting taken away from Worst. He played it 12 times in the regular split, and now we're going to see the Pantheon as a ban here from the side of Electronic Generation.
Yeah, the MF ban away is definitely a respect ban. Worst puts up great numbers on that champion. He falls back to Varus quite often, but it's also a champion pool that is used by Raresh himself, because he also likes to play the Varus. So I'm interested to see where the ban phase takes us. For top lane, the same thing goes, actually. They play Aatrox and Sid to great effect. So it's kind of an interesting stylistic matchup, and I want to see which lane they attack in the ban phase.
Well, at the moment, we've had a ban on the Syndra. That's not a second ban on the Syndra. I think that's a bit of a visual bug. We'll find out what that ban is in a second. And we'll see what the next ban is going to be. Maybe, okay, there it is. It's the Talia. So actually, it looks like for the side of Electronic Generation, they're actually looking towards this jungle pool and trying to pinch that out a little bit. And obviously, Pantheon and Talia are 2 picks that can flex around and normally synergize up well together as well. We are seeing the Rek'Sai as the last ban here coming out from the side of Raccoon.
I think attacking the jungle pool is actually a smart decision, because both junglers are the beating heart of this team. They both have a top laner that actually likes to play very far forward. And to help your top laner, you really need to have a good early game jungler, something that can actually assist in a 2v2. We see a set pickup for Raccoon, which is actually not only a pickup for comfort for Pascalie, but also a takeaway for Frozen. So I'm interested to see if they're going to lock in their own top lane at the moment, or if they're just going to wait it out and actually go for those junglers of which the pool is already a bit pinched.
Now actually we did see the bans have just changed a little bit. It was Aphelios and Gangplank getting banned away. So we'll see what next is to come up. It looks like Frozen's already locked in here, potentially, or we might just be having a few graphical issues. One of the things we do see typically get picked up with the set as a kind of a counter matchup is the Aatrox. It is obviously a skill matchup, that one. It's really down to who plays that lane better. But it is something we do see fairly regularly, is the set versus Aatrox lane. Now, we have seen a Lee Sin and a Ziggs locked in here for Raccoon. This Ziggs is technically a flex pick. It can go bot lane, it can go mid lane, and then Ploxy's got his hands onto the Lee Sin. So we'll be looking to put some early pressure in. Unfortunately, we're not 100% sure on what that third ban or the first two pickups by Electronic are. So hopefully we'll get that information given to us in a second. We'll find out what's going on there.
The bans from Electronic, I actually think that the graphical issue is that those are the picks, because I seen Aphelios there. They changed the bans up a little bit afterwards, but the Aphelios is actually one of the most played AD carries as well from Rarish. So taking that away would make a lot of sense. And here we go. They actually move up to the top side. So we have Aphelios Thresh, very standard, safe bot lane. Just try to get the Aphelios to the late game. And then they went for the weak side top option with the GP into the set, actually trying to soak up that pressure that Raccoon is probably going to put on the top lane and actually try to get ahead in the later stages of the game.
Alrighty, well, we're moving into the ban phase 2. The Sejuani is taken away here from the side of Raccoon. Now over to Electronic. Looks like the Jarvan is also banned away. So looks like we might just have a few issues. So we're going to have to kind of wing it a little bit on what's actually getting picked and what's being banned so far for the moment, or at least what's being banned.
I think.
What do you make of this? It looks like the jungle pool is being heavily prioritized by Raccoon in this game.
Which I find very interesting, because Reativo actually has a very wide champion pool. He plays things like a Zac, like a Rek'Sai. So they ban Rek'Sai, Jarvan, Sejuani, I think, because he favors those tank junglers. I think he'll go for the Zac pick. So I don't really think this is something that worked, or they actually want to face the Zac. And then for the rest of it, I think that they're looking into their bot lane pool and they're seeing that a lot of things are getting pinched. So they probably really want to run something strong there to not fall behind too much in the early game.
Alrighty, well, looks like picks and bans, or at least the second ban phase, should be rounding out nice and soon. And we'll see what the next stage is, where they're looking to put the Ziggs, whether or not it's going bot lane or if it's going to go in the mid lane. Works either way. And then where we're going to see the kind of the support here and maybe the AD carry. It's very much up in the air. There's a lot of flex here for the side with this Ziggs. We're not 100% sure what's going on that front. Looks like we've had a quick issue with the picks and bans, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out in a second. So you're looking at a pause, but it looks like what's happened is our client crashed. It's all fine. We'll be going into the game. We don't know exactly what the second round of bans were, but we don't know what the picks are yet. But we are loading into the game, so don't worry too much.
I hope for Raccoon they actually picked up the Pharaohs, but we'll see in game. So it's kind of exciting.
Let's test it, Dino. What do you think? What do you think of these last 4 picks? How do you think these comps are rounding out? Let's see how well you do here.
Well, the thing is, Rarish is actually an AD carry that plays for the late game, and he plays mainly 2 champs, Aphelios and Varus. I don't see a Varus ban as long as that's not banned. I pretty much think he's gonna be on that Varus. And then you have the bot lane support S1D for Raccoon, who plays a lot of tank style supports that offer a lot of teamfight control. Against Aphelios Thresh, I would love to see him on a Braum. If we're thinking about that Varus lane, Varus Braum into Aphelios Thresh is actually really safe. It's a good way to approach the game. Braum can also tank a lot of Aphelios' damage in the later stages of the game, as long as he doesn't have his Infernum up. And then for the rest of it, I think that the round out for Electronic Generation would be a strong mid laner and a jungler. Reativo, I suppose, is probably gonna favor his Zac in this stage of the game with this draft they put together, because they already have a weak side top, so he wants to make ganks from far away. And then for mid lane, it's kind of up in the air. Bliss plays a lot of champions. He has a LeBlanc, he has a Ryze in his pocket. I think a Sylas as well. So not sure what he's gonna go for. But I think that's how the draft's probably gonna round out.
The Zoe and LeBlanc is actually a really kind of solid comfort pick, or just blind pick in the mid lane for most mid laners at the moment. And LeBlanc obviously does unlock the kill pressure versus the Ziggs. Obviously, the Satchel can disengage relatively effectively, but even so, LeBlanc can keep pace It's obviously, as it goes later, LeBlanc's going to struggle the mass amount of wave clear that Ziggs will offer. So we'll have to see what they are going to be picking up here. As it looks like we're loading through into the game. You're right on the Silas, and you were right on that Varus there.
Yeah,
Rarish, Summoner's Rift.
We're going into Summoner's Rift. We went in a little bit blind, but Rarish plays Varus and plays Aphelios, so anything else would be actually a downside for them in the bot lane. So I like these matchups. I want to see how they use the top lane pressure from Pascali, who's probably going to push in his wave against the Gangplank. Maybe not in the first 2 levels, but after a while. To actually unlock Ploxy, because Ploxy normally camp stop pretty hard for Pascali. To unlock Ploxy to make plays in the mid lane. And for the rest, yeah, it's just an interesting stylistic matchup. I want to see Reactivo actually do a lot on the counter jungling and do a lot of the counter ganking, maybe in the bot lane, maybe look towards mid with that Sylas. If you get Sylas ahead, it's a very volatile matchup. But we see standard jungle starts here.
Yeah, looks like we're not seeing any shenanigans break out. Looks like defensive starts into red side for both Ploxy and for Ravento.
I'm going to ask you a quick question because my first feed is kind of pixelated. On what minute are you at the moment?
I'm on 1 minute 30 currently. Unfortunately, this is the way it works when we have to do home broadcasts. There can be a few issues here and there. So
yeah, the
hopefully
pixelated
you're at the
feed.
same time as me.
I'm a little bit ahead. I'm at 1:51 at the moment.
Okay, yeah, you're a bit further ahead than me then. All right, well, looks like for now, just pretty standard stuff here. Obviously, Colt in the mid lane has got himself a pretty good lead. Has able to shove the wave in versus Blitz, but pretty much what you'd expect of the Ziggs versus Sylas matchup.
Yes, this is what Ziggs is supposed to do. He's probably going to use this to invade and actually put down a ward as well to see where the Zac is pathing towards. Ziggs just shoves in the wave, makes it harder for Sylas to actually farm on the tower because every time he uses a skill, he also does an AoE attack on all the minions. And then he's probably going to play kind of safe. He drafted more of a, you could say, weak side controlling mid to make sure that his top lane can get enough jungle attention. And I want to see Pascali versus Frozen and Reactivo versus Ploxy pan out. And I think there's going to be a volatile matchup. They're probably going to focus a lot on this top lane to make sure Frozen doesn't fall too far behind, which is counterintuitive normally in this draft, but that's just how they play.
Well, looks like we're having a bit of an invade here and a fight breaking out as Ploxy is going to jump onto Ravento. He's going to be able to turn this one pretty effectively for himself. Looks for the knock up the elastic slingshot with the red buff, the blue buff, and the kick landing, able to force out that cell division. And in comes the backup of the rest of the team, though. Ploxy maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew as the chain lash is flashed away. And Ploxy's able to make his way out. But the rest of the team now looking to close in as Cole looks to throw out some bombs and just some basic zone control.
This is actually how they play the game, and I like that they're already going in for 3 minutes because it seems like they're going to go for a re-engage as well.
They're going to go in. They're getting themselves the face breaker off. The health bars are low, and that's first blood already picked up. The rest of the team are looking to collapse in here, though. The kick is going to connect, and he's going to follow up. Has the slows to work with as the bouncing bomb goes wide, and Frozen is able to get his way out of there.
And this is great for Pascali, right? He's playing set into GP, he gets first blood, he's up in CS because he just shoved the wave in. He can go for a cheeky recall here and actually not lose too much. And now they unlock this hyper carry threat, as they said on the analyst desk, to actually impact the lanes and impact the game. GP is going to be fine. He's going to scale towards that later game, use his cannon barrage to actually impact lanes. But this is how we want to see these two teams fight. They're attacking each other in their own style. I said it's weird to play around that top side, but you see them playing around that top side, even though it's a set versus GP.
All right, and what has that spelt, though? So, kill picked up onto the set early. Obviously, as this lane goes later, the GP should just be able to hold him with the wave clear he'll have available to him as Ploxy looking to set up something here on to Blitz. They're getting themselves the shield off as Blitz will get caught out by the kick. The satchel charge wasn't quite placed right here. Cole's out of mana, so maybe he didn't want to take that. Just looking for Ploxy to help him shove the wave in. And looking to get himself off on a base. Ploxy's just going to pick up the crowd and look to try and get some control around this part of the map. The rough thing about playing Zac is if your lanes start to lose, especially with a Lee Sin as your jungler, as your enemy jungler, sorry, you can be invaded. You're very susceptible to invades, and you might struggle a little bit. As Proxy, he's going to get himself this Mountain Drake for his team. And there's not really going to be any contest available here from the side of Electronic Generation. Although, I say that, it looks like Blitz is moving down with Revento. Hiddy Carries moving up, though. This could be the fight over the Dragon.
It's good to see that Rorish actually cancels his back there. He was going for a cheeky recall, but it didn't pan out because they're actually contesting this Drake, even though...
You might have to hold that. They find a hook here by Slayer. They look for the damage, look for the concussive blows, but they can't quite find it. And that looks like Raccoon are going to be able to pick up this objective. Early Drake for themselves. They're 3 minutes off this spawn of the Rift Herald, so don't think they're going to lane swap quite yet, but that is on the cards for them now.
I think they want to keep this top just as it is, because Pascali should have a fine time against GP at the moment. Although I say this, and Frozen is actually pushing in Pascali pretty nicely there. He has a range advantage. Every time his grasp comes up, he can just Q Pascali to get a nice heal off and to put in some damage, as we see in full effect here. So it's a hard matchup, but Pascali is going to scale into this. And from mid-game, I think he should be able to take over. In the meantime, they're fighting for everything. They're fighting for vision in the top side river. They're fighting for a dragon, while you think that Lee Sin should just have your number. So this is really nice to see of those teams, that they're not afraid in their first game on this stage to actually go up to each other and look if they can take fights.
Oh, looking for the chain lash. They find it. Looking for the stretching strikes as well as Revento finds Cole. Cole does have that flash, throws out the Mega Inferno bomb, and he's able to get his way out of there, but a lot burnt by Cole. Has no teleport, and his health bar is low. However, Blitz with no flash means he's relatively threatless at the moment on the Silas, so shouldn't really be able to kill Cole now, but Cole does have to be careful. It looks like Ploxy's going to make his way up to try and help shove the wave in, give this base over to Cole. See if they can do that. They've got the minefield. They've got the wave clear to work with. Blitz has hit level 6, so he can steal away a Mega Inferno Bomb if he needs to, or a Dragon Rage. He's not going to have to yet, though.
My eyes might deceive me, but it looks like Bliss even got to hold on to his flash. So that's actually a very nice exchange in the mid lane. Cole is playing on the back foot in that matchup. He picked his X first. He's trying just to get the shove out and not be too susceptible for ganks. But it's Zac. He has a very long gank range. So he's struggling a little bit in the matchup, but he's going to scale towards his items. And then in the bot lane, that's actually the least action-packed lane from all of the lanes that we've seen until now. And if we look at the game state, Varus is a little bit ahead in CS. So I'm looking towards their level 6 and see if they want to fight around it, but it looks like they're sitting up top again.
Yeah, so they could be on the receiving end of a gank. The lane swappers come out here from Electronic Generation. And it's not being matched here from the side of Raccoon, but Raccoon may just be looking for worse. They do have the ultimate available as the kick connects. Ploxy gets caught out by the Moonlight Vigil and caught in place. They got the Gravitum to work with, and that's going to be the ulti by Silly. Gets himself the true damage down, and worst will fall. Silly finds the kill as Slayer comes in, gets himself a flay, but the kick is connected. The concussive blows will stack up, and Ploxy takes him down. It's 3-0 over to the Italian team in Raccoon.
I like that you call him Silly, because
I don't know how to say that name, so I'm just calling him Silly.
That's not a problem. He's actually a Dutch player, so his name is Pascali, basically.
Pascali.
If you want to say it, and he left out some of the vowels there. But I like you calling him Silly because he always plays forward. He always plays aggressive, and sometimes that's actually a really hard thing for Raccoon to deal with. But at this moment, it's paying off dividends. You see him going with the set. They go onto the Aphelios. He flashes. He still gets engaged on, and they actually win out the trade and go 3-0.
So looking for something there in the mid lane. Sid trying to see if he can find a little something onto Blitz. Blitz obviously has the Mega Inferno Bomb hijacked away, so has a lot of wave clear, a lot of quick AoE burst damage available to him. Slayer and Worst are actually holding up in this bot lane. In this top lane, sorry. They wanted to continue the lane swap, but the Rift Herald's already been taken, and Raresh and Sid are already in that bot side of the map. So it actually just feels like Raccoon are just playing the map a lot quicker here than Electronic Generation in this second game of the EU Masters.
And it's about time to take a bird's eye view. Both neutral objectives have been taken now, so it's just looking at the jungler, seeing if they can find a pathing anywhere to actually force something in the lane and maybe get some plates. We see that Raccoon isn't even matching the lane swap. They just sent Pascali top. Maybe it was too late to actually change it up, but he should be fine. He shouldn't really get ganked or actually get dove there. So I'm just looking at Reactivo because he's having a rough game. His laners are having a rough game, and he really didn't get anything done yet on the map. So I'm looking where he looks to gank next, and it seems to be the mid lane.
Well, Ploxy also hanging about. Blitz looks for the chain lash. They have the bombs and they have the damage. In comes the shield. In comes the satchel. He's on the minefield. The kick is followed up, and Ploxy comes forward, gets himself the kill with the Dragon's Rage. The Mega Inferno Bomb used. And you've got Ziggs and you've got Rift Herald. That sounds to me a little bit like first turret blood.
This is actually so good to see. I mean, Ploxy is a beating heart of Raccoon, and Raccoon kind of rides or dies with Ploxy's early game performance, and now they're just taking off plates of this turret, and they should be able to use a satchel charge, but Reactivo goes in.
Yeah, he's trying to do something to do anything about this turret, but now he has been caught out on top of the minefield. The cell division available, the teleport used already, and Frozen is looking to close that gap. Actually, it's Blitz who teleports in, and Cole is able to get out. He's got his teleport coming up shortly, so he may just want to clear out the wave. Ploxy and Sid in the river, so Sid was making his way over. And the Cloud Drake is up nice and soon. It looks like there's just no response here from the side of Electronic Generation.
Raccoon should be able to get this Cloud Drake without much contention at this time in the game. I mean, this isn't really a Drake you can contest. And then we're looking at Raccoon. They're flying off in the early game. I was talking about their styles, that they actually match up really well, that they play the same style. So it's actually, you're looking at who's better on the execution and who's better on the day. But I mean, Raccoon is just at the moment snowballing their early game lead how they should. They're taking every neutral objective. They're 4K gold ahead almost. And now you're just looking at this lineup from Electronic Generation and look like, okay, who is actually going to be able to slow down the pace of the game and make sure that Raccoon doesn't get everything on the map until you just lose your Nexus and the game is over.
And the scary thing is Cole is very, very close towards picking up that Luden's Echo, which is a massive spike for the Ziggs. That's when your wave clear really starts to come alive on the champion. And with the fact that we're also looking at an Infernal map, an Infernal Soul for Ziggs is very, very effective for the amount of poke he's able to put out. Now, it does shut down some of his kind of zone control he can get, because as you can see actually on the map right now, the blue buff is up. And normally there's a wall in between those two entrances into the river, but with an Infernal Soul, an Infernal map, that actually doesn't quite tick over. So he can zone away with his mines and his satchel charge, but it's quite easy to quickly move to a different point of entrance into the river. So when you're contesting these jungle for Electronic Generation, at least they've got a little bit more wiggle room throughout the jungle to deal with, but the problem is they haven't got wiggle room to work with gold. The gold is heavily in favor of Raccoon right now. And it looks like they're looking to push up and take even more plates here in this bot lane.
Ploxy's moving, like he was just standing still in the river looking if they can actually make something happen in the bot lane. Reactivo is in the right place though. He's there for the initial counter gank. They might even go for a 4-man in the bot lane, which would actually be a very good counter gank for Reactivo to get off. So they're just pushing in the wave and they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, they're looking for it. That's going to be the hook into the Moonlight Vigil. Raresh has been caught out as the stand beside me is used by Sid. Mega Inferno Bomb will chunk out the Zac momentarily. His worst is also just getting pinned out by those piercing arrows. Slayer taking bombs, and the dive is foiled, but the health bars are still heavily in favor of Raccoon, and now they've got the Ziggs in the bot lane. They've got that satchel. It won't take long before that tower will crumble. All of the plates go down, and so far, it's 11 plates picked up by Raccoon, as these turrets are going to be falling off now. So it looks like it's just an 11-plate start, along with 4 kills and 2 dragons to Raccoon. A fantastic 15 minutes of the game so far for them.
Yeah, it looks like Cole is just going for those eternal stats and just going for structures destroyed, because you see that play happen, and as long as they don't really get a kill out of it early or don't do enough damage to push them off that tower, then Cole is going to get it with his satchel charge. It's a really good rotation that they get 4-man over there. For some reason, Bliss wasn't really able to follow it up, so it's a 3v4. They just get the tower, get what they need, and get out without actually losing anything, and it's just creeping that gold lead ahead. They're already 5k ahead. It's going to be very hard for Electronic Generation to actually fight this team. And then we're looking at the next neutral objective spawning, which is this Rift Herald second spawn, and I don't see them actually contesting this.
I don't see how they can contest this. The team aren't on the map in time, although they are looking to rotate over. And looks like Raccoon actually, as a 4-man, and maybe looking to dive onto Frozen. Frozen smells a rat, sees him on a ward, and he is just booking it now. This wave will get taken out nice and quickly, and it should be the same for the turret, although the cannon barrage is used. to make sure that they don't actually take the turret here, buying his team some space and some time to rotate over. Although, looks like Raccoon aren't quite giving it up yet.
Yeah, we see Ziggs using his ulti in the mid lane to actually clear out the wave and make sure that Aphelios can't really push in the tower. Pascal is also rotating up there, so they have the numbers advantage in the top side of the map, and they should just go for this Rift Herald now. It's a very good cannon barrage used by GP, by Frozen, to actually stop Ziggs from taking his third structure this game. But the Rift Herald is going to have the same effect, and it's really hard for Electronic Generation to actually play this map right now. They're just trying to send people into side lanes to catch XP, catch farm, and hope that they can actually temper the storm a little bit and get to those later stages of the game where GP and Aphelios will actually start to scale into this matchup and maybe will be able to do something in the late game.
It's a real matter of if, though. As the elastic slingshot's going to get used up, Cole does find himself caught, gets sniped as well, as in comes Sid. He is pinged back, though, and not able to put the wall up to protect his mid laner. Cole will fall down as Worst gets the kill.
This is a very good, but I don't think it's over. But because Pascal is here waiting into the bushes and he's going in on Bliss and actually hits all his skills.
A face breaker. Looks like Sid's looking to try and get a little bit of some damage off, trying to find that CC, but looks like Raccoon aren't able to get it quite yet, as Scally has to be careful.
Oh, they're fighting. They're fighting for everything now. The dragon is going to spawn. They want this first Infernal Drake. Actually, make sure that the soul point gets delayed a little bit. They put the Rift Herald down mid, so they're really, really choosing for this dragon fight. And we'll just have to see how this plays out.
It's on to Ploxy here. He has the ward. He has the ward hop. The chains of corruption have gone down. The turret's pretty big. Followed up by the barrels as Raresh comes in. Who's going to secure it? The dragon is secured by the side of Electronic Generation. And now Worst is going to try and put some damage out. Throws out the Haymaker. And that's going to be the shutdown picked up, as now they're looking for Raresh. He's able to dodge away a fair amount of the damages. In comes the Ziggs. In comes the backup. Down goes the knock-up. The Cell Division will get forced out here by Raresh, though. Just buying his time, buying his team some space, as Colt will take that kill. Dragon secured, though, for the Portuguese representatives. And they deny soul point over to the side of Raccoon.
This is the play you want to see out of this experienced jungler. He is having a very rough game, while the mid turret just gets taken down because you have Ziggs and Rift Herald. But he's playing a very difficult game. All his laners are actually behind on tempo. They're mostly losing until that last team fight. And then he gets to make this big play. Ploxy goes in first, follows his Q up, but then Reactivo gets to jump onto Ploxy and actually smite the dragon away, which is a really good play. Not only delays the dragon soul, but also gave them that initial team fight win. The re-engage was maybe a little bit happy. Maybe he thought they could get more out of it, but the rest of the team was disjointed and was actually peeling back. So in the end, it still goes down to Raresh. But I'm looking at the Aphelios now. He came out of lane. It was kind of rough, but now he's 3-1 and he's just trying to get his second item.
And the big thing here is, for the Varus, you spike on 2 items. That's your kind of big spike. Worst outscales pretty hard here on the Aphelios. Once he's got his third item, once he's got the Infinity Edge, the Hurricane, and the Essence Reaver, that's when he really starts to spike. And Raresh, he might just be getting caught out here. The teleport's been used, and Blitz has stolen away the Glacial Fissure, looking to try and see if he can find it. That's going to be a 3-man facebreaker into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Blitz may find himself caught out for the moment as they find themselves a kill onto Reactivo. No more can be found here from the side of Raccoon. But it was a solid turnaround as they bring everybody up to the top lane.
You think you're making a pick, and then suddenly the entire squad arrives, and 5 people are just fighting you in this top lane over this tower that's going to be taken down. In the meantime, Worst and Frozen are catching waves, they're catching farms, so they can't really react. Frozen did throw his ulti up there, but that's just how GP plays. They'll take the bottom tower, so they get something in return, but I'm really liking these moves, and I'm also really liking that Electronic Generation isn't giving up at all. They're just trying to take every fight they can, and I'm really liking Pascali there, getting into the fight, getting into their face, actually using his flash to reposition and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, Pascali's actually been playing incredibly well on this set. He's had a really, really good show of it. Got the Triforce, got the Tiamat in a pretty comfortable and competent position right now. As that Gwynzu shouldn't be too far off for Raresh at this point. He's got himself a CS lead. He obviously hasn't got quite as many kills as Worst. And we were hitting on in the pregame, especially on the desk, they were hitting on how Worst is basically an MF1 trick this season. He's pulling out this Aphelios in his first game of the EU Masters, and he is looking really, really good right now. He's looking like the one shining light here for Electronic Generation in what has been a pretty rough 20-minute start for them. They're 5k gold down. 5.5k gold down, and Worst is really the one who is going to really fall into as we move later into this game.
It's going to be the Vayne spotting, but then you swap out the Vayne for an Aphelios, and you're just looking at his positioning, looking at how much damage he can deal out, and also how his team peels for him. It actually goes further. While I don't think they're going to go for this dive onto the GP, but it's Raccoon, you never know, right? But it goes further than that. Worst is a MF1 trick, kind of. Well, he plays it a lot, and if he doesn't get MF, he falls back onto Varus. So this is actually a matchup he should know really well. He plays all the Varus himself, and they're just trying to soak all this early game pressure, and the later this gets, the less this 5k gold will mean. This 5k gold lead will mean in the end when everything is done. So I'm just looking at Raccoon. They're making a lot of moves, but they really need to try to close this game out as fast as possible. They probably want to play around this Baron or around the next Drake spawning, and I want to see them actually execute the team fight and maybe have a beautiful flank from Pascal, because that might just end Worst's Aphelios career in this game.
All right, well, Raresh now has picked himself up the Guinsoo's Rage Blade, so this is your two big items here for the Varus. Obviously, it doesn't go completely downhill from here, but this is the biggest spike you'll have in the game. And he's got it fairly early as well. Dragon's spawning up soon, so it's a good time for him to start to try and flex what he's going to be able to do here on this Varus. They got Prio in the bot lane. The wave mid lane is pretty much unanswered, but Cole can just throw a bomb down there if he needs to sort that lane out. It looks like for now, Raccoon are just going to turn their eyes towards this Infernal Drake, but Electronic Generation, they're not giving it up. They're going to use that Cannon Barrage. Ploxy is going to stay on top of it. As in comes the Zac. He's going to use the Let's Bounce already as Raresh has to flash away. The chains go down, followed up by the Mega Inferno Bomb. In comes the kick. Raresh gets himself a kill. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Both of the supports are down as they need to get themselves the turnaround, but that's going to be the Infernal Drake picked up. Ploxy, unable to answer out in time, gets himself kicked back by Blitz, and in comes the rest of the team. The turrets are going to zone them away momentarily, but look at Pascali on that flank, looking for his opening. Blitz has to flash away, but he takes the Sonic Strike. Ploxy still has that Dragon's Rage. He's not willing to risk his life, not willing to follow the Lee Syndrome. And that is just another Dragon secure here by Reativo.
Reativo is coming up big. He was behind for the entire game, but he does 2 Drake fights, gets 2 Drakes out of it actually. So this is actually very good for Electronic Generation, and we'll see if they actually... No, they're just going to take down the wards. The thing is, Electronic Generation had a sneaky ward in the brush there. They had full vision on them actually going through the brush to ward it and then instantly going for dragons, so they knew what they were getting into. And I think Raccoon was a little bit behind on the play. Pascali was still pushing out the side wave in the bot lane and came in a little bit too late to that fight. And it's a good team fight for EGN, and they can use this to bounce back into the game. The gold lead is still the same, but that dragon soul is gonna drop way later than expected.
All right, well, Reativo is going to be picking, or at least leashing the red buff for Worst. I was about to say, that's really greedy as a jungler. I know he's been playing well for the last few minutes.
Maybe he deserved it.
I mean, he honestly has now denied a very early Infernal Soul to the size of Raccoon. They started it up twice now and not been able to pick up a single one. And that's got to be in Ploxy's mind. It feels like at this point, they don't want to risk a 50-50 on the Baron. It's way too risky with Reativo's play so far. And he's been such a nuisance for Raresh and Cole, jumping on them and just keeping them locked down in place for so long. It feels like it's starting to get a little bit rougher here for the side of Raccoon. It looks like we have had a quick issue within the game, unfortunately. So hello, we're back on camera. However, I can still see the stream on my end, so I can keep up to date with what's going on for you guys here, luckily. But talk to me about what we've seen so far, because so far it feels like Worst has really been the player who has done... Him and Reativo just been 2 really, really solid players for the side of Electronic Gaming. And that's kind of been the deciding factor that's kept them relevant in this game here.
Yeah, and it's actually very good reactions, fights that are actually... Ooh, that's almost a solo game from Pascal to Frozen, but there's a TP coming in there.
Yeah, Blitz is looking for the chain lash. He's trying to get the teleport out, but you're not going to find that in time. Steals away the showstopper and uses it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are onto Baron. Sid is actually tanking up a lot of damage here, and they got the teleport from Frozen to make his way in. In comes Reactivo, who's trying to get some damage off of the Glacial Fissure has been used. The jungler is down, and the barrels are getting chained. They need to try and kill the bomb, the little ones for the moment, if they do find it, but that's going to be an answer out and a turnaround. It's a 2-for-2 globally so far. Raresh is looking for Frozen, and Cole is looking to dodge away on everything. The Baron is stopped. The Baron is thwarted by Electronic Generation, and now they're going to get themselves the tier 1 in the mid lane.
This is what we like to see. These teams are actually going at it. I mean, Pascal isn't even afraid to take that 1v1 in the top lane, almost gets it, and then the TP from Bliss comes in, which should feel good for him. He's having a rough game. He actually got his first kill on that Silas. Might actually use this for more, but then he's overstaying maybe in the mid lane just to farm some minions.
He has to be careful. Does dodge away on that Winter's Bite, so he's not going to get stacked up and taken down as Blitz is able to get his way out. Has the Honey Fruit to make sure he's topped up as well. That was a little risky. Maybe overstaying a little bit there, but he's going to be okay.
I like the Moxie from Raccoon to just call that Baron and go for it when their top lane gets attacked by 2 laners, which is actually a very good call to make. They're starting it up again.
Was that a mistake? No, they're committing. Sid's looking to zone Reactivo off. Remember, Reactivo doesn't have that cell division, and Sid's able to put some space here. This is really down to Ploxy to land this smite. He's got the level lead over Reactivo. They've got the cannon barrage, and I think they were just trying to bait some members towards them, see if they can find a pick. They're not going to be able to do so far. Sid has been spotted out by the sweeper. The rest of the team as well. As all Blitz actually gets his base interrupted.
In the last team fight, we also saw Cole hitting his ulti on top of Worst, which actually dinged him below half HP and made sure that he had to disengage from the fight, so Raresh could actually pick up the fight for Raccoon and do a lot of damage and get that cell division out from Reactivo. They're setting up for this dragon now, and I think EHN is a little bit behind on the play, but
it looks like they had to reset a couple of members there. Remember, Blitz's base got cancelled, and Worst is heading back. He's got his 3 items I was hitting on. This is the bit where Aphelios really starts to look scary, really starts to take over. And with the dragon picked up, that is 1 away from the soul for the side of Raccoon. They're starting to slowly get their grip back on this game. Even though the gold lead is in their favor, doesn't mean the game is yet.
They have to be really careful that they don't get outscaled just by Aphelios alone. It's hard team fights to navigate for Cole and for Raresh. They both have really immobile carries, and Isaac is just jumping on the back line with no regard for his own life, just trying to do as much CC as possible before his actual carries get in there and do some damage. So it must feel good to actually be able to pick up the dragon after a 1 fight and get a neutral objective out of it. Frozen reacts with a top tower though, so the gold lead is actually kind of crumbling a little bit. They're starting to catch up, and the question is, if they can get the Dragon Soul and if they can get the Baron, is it going to be enough to close out the game, or are they just slowly letting it slip out of their hands?
I think once we see this Bloodthirster get picked up by Worst, that's when he's well and truly outscaled Raresh. That's when it starts to really feel rough on this matchup. Obviously, you still offer like ramp up damage. You still offer, consistent forms of DPS, and you have obviously your CC from your Chains of Corruption. But compared to what Worst is going to be able to do with the fact that he'll have his Hurricane with the Infernum, you can already see how quickly he just takes out waves. That and the Bloodthirster means it's going to be so hard to find a kill onto him with the shield he'll have. And then you also got to combine that with the fact that Frozen, looking for his Infinity Edge, so he's gone for the full crit build instead of going for the Sterix as his second item, which is something we have seen quite a lot on Gangplanks, for at least for the last year. He's going back to that kind of crit build, which has been a rising build recently for Gangplanks, especially in some of these regional leagues here in Europe. Could be really, really rough with the amount of damage that Electronic Generation are going to be able to do as they find themselves a hook onto Ploxy. Ploxy is able to jump away with the safeguard towards Sid to make sure he's okay.
It's going to be very hard for Raccoon to navigate the late game team fights. If you're looking at, you need to get onto Aphelios and at the same time peel your backline from this Zag that's always jumping in while they're trying to sneak away the Baron here. This is actually a really nice play, and there's base calls from Raccoon, so they might not.
Yeah,
actually be
Raccoon is
aware of it.
sleeping. They are not aware of this. They don't have a blue. This should just actually be Baron over to the side of Electronic Generation. They just caught Raccoon out there. As now they're aware that this is going on. Ploxy's already been caught, goes in for the kick, and that's Baron Nashor. The Mega Inferno Bomb's way too late. Doesn't even do any damage. And just fantastic call there by the side of Electronic Generation. This is the team who did so many upsets in their home league over in Portugal, and you can see why. Just really, really stellar play so far to pull this back from a very rough early.
I mean, Reactivo and his mid to late game neutral objectives has been insane this game. He sneaks the Baron alongside with his team, and now the point I was making actually becomes even harder. They can just set up for a 4-1 with GP in a side lane, or even go for a straight up 5-man through mid like they're doing right now. They have an easy front to back, and your backline access is the Lee Sin. That's not really going to make a big dent into worst HP bar anymore. So it's going to be up to Raccoon to actually take this pressure from this Baron buff and hope they don't lose too much so they can actually fight over that Dragon Soul that's coming up soon.
Well, we're 31 minutes on the clock. The gold lead 2k. A QSS actually picked up by Worse. So he hasn't looking for the Bloodthirst as his next item. He actually wants the ability to kind of peel out from the CC that can get layered into him with the Chains of Corruption, with the Dragon's Rage and everything like that. So I actually really like this pickup for him. And with the Baron buff, with these barrels getting placed, it just has this zone control, which is just so scary for Raccoon to play around. The Infernal Soul for Raccoon is spawning up, and they really want to get their hands onto it. Question is can they? It looks like they're going for their last bases before this objective comes up for the side of Pascali. So he's going to get himself... Actually, he didn't buy anything. He's just got himself some wards, and he's looking to head up towards this top lane and deal with the push from Blitz. He has teleport available. And Reactivo still division up for this fight. It's going to be a really, really hard one.
Yeah, they actually sent Bliss to the top lane instead of the GP because he's too far behind and he really can use the XP and can use the money to have a bigger impact in team fights. Pascal is sent to answer, and though he had a stellar early game with very aggressive set plays, we've seen that team fights are a bit hard for him to actually navigate against the enemy team. He's trying to get that backline access, he's trying to do damage on the carries, but they have such a EGN has such a strong front line with that sack almost on his own that they're just in prime position to take this dragon away.
Oh, mega! It's stolen away! Cole from downtown secures the Infernal Soul for his team. What a play for the Raccoon mid laner.
Reactivo smited there, and this time the smite isn't enough to secure the dragon, and this is just a game on the knife's edge. Everything gets taken away from each other, and Raccoon and EGN are really, really putting fire at each other's heel. And this Infernal Soul might actually tilt the game back into the favor of Raccoon if they can use this effectively, if they can poke with the 6 in lane and actually get some siege up somewhere. So this game is far from over. It takes explosive team fights and maybe an ace for anyone to get an advantage here. But that Dragon Steal, Cole just comes up big.
Well, that just blew the game really wide open here. Raccoon were looking on the forefront of getting outscaled, but now with this Infernal Soul, with the Ziggs, with the Varus, you're able to put so much additional poke into the side of Electronic Generation. So if they don't have the ability to go in, as Braskelli actually looking for the ultimate, maybe looking for an opening, pops the Blast Cone, and Blizz does get himself the Lantern to safety, but Braskelli able to do some serious damage now on the set.
I mean, you called him silly, and those flashes, they look kind of silly sometimes. He just goes in, flashes over, and then suddenly sees like, oh, this is actually a 1v4, but now they maybe have a catch in the jungle.
Yet. They got the damage, they've got the kill. That's Raresh finding himself a rampage, and in comes Pascali. The Mega Inferno bomb as well. There's a lot of damage is laid into the jungle here as Blitz has to teleport to join his team. Raccoon are looking to open up this game and get control once again. The poke is going to be really, really rough, as you can see that damage from just the Infernal Soul procs As, oh my lord, look at the damage. The Moonlight Vigil gets thrown out into the Infernum. Reactiva jumps in forward, gets himself the shutdown onto Raresh. The AD carry is down. They're going to ping Cole in place for the moment as they get themselves the kick. The Mega Inferno Bomb into the stretching strikes as that's going to be a pickup by Frozen. Sid is locked down and taken out. Electronic Generation, they fight back, they bite back, and they get themselves 3 kills. They're looking to crack open some base. They're looking to crack open some turrets here. You can see Reactivo is going to tank the towers to make sure that the minions don't die, to make sure that they can actually close this game. The death timers are so long. I don't know if Raccoon can actually defend here. They're going to at least lose an inhibitor, maybe lose a Nexus turret or 2. It's onto Pascali. He does have his ultimate. He has to dodge away, but the turrets are being placed. The redemptions are getting used. He jumps into the team, gets himself the opening, goes in for the face breaker, gets pulled back, goes in for the shield though, gets himself a massive shutdown. That's Proxy finding himself 1,000 gold, but Slayer's making his way forward. That's Proxy trying to jump away for the moment, and Raresh is alive. Raccoon have held onto their turrets, have held onto the game, but the Lantern is there. An Electronic Generation slide out of the base. There is only one Nexus turret standing between them and the turnaround in this game.
Frozen just comes up big in that moment. That was insane. He was just there, kind of maybe ignored by Raccoon. He was just in the side lane doing his GP thing, farming up and just scaling towards these 3 items. And you look at him, he has a Trinity Force, an Infinity Edge, even as an Essence Reaver, just picked up another full complete item. He's actually full build by now, and he just does one barrel combo, entire HP bars disappear, and Raccoon looks a little bit disjointed. They back
Reactivo, he has to make himself a redemption arc here. The cannon barrage has been flown down. Sid has to jump away, and looks like Baron Nashor has just been cancelled. Raccoon want nothing to do with that right now.
Raccoon trying to pull an Electronic Generation and get at Baron without them noticing, but the Electronic Generation is actually on point. They know they're probably going to go for the Baron. They catch them out there. They use the Cannon Barrage just to get them out of the pit, and that's going to come up pretty soon. Frozen is already level 18. He has that level 3 Cannon Barrage, so the cooldown isn't that long. And if it wasn't for Pascali and Ploxy actually pulling off that 2v4, they would have probably lost the game right there. This game is just going back and forth in a matter of seconds, and it's insane to watch how these two teams match up so well and navigate each other and just expose weaknesses, but also capitalize on small leads they have in certain times to actually get objectives out of it.
Double GA picked up here for Raccoon. Ploxy and Raresh both have that to work with. So the stretching strike's getting charged up here. Reactivo looking to see if he can find something, but not going to be able to find it. Blitz was always waiting in the wings, and now it looks like it's over to the side of Electronic Generation to just clear out the wards and get their advantage, get their control around this side of the map. They need Baron to close this game. Raccoon just have way too much wave clear as it is, and it's only a mid lane inhibitor down, but Blitz maybe just got caught sleeping a little bit. Ploxy goes in for the kick, does find it, and a shutdown for Cole. It's a 5 versus 4 for the next minute. This could just be Raccoon's moment to get this Baron.
It's still a very hard Baron to navigate. You have to keep Reactivo out of the pit, but his health bar is just ginormous. That one kill he got was a 1,000 gold shutdown on Raresh. So they're actually looking for the fight and might have caught GP here.
Yeah, Frozen's actually going to get himself Lantern to safety. Did have to burn the flash as the Lantern was awkwardly placed. They're on top of a pink ward, so they know this is going on. And Mega Inferno Bomb, the Cannon Barrage has been used. Mega Inferno Bomb available to Cole. As that is once again the Baron thwarted. Frozen is incredibly scary right now. He's got the Sterix, he's got the Essence Reaver, and that Infinity Edge. You got the Elder Drake spawning up soon, and with Blitz coming up, he's got that Baron, and it looks like Pascali on that flank, dodges away on the hook though.
Blitz has TP, so this is going to be a 5v5 around the Elder Drake, and Pascali might actually be too far forward because Reactivo is just going in.
Pascali could be caught out here. They look to put the damage into him. The kick lands out onto Slayer, and that is the flash from the set, but for the Let's Bounce from the Zac here. Resh and Cole have to navigate this fight so effectively. They have to play it so clean. If they get caught by CC, this fight is done, and it is sealed for Electronic Generation. Same though can be said if Worst gets picked up. Do they have the damage to work with? Worst now, GA, QSS, he's so hard to kill though.
they're getting so much value. Okay, finally they take the ward down. They were getting so much value out of that ward. Just 3 people standing in the bush on top of a ward. And the flash from Pascali actually hurts because that's their easiest backline access. It's Pascali coming from the flank and actually flashing on top of Worst.
Ravesh? He might actually get caught here. The stretching strikes are going to force him to flash. Ravesh, that was just such weird positioning. Blitz now, he's the one to get caught out. They go for the chain lash. They go for everything, and Ploxy takes him down. Once again, Raccoon find their pick onto the mid laner. Blitz has had a rough late game here for his team, and this could just be the Elder picked up for Raccoon. Reactivo, though, he's got that cell division. He almost has the ultimate. The cannon barrage once again has been used, and the hook lands onto Skid. Pascali maybe looking for himself for an opening. They get the chains out to Reactivo, who's already low HP. The cell division should be forced momentarily, but actually he holds his life. It's back to business, though. As the bomb lands, Slayer is chunked out. Sid going to take a lot of damage here from Worst. They zone away for the moment. Reactivo is going to reform, re-get his cells in. Can they steal the dragon? Can they secure it? It's taken away by Worst. Elder has been picked up for the side of Electronic Generation. Worst is still scary, but they find themselves 1 kill. The lantern has been used. It's long range now. It's from downtown, but Pascali gets himself the kill. Now he's looking to jump through Worst, jump through Frozen. The gift of the Elder could be a massive execute as he does find the turnaround. In comes the kick, though. In comes the backup. Worst is going to go down. The GA is popped, and he will be melted through by the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's a team fight victory over to Raccoon. They may have lost the Elder Dragon, but they take out everyone on Electronic Generation.
This game is just mental. It's going back and forth in a matter of a few seconds there in that fight. And that was a very, very optimistic satchel charge. I think he actually accidentally reactivated it, just pressed the button twice. And I can't fault him. I mean, this situation must be so stressful. They should be able to get an inhib out of this. The dead timers aren't long enough. Reactivo is up, so they can't really finish the game. So they're just going to look to back now and go towards that Baron. But that, if you see at the end of that fight, Cole goes into his Sonias just to dodge the aspect of the dragon that might actually execute him there. And it was so close. Frozen actually got a kill because of his Sterak's proccing, and then the aspect of the dragon activating on top of Pascali, who did such a good fight there. He had such a great impact in that team fight, and now we're just looking for another brawl around the bell.
Honestly, I want to give some massive kudos to Proxy and Pascali in this game. These two are setting up every good fight for Raccoon. Now, the wave is pushing in the bot lane with the super minions. So this is fantastic positioning for the waves and for the super, for an inhibitor to be down if you want to contest Baron, because someone has to go answer out on the other side. Unfortunately, it is a gangplank with full crit. So he's able to actually clear out these waves relatively fast. And it looks like Ravesh actually just wants to start up the Baron. Reactivo still doesn't have his cell division, and Slayer will place the ward. He spots out Ravesh as the hook goes wide. You can see Ploxy waiting in the wings. He's not willing to risk it yet. Ravesh pretty low on mana, though, so he does have to be a little careful. And the wave's actually getting shoved in pretty hard by Frozen in the bot lane. Even though there's supers here, he's doing so much damage to them, but they're basically cannon minions.
The problem for Raccoon is they don't have TP up, so it's really hard to contest this, because once Pascali shows there, they know the TP is down and they can actually go for an aggressive play in the mid lane. And I don't know if Pascali actually wins this 1v1 anymore.
He's got the Sterix. He's going to get pulled in. Froze out showstopper. Frozen's taking a lot of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb should be enough. And Cole snipes him from downtown. But now the team are coming in. They get the Chains of Corruption. But the Lantern is enough to send them packing. That's that teleport down in favor here for the side of Raccoon. And with the super minions, with no GP, they're going to slowly get control of this bot lane once again. But looking like the pincer is starting to get shut here by Raccoon. But they're not willing to risk it. Could just be back to Baron Nashor as it's been started up already. Hook does land by the fresh. Sid is making sure that he can get this blast cone to make sure that Ploxy is able to get over. And there's not going to be a contest this time around. Ploxy's going to jump in, and that's going to be Baron Nashor picked up for Raccoon. The Italian representatives having such a fiesta of a game here versus the Portuguese. And I mean, it makes sense. These two regions have always been so explosive. Every EU Masters, they may not have had the best showings, but they have had some of the most fun showings.
And what am I even saying? A 1v1, we have a 6 in the game, and he just goes down there, just gets in range, throws his ulti down, and that's enough for that very, very close fight between Frozen and Pascali to be tilted in Pascali's favor. And you might look at the timer and be like, oh no, 44-minute game, but this isn't LCK, this is EU Masters. These teams are fighting for everything. They're fighting for every neutral objective. They're even fighting for farm in lanes, and it's amazing to see how this game is so close between these two teams. And we're looking at Raccoon to now finish it out, but we've been in this stage 2 to 3 times for either team, so it's really, really on the knife's edge. Any team fight can actually decide the game at the moment, and we're gonna look at execution.
It's going to be really down to that execution, but with the Baron buff, it does become a little bit easier here. Obviously, Gangplank pretty good at clearing out these waves. The Slayer is looking for the hooks. In comes Reactivo, looking for Raresh. He just flashes away. They get a lot of damage off, forcing out the chains as well. So flashing chains down. They do get a lot of damage. Frozen just gets chunked out so hard by the satchel. The rest of the team are going to step up. And remember, it's not going to take too much to be able to take out this turret. The satchel was placed a little early, a little optimistically once again by Cole. But in the mid lane, you have Pascali taking down the turret. He's opened up an inhibitor for his team. And this should just be that turret going down. Another inhibitor has been left open. And Electronic Generation, it's time for them to die. It's do or die. Reactivo is instantly popped, though. His cell division's so low. They're going to teleport to keep him alive. The Moonlight Vigil is going to get thrown out into the bombs. Zhonya's is going to get used, and in comes Pascali. He's going to have his Sterix popped as he just pops one already with the Haymaker. He gets taken out, though, by Blitz, and now the rest of the team are looking to turn it around. The barrel chain's not quite enough as Blitz is looking for an opening. And they are just continually to fight every little scrap they can. Inhibitor in the mid lane is oh so low as the inhibitor in the top lane will fall. Ploxy jumps in, just goes for a little bit of poke onto Frozen. And the inhibitor in the mid lane will hold here. But for Electronic Generation, it's getting rough. It's getting so hard. They were one turret away from closing this game out versus Raccoon. And Raccoon fought their way tooth and nail back into this game.
I mean, Raccoon is leaving everything on the table, but EGN is also soaking up so much pressure. And you see in this game, front lines really aren't a thing anymore. I mean, Ziggs and Varus will just do so much damage on Reactivo that he just uses cell division as a main tanking skill. And now the Dragon is going to spawn, so they're just going to go reset, go back into the river and fight again. And this game is just non-stop fighting over everything you can muster.
And Raccoon secure the Rift Scuttler as well, or the Scuttle Crab. And every time Raccoon get an inhibitor, it's the perfect inhibitor. Now you can look, top lane is pushing in their favor, and there's no teleport available to the side of EGN. They can't actually answer out. So Electronic Generation have to 5-man while super minions close in on their base. Ploxy just putting some zone control down with the rest of his team. GA is available to Raresh, but Raresh doesn't have that flash, so he has to be very careful. But Reactivo also likely very careful in this scenario as well, as he has lost his cell division. The Elder is going to get started up here, but they're just playing a game of chicken with EGN. They don't want to start it up. They don't want to commit because there's minions inside the base. Someone has to go answer, and it's Frozen. The minute he shows, Raccoon should look to snap in for a fight or into this Elder. It looks like Elder is the one they're going to go for, but EGN, we know they're a team that won't go down without a fight, but in comes Pascali onto the backline. He does get caught out, but Ploxy instantly uses himself the QSS. That's going to be the Let's Bounce, but an instant pickup by Raresh already has been used. The Mega Inferno Bomb burnt onto Worst, and Worst is taken down. In comes Slayer with the Flay, trying to get that damage off, but he is picked up. They don't even need Elder Dragon to take over this team fight. Blitz is trying his best to turn this team fight back around, to turn this game back around. Already the minions are running amok in EGM's base, and Ploxy jumps in, tries to throw the damage onto Frozen. He does get himself caught out for the moment. They do use the barrel chain for the moment, though, and Reactivo is sent packing. Raccoon are on to the inhibitor turrets. They are onto the Nexus turrets now. They've got the minions. Frozen is blown up, and this is going to be the game. Raccoon in a 48-minute slugfest take down the Nexus and take down Electronic Generation.
This game was so incredibly close, even though Raccoon skyrocketed ahead early game, and every single fight, the players must have been on a knife's edge. They must have had a lot of stress going into those fights, because literally any mistake you make, any mispositioning, can cost you the game. And came down to that last team fight with the Aphelios being slightly out of position and actually getting picked off into his GA very fast, and that just gave the team fight to Raccoon. They had the better position there with the minions pushing in, and they closed it out in the end. Maybe not the fashion you would have liked to see with their early lead, but this game was just such an incredible back and forth. It was a pleasure to watch.
It was actually, those are my favorite kind of games. Not when you haven't got your favorite teams or, you know, your big names. These are two smaller regions with something to prove, and they scrapped it out. It was so fun to watch, and congratulations to Raccoon for taking that win, but Electronic Generation did not make that easy for them. How that boat's going into the rest of EU Masters, we'll have to see as time will tell. We still have more days here at the play-in stage of EU Masters, so I'm so excited to see more games from both Raccoon and Electronic Generation, because if all of their games are that scrappy and that fun to watch, they're gonna be favorites in my hearts, even if they're not favorites in the tournaments. But fantastic game there coming forward for Raccoon as they do win out that game. Now, guys, we're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be back with game 3 here on the B stream. So we will see you shortly.
Welcome back. We are coming into the third game of our coverage from EU Masters Plains. My name is Stanley Greyheart Barker, and I'm joined by the magnificent Ibris.
Hey, Greyheart, and hey, everyone else, of course. Coming back at you from game 1 of the day, where we also saw Gamer Legion actually walk away with the win. You didn't see it covered on our stream, but in the previous game of this day, Asus Rogue actually dropped a game to a team that we thought they should have handily beat. The Czech representatives actually beating out there, so eSuba walking away with the win in the previous game does mean that Asus actually entered this down overall, and the seed 2 is looking pretty hotly contested for this group.
It certainly is, especially considering that a lot of people had these two teams that we're about to see put down as probably the two teams that we're going to go through in first and second. So we're going to see whether or not that's actually what's going to happen, because if we see Rogue Elite losing this game, well, then they're suddenly 0-2, and suddenly eSuba will be really pushing towards getting that other spot.
Yeah, and Rogue Elite, I'm thinking about what options they have at the moment, and honestly, I'm not entirely sold on putting Kex, who was such a, granted he's new player to the lineup, but he was such a good and influential player when he played on Red Star during the regular split of the EBL. When he was on carries, he's 1v9ing as a top laner, and that's really, really insane to do in Season 10. And I think the drafting on for him is A, selling him short, and B, shutting yourselves off from a valid win condition.
Alrighty, we are getting into the pick and ban phase, and can already see the Heimerdinger has been taken away.
Yeah, Heimerdinger, of course, the Hyanan special has to be taken off the board straight away. I expect Rumble to come through from Gamer Legion here, just because, yep, there it is. The names on our screen are actually not the names of the players we're seeing at the moment, but yeah, the Rumble has a high win rate for Kex and an undefeated win rate for Castellan in the mid lane.
Yep, so we're going to see that one immediately picked away. In response, getting some more bans coming through. Things, obviously, that we've been seeing a lot of. The Wukong, the Callista, both quite high priority, especially in this current patch.
Yeah, Wukong, of
There
course,
is the Callista.
hotly contested, but yeah, Callista top lane, Callista bot lane, it's all good stuff. And banning out some of these more early game centric AD carries does rise the priority on the likes of the Aphelios, or when Hyanan actually takes to defaulting to some of the older AD carries. I hate to call her older, but the Kaisa, it feels like she's only just made a resurgence. And when your newest meta champions are like the 2 newest champions released for the AD carry role, it does make her look dated, but definitely is making a comeback in the meta so far.
All right, one more ban still to come through for each team. Got a visual bug there. We'll let you know just as quickly as we can what that final ban was.
That is actually Wukong.
That's a Wukong, okay? And one more ban still to come out now from GL.
Yep, so Gamer Legion, they could trim away at... Okay, I don't
Well,
necessarily agree with the set ban, because A, Castellan doesn't play at mid, and B, Kex, yes, he's solid, yes, he's 1v9 potential, but he's not actually all that great on the set. Like, he's fine. He's okay. And it's not difficult to look fine on the set, so I think that it's a bit of an overestimation from them.
We can see the
nameless black box on the side of on the blue side is actually Renekton, by the way. If
Okay.
You're wondering.
Well, it's had pretty high priority so far. We saw it earlier on stream, the other stream for E-Masters that we are putting out. Ziggs and Pantheon is going to be the retort.
Yeah, so Renekton is actually one of Kek's comfort picks, but Ziggs has been such a good flex pick for all the teams across the Prime League. Usually played bot lane for the side of Gamer Legion, because Knight doesn't really like to default to it. Hyanan loves his mages, but speaking of mages, it's not like Asus hesitant to run a couple of those themselves. They run the Cassiopeia bot, they flex the Syndra around, but usually it does go mid. And yeah, I definitely do like the Ziggs just because it does have a winning matchup into a lot of these AD carries still left on the board.
And like you say, massive flex pick as well, which takes away puts a little extra uncertainty in there when we get to the second phase of the bans. One more ban now coming through from Gamer Legion, the German representatives, looking to make it 2-0 in this game.
Yeah, Gamer Legion, they have a couple of picks available to them here. I would like to see something that can really benefit from the fact that Ziggs has a lot of lane control and can just roam around the map. Unlock the support for roaming around the map as he pleases. I believe that this pike that looks banned on the screen is actually locked in as Gamer Legion's mid lane selection.
Okay.
It's for support, but it's actually locked in.
All right. So
you'll
once
notice
again, just for those watching, we do have a bit of a visual bug at the minute, which is showing us our teams from the last game. This is on the left side of your screen going to be Rocket League. On the right side is going to be Gamer Legion.
So seeing what we have on the board at the moment, I like the Pantheon. It's a flex pick, of course, as we keep harping on about. It's got a solid matchup into Renekton, but it's actually not all that great, so I would like to see it flex to jungle. You could see Knight just play the AFK kind of mid style that we like to see from some of the more scaling regions like Ultraliga, which is, by the way, where Castellan was playing until he decided to not go full-time in League and focus on his studies, and then said, look, I'm still a top-tier mid laner in these other regions, so I'll just go here. And then I think the Azir for Knight is really beautiful because, yeah, Azir Corki, excellent at scaling up.
So, Ibris, one of the things we've been speaking a lot about today is the fact that we are looking at the players of the future. There are players here who we've not maybe seen on the competitive stage quite so much, certainly at the highest tiers, who in the future we get to see on the LEC stage. That being said, we've got a couple of players in this game that have plenty of that kind of experience themselves anyway.
Yeah, definitely a lot under the belts of Hyanan, Wisdom Thones in particular, the big veterans for the side of Gamer Legion, with Knight and Rabble being the next generation, but Knight making a convincing showing for himself on Mouse Sports in the previous EU Masters. But also, look at Kex. He played with Crowley on LDLC what feels like years ago, what literally was years ago, and I wrote him off. I said, look, he's going to EBL, it's his swan song, it's his last resort, he's cashing out, he's just, whatever. And then he Giga Smurfed in a league that necessarily isn't stacked, but still pretty competitive, and the fact he looked that much ahead of the rest of his competition is pretty damn interesting. Now, I said Castellan also not full-time anymore, but he was sick in his heyday, and Nicola and Stefan were the two members of that ClickTech roster that played spoiler in the first EU Masters and really put EBL on the board as a whole. Of course, the remaining members of that team, Tasteless had just left this Asus lineup leading into this tournament, but you see Militia starting for Team Vitality when he gets his visa, and Sakura starting for SK Gaming, both of whom are in the LEC.
We had a few visual bugs there during Champ Select, but now we get to see the full lineup -1 Crocodile. It is going to be Renekton in the top lane, Jungle Sejuani, Corki mid lane, Aphelios and Thresh that we're going to see being played by Rogue Elite.
And the Kled counterpick into Renekton, really beautiful, plus the Pantheon really means that Kex has to be careful about doing his trademark aggression, doing his trademark get all up in the enemy top laner's grill as early as possible. Meanwhile, you have Knight just sitting pretty on the Azir, scaling up into the Corki. It's pretty standard, it's pretty AFK. I don't know why you like to play the Polish meta against the Polish mid laner, granted he's on an EBL team, but hey, all right, why not? And I love the Ziggs plus the Pike combo because, as we said, Ziggs pretty reliable, pretty safe, just wave clears all the way down, while the Pike is unlocked to roam as he pleases. And Wisdom on Playmakers, a thing of beauty, especially if that Thresh from their first game is anything to write home about.
All right, we're only moments away from bringing you the second game for these two teams here at EUM, so we will be able to just see how these two teams perform. Based on the results of the last game for each of these teams, you'd have to say Gamer Legion probably come in as the favourites. They're on that winning streak, but with so much pressure on
one-game winning streak, Sam. But yeah,
it's better than a one-game losing streak. So.
That is true. And the thing is, Asus in their loss against the team we expected them to handily smash, it wasn't even close.
Was it not?
At least Vipers Inc. look relatively competitive against Gamer Legion for the first 15 minutes of the game, but Asus just got shut out. Castellan got really, really aggressive randomly on the rise, didn't respect the wave, flashed forward for a solo kill that could never really materialize, and then didn't set up for his side lanes, couldn't really play it out. They put Kex, who is by far and away the best player on paper, on a tank, who didn't really do anything. Speedy, notoriously absent for the early game. Stefan, out of sorts on support so far, and yeah, Nicola Senpai is still Nicola Senpai, but at the end of the day, it's Season 10, and AD carry isn't going to carry you over the line by himself, not to say he had a hot game either, so Asus got a lot to prove here against Gamer Legion.
And they're coming in with some problems as well. I mean, Rogue Elite from the Balkan region, they're a team that had all sorts of issues coming out of the last split and coming into the EU Masters. You've talked already about the fact that they've had swaps in their roster. They're clearly not quite blending together quite as much as maybe we would have expected from one of the play-ins near enough to top seeds.
Yeah, the thing is about Gamer Legion is that they were never renowned for being this early game dominant team besides their bot lane. And the thing here is that they haven't picked a winning 2v2 per se, rather they've picked something that can comfortably hold its own while the Pyke goes to unlock the rest of the map. The issue I have here is that while Kled is certainly capable of following up, Pantheon's certainly capable of following up, Knight said himself that Azir notorious for being somewhat AFK throughout the earlier stages of the game. And that's where I think the Pyke maybe will struggle just to get on the board because Azir not really got all that much follow-up potential because he's like the Janna of support of mid lane until he gets access to the Streamer Shuffle past level 6. But as well as that, Corki's not exactly the most easy gank to execute on. But speaking of Corki, by the way, he's kind of hard to gank forward Sejuani because obviously not a melee. This Sejuani is pretty much exclusively picked to support the Renekton, and that does telegraph that you'll see Speedy try and punish Phones in tandem with Kex, because Phones was the guy that got solo killed in the previous game. Phones was the guy that on paper looks like the weakest member of Gamer Legion, and I think that the two game plans from both these teams are radically different this time around.
They are indeed. That being said, the mid lane, even though the compositions are radically different, that is a matchup we are very, very used to seeing. It was, only have to look back to previous World Championships where Corki versus Azir was very much the better, something that we saw all the time. It can be a little bit of a 50-50 lane. They have different powers and abilities that they're able to obviously use. That is how League of Legends works. But who do you expect to see? You've got good knowledge of these players, especially for Knight. Who do you expect to see coming out on top?
So in terms of strict 1v1, I will, of course, give the edge to Gamer Legion just on paper, but I think Castellan has shown a lot of promise, especially doing take the last game as being more of an outlier rather than a strict a strict set of the pace for Asus in particular. And I think they can definitely still play spoiler to Gamer Legion. Sejuani with Aftershock, notoriously hard to kill, so Rabble should not really get the opportunity to chunk out Speedy too much in the early game. And as we said, Renekton, huge, especially if you can set up for the double stun with the Sejuani, and that should be a dominant top side from the side of Asus, but the bot lane is where my concerns lie for both of these teams, because GL, so prone to popping off, and Asus, so prone to falling flat with Stefan new to support.
All right, so slow and respectful the start to this game. Both of the junglers looking to start around their red buff. There's going to be the extra little bit of assistance coming in for the Sejuani with a little help from the ADC and support. However, cleverly not showing. Pyke and Ziggs not going to give the game away as to where their jungler is starting.
So I despise this from the side of Asus because you never want to lose lane prior with Thresh level 1. And this is essentially saying, look, we resign it to you. We won't try and get any sort of push priority against the Ziggs. We'll just chill back. We'll farm it up. Yes, we're playing a playmaker support, but he won't be in a position to make plays for the foreseeable future. Looking at Gamer Legion's lineup as well, Ziggs has a lot of push. Pyke has a lot of roam potential. But at level 1, you can punish them. You can actually trade with them unless you let the wave stack up like this.
Slow, steady push coming in, but it is going to be the advantage going over to Gamer Legion in the early phase on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, exactly. And just playing off of that, I'm sorry that I sound so exasperated still, but Gamer Legion can freely push this because, as we said, Sejuani quite clearly going to be playing for topside, quite clearly going to be playing to unlock Hex on the Renekton, and that really does set Asus's bot lane up to fail straight out of the gate.
We did see there the Azir getting a good bit of damage onto Castellan's Corki, despite Azir being the AFK laner already getting some good trades. Same can be said for Kled up in the top lane, making the life a little bit more difficult for the Crocodile, who's losing out a bit of CS.
Yeah, Gamer Legion, of course, on the red side here, just going to be shoving out in all kind of manner right now. Sejuani, not the most proficient early game ganker, kind of a caster minion until she gets access to her, well, not even a caster minion because she's not ranged, like a melee creep, but slightly more tanky, till she gets access to the ultimate. And then you can have the sick engages from 2 screens away. But guess what? Knight took cleanse. Vism's never going to be in lane. Really not the greatest setup from the side of Asus. And actually, this is beautiful. Gamer Legion faking a recall on the bottom lane. Yes, Asus get the free reset, per se, but that CS lead will now manifest in favor of Hjarnan again. And while it won't be as devastating as his Varus one from their first game of the day, it's still going to grow to be significant, you have to imagine, the longer this game plays out.
One of the things I always turn my attention to as we see Castellan taking a lot of damage here is the just seeing exactly how to phrase this, how many melee champions you've got when played alongside the Sejuani. And frankly, there's not a lot coming in for Asus. They have only got that Renekton in the top lane that can actually help out with the Sejuani passive.
Exactly. That's what we kind of played off of in Champ Select, because it telegraphs that they want to play through Kex. Yes, he's fantastic to play through. He's such a hard carry. He's so good at Renekton, and he's holding his own so far in a strict 1v1 matchup. But at the same time, you're leaving your inferior 2v2 bot lane, and that's no slight against Nicola and Stefan. Like, Wisdom and Hjarnan are just insane in 2v2, plus the fact the Asus bot lane are new to playing with each other in the bottom lane itself. And you're just relegating mid to being Farm City. And I think that that's a vast oversight from the side of ROG this time around.
We do see a massive CS lead coming in already for the Pantheon, only just going for that first recall now, having stolen away multiple camps from the Asus jungler. Definitely going to be tough to see exactly how that Sejuani becomes relevant. I hate to have to continue copying what you're saying, but you're making such a good point with it. You are bang on the money, and that is going to be one of the difficulties we're all going to have to deal with if they want to take this win against Gamer Legion. We do see Phones managing to get the stun down. Might get dismounted here if he's not careful, however, just about going to hang on to Skarl with just a shred of health.
Yeah, on paper, Kled should destroy Renekton past 2 items, but in the early stages of the game, the Crocodile is still king, unless that Bear Trap on a rope consistently comes through with both sides of it. You know, kind of respecting the fact that Speedy has telegraphed his intentions to play through top lane, both in champion choice and pathing, the fact bot lane is untouched, even though Gamer Legion has a pushing bot lane, has a winning bottom half of the map where the Pantheon can clearly establish dominance, he's still playing through top side just because he wants to keep Phones a little bit safe here.
Phones consistently looking for these trades. Is going to get dismounted, but it's Kex who is dashing away, taking a shot from the shotgun on the way out.
I mean, the issue is here that Kex still has his TP, so it doesn't matter if he trades back and forth. He'll just come back to lane fully charged. And that's actually the same story for Kashtalan, who runs a TP of his own because you don't need it for Pantheon necessarily. While Knight has had to go for the cleanse, because again, as we said, Sejuani ult basically makes her a champion.
Well, she is still 2 levels away from being a champion, looking for a potential play in the bot lane, but not going to find anything. Respectful play coming out of Hjarnan and Wisdom.
And actually, Sejuani showing bot lane does mean that you could see Rabble turn on the aggression as Pantheon. Still got a dominant early game. Still not really done much for the earlier stages, but he's manifesting a decent lead for himself. He's getting some deep vision. He's getting some awareness at least. And he's going to get another crab.
Pantheon just half a level or so away from hitting level 6, from having the option to go in for the Grand Starfall. Is going to get spotted out here by Speedy. Didn't quite see who the crab went to. I think Speedy stole that one away.
Speedy got it and leveled up from it, even though he was 1 level down, and that's just an oversight from Rabble. He didn't expect the Sejuani to path there. I guess he thought that she would go clear her Raptors before coming up for the top side clear, and that was just a very good read by Speedy, plus a little bit of disrespect from the Gamer Legion jungle. Again, Speedy, though, you've drafted to play through top, may as well play through top. And with the fact that Rabble is on the bottom half of the map, they could even set up for a dive. Level 6 on Renekton means he can tank a couple of shots, plus Bones is at half health and no TP.
Here we go, Kex looking for the big trade. We're going to see Kled flashing away, stunned up, completely locked down. Renekton gets the first kill. A trade of the Infernal Dragon is what GL will take. However, the big gold goes into the pocket of Kex.
And the thing I love about Kex is that he's not hesitant to take these big dives. Yes, it's kind of telegraphing your entire composition and playstyle that you just want to play through top because this guy is a monster, but he rewards his teams time and time again. The issue I have with Renekton, though, is that he's notorious for falling off in the mid game, in the late game. And you know who can stall out a game? Ziggs. Also Azir. Like, together? Good luck closing before the 30-minute mark. I guess we're in for another 50-minute slugfest, this time between the 2 giants of Group A.
Yeah, just like we saw in the previous game on this stream. If you were here, you saw that one go to nearly 50 minutes before a Nexus explosion. Could we be on the way to yet another one? Right now, Phone's trying to avoid Stefan. The hook is not going to come out. Death sentence held for another day.
Death sentence going to be threatened, but Stefan still, you know, he's new to support. He's doing his best. No Moby boots for him. Actually, no Moby boots for Wisdom. That's a lot of respect being given over to Sejuani, and I understand. But at the same time, it goes to show that the Pyke doesn't really want to play for lane phase, per se. He doesn't want to go for some crazy roams. Rather, he's just doing his best to mildly inconvenience the squishy backline of Asus come the team fights.
As this game gets later and later, which of the two teams do you think is going to have the most consistent DPS? I'm struggling to call it right now because despite the Renton potentially falling off, I'm still looking at the Aphelios Corki in response to especially that Azir.
So I'm actually pretty sold on Aphelios Corki as a duo of carry threats, but the issue is that if you ever step up in range to even think about auto-attacking Azir or Ziggs, they'll just deal like half of your health before you even get a chance to trade back. And I think that Gamer Legion, while they don't necessarily have the greatest front line, they do have enough like chaos between them and the enemy backline that their carries can actually dish out the damage before ROG have a chance to set up here.
So potentially these fights come down to more than just the DPS that's going to be coming down. It's all about how the fights are played. Right now, we see a lot of vision being contested around the Herald. We're 9 minutes in, and this is going to be the next point of contention. Started up here by Speedy, but there are definitely members of GL hovering in the wings.
I mean, Sejuani's level 6. She's a champion now. You can take these fights. You can do this. And Gamer Legion, actually, I praised them back in the German league and in the Prime League because they're good at seeding objectives and knowing when to give it away. But this is actually one that they want to fight for as they do start to collapse for it.
This is going to be a really closely contested battle. Again, the eye is going to be popped. That's going to be secured there as Wisdom looks to try and zone off as much as he can. Stefan putting down the box. Bone Spear not connecting. Here comes the charge from the Kled. Skal not able to get near any of the opposition champions here. And in the end, is just going to be the Herald that was secured by Rog, but not picked up. Great zoning coming out of GL.
I mean, ROG, credit to them. They managed to get that Herald. They can't pick it up, of course, as you touched on, as we see on the screen. But again, the Smite fight won out by Speedy. And while all of this is happening, Kex is getting plates. Kex is actually transitioning into a pretty beastly Renekton. And by the way, Kex plays Blade of the Ruined King Renekton, so expect some big 1v1 trades as we crest towards that mid-game power spike for a lot of these champions. Muramana on the Corki, really playing the scaling game this time around.
Can't disagree with your comments earlier about how Renton falls off, but with the changes coming into Bork, he is definitely more of a threat than he might have been previously, and going to be tough to see just exactly how Cled's able to deal with that one. Phone's going to have to show all of his experience.
Yeah, speaking of Bork, Corgi on the board for Castellan, shout out to him. That was low-hanging fruit, I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm still perplexed by this Tear of the Goddess pickaxe build, but hey, I'll take it. Speaking of builds, though, Knight actually opting for the Halo Blades rather than the more conventional Arcane Comet or Lethal Tempo, and that just goes to show that he's in it for these, not necessarily all-ins, but these micro trades. Essentially, if Corki goes for a Q into Sheen proc auto, you can trade back 3 autos in quick succession and then create enough space with your Q to get the hell out of a disadvantageous situation. Much like Speedy has just done to get out of his own topside jungle.
Yeah, very tough for him being invaded yet again. He's done well to keep pretty much level in score with Rabble on the Pantheon, but even so, still getting bullied pretty hard in his own jungle. Second dragon of the game coming up in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, that Drake gonna be kind of impactful, but not all that much, really. It pushes Gamer Legion one step closer to Soul Point, which, of course, is going to become a legitimate point of contention with Azir and Ziggs both benefiting from either the reduced ult duration from a Cloud Rift or the additional sustain from an Ocean Rift. So it does kind of put a timer on Asus. But Corki, now at Mana Moon Spike, not quite as devastating as the Sheen plus Triforce kind of thing, but it's something. And I think that Castellan is now committing just to playing side lane Corki rather than going for the skirmish heavy kind of play style that we traditionally see these mid-game monsters opt into.
Once again, a battle for vision. Important to point out that Ziggs versus Corki, that matchup in the top laner, it might be a battle between the weaker side, APC, that is Ziggs up against the mid laner Castellan, but both of those champions do have teleport, so they're going to be able to join the fight just whenever they want to. Ziggs actually opting to burn that one straight away, wants to be present, wants to help his team out around the dragon.
Yeah, beneficial reset for Yanan here, and both teleports available for the Asus solo laners, so it's not a terrible look for them if they do want to contest, but I think they'll just seed it. Yes, it does push them within range of Drake Point fairly soon. I think it's a bit of an oversight from Kex / wasted investment for him to even be here. Speedy may try for a steal, though.
Speedy goes in. Will he be able to get out? The answer is no, giving his life for absolutely nothing.
Uncharacteristic fail smite from Speedy there. Credit him for trying, but end of the day, bit of a force. They should have just seeded that, got plates on the Renekton, got plates on the Corki, And granted, they did get their fair share onto Castellan, but he's Mana, Moon, Corki, so he's still going to take some time before he becomes a legitimate threat towards this Gamer Legion lineup.
I'd like to say that you could see what Speedy was thinking there. Blast Cone available, both Flash and the Q available to try and get out, but in the end, Sejuani getting immediately locked up upon going in, not securing the Dragon, pushed away by the Emperor's Divide, and that is going to be a big kill, picked up crucially by Wisdom on the pike.
So BF Sword in the inventory of Nicola does mean that he could opt for the Infinity Edge or the Essence Reaver. Lethal Tempo suggests to me that it could very well be the Infinity Edge. Those Kex, 2 levels up, going for the dive.
That's going to be the Dominus being popped. Kex is in all sorts of trouble, being zoned off by Rabble. The Crocodile going in too deep, flashing over the wall. Flash
Kex.
follow as the remount comes in. Here comes Speedy, trying to save his top laner, and succeeding. Phones is going to be the one to die, as Kex makes the great escape.
Rabble kind of in an awkward position there. He can't follow his top laner over the wall. And Speedy, out of the fog of war, out of nowhere, living up to his name, comes across the screen like this at Corki with the package.
And an awkward position for Rabble yet again, unable to get away from the package. The Valkyrie is ridden in. Castellan picks up this kill. Now, Rabble gets the return. I don't even know how that happened.
Oversight from the side of Asus. They make such a beautiful play.
It's all going down.
Dive, and it's not done yet. Wisdom's here on the pike. He can go for the pick. He has no Moby Boots, but he does have a charge.
Led coming in, exhaust put down, and Kex having made the great escape. Looks like he may eventually give up his life. The opposition top laner picking this one up in a messy exchange in bot lane.
Yeah, Phone's not having the greatest tournament so far, but credit to him for turning it on when he needs to. Wisdom there for good measure as well. The Gamer Legion bot side do trade back. And part of that was just because Castellan kind of ran it down on the Corki there. Let's be real. Kex had tower aggro. Suddenly Kex did not have tower aggro. They still tried to walk through turret. A couple of tags with that tier 1 does mean the Corki drops, but it's still a fine look for the side of Asus as we do crest towards that mid-game power spike.
Wisdom's gone hunting, lands the stun onto the Sejuani, does have the ultimate available, could well be death coming from below. That's going to be Wisdom getting yet another big kill all for himself. One serrated Dirk already completed, and that is a very scary looking pike.
Yep, wasn't really too prominent for the past couple of minutes, and then suddenly turns it on. Very, very eerily similar to Gamer Legion's team identity in the first game they played of this tournament, where it's just kind of low-key, kind of quiet for the first couple of minutes, and then bam, suddenly they flick a switch 15 minutes, and the game is just snowballing out of control. Not quite all doom and gloom for the side of ROG yet, but not the best of times for them either here. Hyanan helping Rebel secure the Herald, and some more early gold injected into a comp that could sorely benefit from it.
So a lot has happened there in the last few moments. About a minute or two ago, we saw the Ziggs continuing the split push. I can totally say that. The splish splash up in the top lane, getting the detonation down and taking away a turret. It was just after that we'd seen the first turret, however, going over Rogue. So they got that extra gold coming in from the first brick. Now we can see Kex looking for a potential trade onto the Kled, however, going to get spotted out by the ward and then failing his little dash over the wall.
That's a 15-second cooldown, and the Gamer Legion lineup are collapsing on him on top of the ward.
That is a worst-case scenario.
Misplay. Yeah, kind of sad for Kex. He's feeling... Oh,
he still almost gets a 1-for-1, forcing the flash out of Wisdom. In the end, the Crocodile does die in the top lane. We see a Corki picking up the turret.
I was like, all right, he's feeling the pressure. He knew that on Red Star, he was basically 1v9. He has more to work with this time around. Unfortunately, though, still prone to overextending, still prone to being punished, and Gamer Legion, they play the map pretty flawlessly there. They say, look, no neutral objectives left on the board right now because we've taken them all. Let's just peel back with our defensive vision line. Let's collapse on this Renekton who thinks he knows what Phones is doing. And yeah, unfortunately, Kex tries for Phones, gets the wrong number, and gets shut out of the game for just a little bit longer. The more time spent dead, the less time he gets in the Renekton power spike of one item and a phenomenal mid-game.
Suddenly, a lot of attention being played to the top half of the map. That's going to change, however, as the third dragon of the game spawns in 10 seconds' time. Last time, we saw Speedy going for the one-man steal. This time round, surely Rogue have got to start thinking about trying to deny this objective from Gamer Legion.
It's the mid lane Ezreal build coming through from Castellan here with the Mana Moon into the Triforce. We've seen it before. It's, well, underwhelming on Corki, but it does give him some wave clear to rival the the Ziggs is here. And yeah, CloudJ kind of disappointing. The ults are pretty impactful for Gamer Legion, but yeah, I'd say underwhelming for Asus. But then again, as Sejuani, she needs ult to be a champion later on, so I guess they'd be happy to get a couple of those. But speaking of the Sejuani, she's getting engaged on now. Here's the charge.
Kled leading his team into the mid lane as the Grand Starfall arrives as well. Rabble dashing away, just about getting out of Speedy's ultimate, which goes ever so slightly wide, reminding you of a certain NA jungler.
Yeah, these are the top teams from their respective regions, or rather top 3 and top 2 respectively, and yet you just see them fumble 3 ults consecutively in the mid lane. Fortunately for Gamer Legion, though, they have the prerequisite set up for this Drake, and Knight getting the Honey Fruit to restore some mana means that he can just sit back on the Azir, look pretty, and then go all in when the opportunity presents itself. Asus on the contest.
Asus Rogue do not want to just give this one up. Speedy looking for the steal, not going to get it, but here comes the fight. Ziggs throwing out the Mega Inferno Bomb, doing so much damage. Knight's already killed off Kex. That's going to be a missing Crocodile in this fight as Knight looks for a second kill. He's going to dash away as we see the flash out of Corki, getting himself to safety. Stefan will not be so lucky. Wisdom on a killing spree, looking for more. Castellan completely caught out, not going to get the kill because Phones remounts at the last possible moment. A kill to Rabble, 3 kills in total go over to GL. They get a dragon, they summon the Herald. It's going well for the German team.
Knight and Hjarnan both out of mana at the end of that fight, and that is how down to the wire it was. It didn't look close towards the tail end of it, but it certainly was heading into that fight. It was Gamer Legion with the setup, though. It's Gamer Legion who are probably going to get a 24-minute Dragon Soul as well, right after securing both mid lane towers for themselves, already pressuring out the inhib tower. And now when the Baron does spawn, it will be Gamer Legion who have the onus on a big rotation / pick potential around that hotly contested neutral objective.
In the last couple of minutes, all of the cards seem to be falling in favor of GL. They now have a 3,000 gold lead. They've got the 3 dragons in their pocket, just the 1 away from a Cloud Soul. This game is definitely heating up. The question is, what do ROG need to do now? Do they continue to take this fight, or have they now got to stall and pray?
The thing about Corki is that he's similar to Aphelios, actually, where every item is a significant spike, it feels like, and it just gets better and better for you the longer the game goes on. The thing is that Corki, while every spike does feel fantastic, none feel quite as amazing as that Triforce. And the fact that he's not making too many proactive plays with it, or even with the package, is kind of testament to how A, controlled Gamer Legion are at the right times, and B, how kind of disjointed this unreliable engage from Asus is. You have the Sejuani ult, you have Thresh hooks. Guess what? Both of those have been going wide pretty much consistently this game. And I'm a little bit fearful for them when it comes to actually setting up Castellan for success. Speaking of Castellan, he's at half health already, not having the greatest time of things, while Kex continues his one-man crusade against this bot side turret.
Kex is doing what he can to try and keep the pressure on Gamer Legion, but like you say, things definitely falling more into place for the German team at the moment. ROG are, as you say, slightly underwhelming. You talk about the power spikes and how crucial they are almost with every item for Corki. Why is it that the Manamoon you're so underwhelmed by?
So I think the issue is that it does delay your Triforce spike just by a little bit, and that's why people often opt out of it. It's fine. It does kind of indicate that Castellan's playing more for the poke, like the R plus auto and then dip on the Corki. The issue is, and this is something that really upsets me when people take Comet on Rumble when they play it mid into like range champions, is that you're opting into a poke game against an Azir Ziggs. Why are you playing for the poke game against champions that will naturally outpoke you and your team anyway? And Gamer Legion, they outpoke, they outsiege, they outrotate towards this Baron, but a good vision ward placed by the side of Asus will detect it. Here's the contest.
This is going to be Castellan trying to step forward, has to be careful. I don't know if he still has the package available. He did a moment or two ago. Speedy now is in a bad position as the charge starts. They've caught on towards Nicola, who's flashed over the wall. We're going to see the Grand Starfall coming in, and this is going to get the kill onto Nicola, absolutely obliterating the Aphelios' health bar. The next to die will be Speedy, a 2-for-0 for GL as they look to try and secure themselves a Baron.
Gamer Legion take 2 from the side of Asus, one of which is the jungler, and that should be a clean rotation for them to go for this Baron. Can find a pick with the pike if they want to on the re-engage, can have the Kled all the Pantheon run interference. Meanwhile, good luck traversing the Hextech minefield. Good luck getting through the insane amount of damage being pumped out of Gamer Legion. Asus, though, they're not put off. They're trying for the contest, even if it's not the greatest of ideas.
This is going to be a tough one. Look at all of the vision. That's 3 control wards, all in the right area. Wisdom catching a stun. Super Mega Inferno Bomber is going to come in. That's going to be Rabble taking away the Baron. And that's going to be Hjarnan taking away Stefan's life. The 4th Dragon of the game will be spawning shortly. And surely, along with the Baron buff, it's going to be Soul for GL. This could easily be GG.
I have no idea how Vipers Inc. looked more competitive against Gamer Legion than Asus ROG. But this time around, they just fold completely. And Asus, this EBL super team, yes, they were just assembled heading into the tournament. Yes, they've only been together for a week, but we had higher expectations than what they're showing right now. And right now, they do not look great, as they are collapsed on all fronts by Gamer Legion, who look to secure the Cloud Soul that you just mentioned, Greyheart.
That's going to be Vision being cleared out by Wisdom. We saw Speedy having to get out of dodge pretty quickly once the Pike showed up. Pretty sure GL are getting this one without any kind of contest from Speedy. He saw what happened the last time he tried to go into multiple Gamer Legion members. Not going to go for that one again. You were just talking there about how things aren't looking good so far for this Asus lineup that we valued so highly coming into tournament. If they lose this game, which currently is their current trajectory, they find themselves 0-2 as the Death Bush does not work out. Speedy yet again not able to connect with the ultimate. Wisdom not going to connect with the Bone Skewer either.
What is that Glacial Prison? Like, actually, I freaked out about that because that was just bad. Like, so frustrating to watch when that is their conditional engage. That is the only threat they have. Knight picked Cleanse, and I guess is regretting it now because he hasn't had to use it because there was no pressure being put out onto him from the Sejuani who misses every ult, from the Thresh who misses every hook. Nice Moonlight Visual hit, but it's not doing a whole lot to stop this massive Baron-empowered siege coming through from the carries of Gamer Legion here. Mid lane skirmish, though.
Phones versus Kex going mostly in favor of the Crocodile. However, immediately Kex able to get out of dodge, not even dismounted. Meanwhile, Inhibitor is going to drop to the Baron empowered team. The Soul's been picked up. The Inhibitor's been taken down. Things looking very, very good for Gamer Legion. They will find themselves 2-0 up in a box where you play 6 games. That is a massive difference to the potential 0-2 that ROG will find if they lose this one.
This is beyond frustrating for me to look at. If you look at the inventory of Stefan right now, I know that he wants his stone plate as soon as possible, and that the cooldown reduction from Kindle Gem always feels nice on Thresh.
No space for controls.
But no space for control wards, and it's testament to how new to the support role he is, / to how much vision across the map Asus are deciding to seed now. They don't want to push out, they don't want to contest at all. The entire map is in control of Gamer Legion, including this top lane.
As Castellan's death quickly proves, you don't want to throw any shade on any of these players, especially if they're fairly new to a role. But when you look at a support's vision score of 29 in comparison to the 72 on the other team, you know things have not quite gone as planned.
Yeah, the alignment there, just not really the case. I think part of it is just because skirmishing all the time makes it quite difficult for you to stack Relic Shield. Oh, is it?
We saw the hook connecting onto Rabble, but it looks like this is just going to bait more and more kills as ROG get absolutely cleaned up here in the mid lane. Gamer Legion get themselves 2 as they look towards yet another inhibitor.
All right, I was incredibly hyped for that Azir ultimate, but nope, it was all right. It got 2.
It got 2.
Yeah, that's good enough. That should actually be the game there for Gamer Legion. They could play it safely, but no, I think they'll just go, all right, we'll close it here. Pantheon not being committed right now. I wonder where it's going. Probably into the back line.
Straight between the Nexus turrets. One Nexus turret will fall, but Nicola and Castellan are able to stop the Gamers Legion lineup in their tracks, however briefly.
Gamer Legion take control of this game. Yes, Vipers Inc. lasted not quite as long as Asus, but Asus actually, I think that their comp strengths kind of lend a lot of credence to the fact that they are holding on for comparatively longer. Looking at their items right now, though, of course, you need the Essence Reaver completed for the Corki, a huge spike for him. Just did come through, and actually starting to look not bad for the core carries of Asus. The issue is that these 3-item spikes are coming in at 28 minutes. Typically, you'll see them come through like 5 minutes, 6 minutes earlier when teams are even or ahead. And that's reflected in the fact that Gamer Legion's carries just it's not even comparable right now. And it's really, really frustrating to watch as you see the Corki, the Aphelios try to trade back while everything else just seems to collapse around them.
Meanwhile, look at the amount of big damage items there for Gamer Legion. The 3 needlessly large rods between Azir and the Ziggs as well. We just saw a Guardian's Angel being picked up by Rabble on the Pantheon. Things looking pretty dire for Rog, but can they make the biggest of comebacks? Starting off with dodging away from the Emperor's Divide, but here comes Wisdom. He looks from the death from below, but the nice dodges coming out of Castellan with the flash. He's going to keep his life intact.
I mean, Wisdom, there's a reason why he's the veteran support player. His mechanics aren't... No, his mechanics are fine. He's known for his thrash.
The man's 518 in this game. Well, I think we'll cut him some slack.
Yeah, all right. You can have the occasional fumble. Phones certainly has had his fair share this time around for Gamer Legion, but right now, everyone on this roster playing towards their strengths, and the carry is basically free casting. Knight, Hjarnan, Deathless, untouched in the backline because their front line's just doing a lot of work. Speaking of a lot of work, Rabble's just on the ult here, zoning
He
with
goes for the ult, but it does get caught out, almost getting deleted, flashing himself away. Does have the Guardian's Angel available as well. Look at the low health bars. Rog, this could be their final stand. Hjarnan takes the kill onto the Sejuani, dashing away. Is going to be cashed to land, trying to get to safety, but Aphelios will not be so lucky. Nicola's going to die. The Nexus already exposed, as have Rog in this entire game. GL will look for their second victory. Corki does manage to get a shutdown onto the pipe. Wisdom stepping a little too far as the teleport comes in. This is going to be the Ziggs here to finish. Oh, sorry, the Kled to finish off the game in style, and that is going to be game to Gamer Legion.
Gamer Legion taking firm control of first seed in this group, or rather, they are on track to do so. Really beautiful, controlled gameplay from them. They play towards their strengths. They run with whatever lead you give them, and they do it with finesse, just completely dictating the pace of that game, buying space for Hjarnan and Knight to dish out the DPS, and even Knight fishing for plays with the Shurima Shuffle every now and again. Really refreshing to see. And the thing is, Gamer Legion are convincingly winning these games without showing too much of their hands. They're not whacking out any kind of new picks or playstyles besides the Wukong that wasn't even that impressive in game 1. And yeah, just really, really, really good play coming out from them. But if you look at the other side, you look at how Asus just folded completely. I think Kex was huge as a pickup for this team. I think that he kind of demands people play around him, so does Renekton for a pick, to be honest, though. And I think that could be an Achilles heel when your bot lane are not necessarily the most comfortable together, with Stefan only recently transitioning in terms of role.
And you've got to assume that the other 2 teams in this group, which I believe are Asuba and Viper, is that right?
Asuba and Viper Sync, yeah.
You've got to assume that they are rubbing their hands and just going, that second position is well and truly up for grabs right now.
Yeah, really intriguing to see how the match between those 2 does play out later, because could very well, see one of them stake a claim. The thing is, with this team from Asus ROG only being assembled like last minute, like I think end of last week was when they locked in Kex and actually confirmed that they would be playing with this lineup. These 3 games today are very, very important for them to continue gelling together with. And I think that even getting another round of scrims in tonight will give them a lot more practice under their belt, and they could come into day 2 a lot more comfortable together.
And that's exactly what they'll need to do, because they need to bounce back in their next 4 games if they're to have any hope of continuing their progression through the EU Masters play-ins. It's been a fascinating game to watch. Good times for Gamer Legions from Germany. However, we are now going to go into a small break.
2, 1.
Welcome back to EU Masters Play-ins. My name's TJ in a slightly darker room, apparently. Joined exclusively by Dino as we head on with the broadcast. We're about halfway through the show day so far. How's it been going for you?
It's been great. I've had the opportunity to cast one hell of a slugfest, basically, if you would say it like this. And it's EU Masters. It's hype. All these players are looking at each other, seeing if they can actually topple their opponent in the lane. They don't really have much to go on except thoughts. And it shows in the matches, or at least the match I cast until now, how these teams are just willing to fight each other for the spots that are left in the tournament.
Yeah, it's been really intense so far. I'm going to actually call an audible. We're going to throw production under the bus here. If possible, let's take a look at the format. I'd like to go back over it as we are about halfway through. So starting off, of course, we are in the play-ins group stage, which I believe we have a graphic for. There it is. Wow, super good production, by the way.
Production's on point.
And we're starting things off pretty spicily. We've been mostly covering Group A on this B stream. Just to ask you generally, as you've been going through the day, have any of the matches or groups stood out to you?
At the moment, I'm looking at Group C, where the Fuse Kids had a great showing against Mad Lions Madrid. It's also the group that comes up after our little disc segment here. And then right now, the match between Kenty and the Fuse Kids is actually going tooth and nail. So it's an interesting group because Mad Lions were pegged as this ginormous favorite, and you don't know who would fit in the second slot. But I don't think Mad Lions are actually really earning that respect at the moment. Okay, they're better and they're playing better, but they're not head and shoulders above the competition at this moment. Maybe they need to warm up a little bit, get into the tournament. But yeah, it's a very interesting group to watch.
Those are some spicy words towards I know Mad Lions has some dedicated fans, so watch your Twitter account. Of course, the top two teams out of each of these groups, definitely the Mad Lions, don't come for me. The top two teams out of each of these groups will go on to the next phase of competition. During that, we've changed the seeding rules slightly. The top team out of each group here for the play-ins will play the runner-up from another group, and that is a knockout stage. The loser goes immediately home. Then we go further forward into the group stage proper, and everything is pretty straightforward from there if you've seen EU Masters today. But let's talk about our upcoming match, if you can. Dino, we've alluded to it, but we're headed into Mad Lions taking on For the Win. Talk to me about these two teams. What's exciting you?
This is always exciting because
User joined your channel.
Does Mad Lions have something to prove? They are a big favorite.
Oh, 2 minutes, guys.
They're probably going to get out of groups as first seed. They're probably going to make the main tournament. But for
You've
the
saved
win,
your Twitter account. Good job.
For the win, Esports is really, really itching to play spoiler to that plan. Their Portuguese representatives, they went undefeated in their league. And Portugal and Spain have this very nice back and forth. They have this, I would call it rivalry, but that's maybe even expressing it kind of lightly. So For the Win are looking to upset Mad Lions here. They really, really want to get their blood and get this achievement on their pedestal. So we're looking at For the Win to actually try to run spoiler against Mad, and we're looking at Mad to try to close out the game as fast as possible so nothing can go wrong.
Who should we be looking for? Can you give me a key player for both teams?
I mean, Mad Lions has Hatrix in the mid lane. If you're looking at Mad Lions, look at Hatrix. He's a formidable carry. He's still pretty much on form, and he has very good synergy with Koldo. Their 2v2 is actually really on point. If you
30 seconds.
For the Win Esports, I'm actually looking at Trucklax. I really like this player. He puts up very good numbers in the top lane, and he's a mainstay for both the LP LoL as the LVP. So he might actually have some insider knowledge there, and maybe they can use this. But in general, For the Win Esports is just going to play like a unit and try to upset Mad Lions in the next match.
I like it. It's a regional rivalry, and it will be a sick match. I'm going to put your Twitter account on the line, though. At the risk of getting yourself flamed, give me a hard prediction.
My hard prediction is Mad Lions should close it out. It might get sloppy. It might get gritty. The team fights might go on for way too long. But if you look pound for pound, Mad Lions should have the upper hand. But I love an underdog story as much as the next guy. But I think Mad Lions should close it out in a very close, I hope a very close match.
Okay. Favorite Mad Lions then, as we head into game, and we will be doing that right now. We're going to do a lightning fast break to get the desks set up, and we'll be into our next match of the European Masters.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from Stream 1 to Stream 2. I am Penguin. I'm joined today by Dino. We're going to be jumping into the Iberia Cup rematch. They haven't played each other before, but it's more to Spain versus Portugal. Dino, first time we've ever cast together. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I mean, I just got to warm up for this match on the disc along with TJ, and I'm so excited to see what these teams are actually pulling out and how they're going to match up. I really hope For the Win Esports can put a dent in Mad Lions' team comp and actually take it to the late game so we can see some scrappy fights for the win.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think as well that For the Win, they have, like we talked about earlier today, they have the sum of the parts to make them an even greater, kind of team. They just need to make sure it works out for them. And I'm curious to see kind of what you want to look towards in Mad Lions Madrid. This is obviously a sister team in the Academy League, technically, quote unquote. And what do you think is success for this team coming into EU Masters 2020 Spring?
I mean, they're supposed to be very hungry. They had a very good split season. Basically, they had a very good spring split. Then they got swept out of the semifinals by Movistar. So they have something to prove. They might even have a chip on their shoulder. And I mean, if you have hat tricks in your lineup, you're really looking at to get further into European Masters, looking towards the main event, and actually looking towards the knockout stages there. So they really, really want to close out this game as fast as possible, have no shenanigans, and just get this over with. Look towards their next goals, I think.
I completely agree with that as well. Like we saw them earlier against a Fuse Kids. That went to 50 minutes. That was a very, very long slug match of a game. That's not what you want to be seeing from the number 3 seed from the Spanish region. You want to see them doing the best they possibly can. And no disrespect to any of the teams here, but smashing these minor regions, showing why they're given 3 seeds into the EU Masters.
Yeah, and to do that, I'm really looking forward towards them unlocking hat-tricks a little bit more. I mean, hat-tricks is an amazing mid laner if you actually draft around him and play around him on picks like a LeBlanc, like a Diana, which he looks so amazing on. He might actually be able to have a way higher impact in that early game and actually make sure that For the Win Esports is so far behind they can't really contest any of the neutral objectives.
So let's talk about For the Win, obviously, at the moment. They did drop a game earlier today against Kenty. So we have got, if you look at Group C at the moment, it is a 1-0 Mad Lions, 1-1 Diffuse Kids and Kenty, as the Diffuse Kids just took them down, and For the Win on 0-1. Is an upset here possible for them? And if so, where do you see that it's going to happen for them?
I mean, if For the Win is going to upset one team, it would just be beautiful for it to be Mad Lions, because they have such a grudge match going on. Just the two regions in general really are close siblings, you could say. You would put the LVP as a bigger brother, though. If it's possible, it's through sheer team play and through fighting for everything and for everything they have. And then I'm also looking at Trucklax, which is actually a very decent top laner. He's more than serviceable on a lot of picks. He has Aatrox, Seth, Rumble, Cannon in his pool. And Werlip has been playing more of a support-oriented top style, if I could put it that way. He even picked up Karma a few games just to roam with the Koldo into the jungle, so maybe they can attack it through the top side.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think, maybe looking towards those avenues, looking towards those quote unquote weaknesses is a way for the Win to kind of come into this. And I feel not bad. I think bad is the wrong word for this, but definitely feel a little bit pensive when I talk about For the Win Esports, purely because they had so much confidence in Spring Split. They went undefeated, top of the gauntlet. No one could touch them. And then it kind of all slowly fell apart in the finals. They lost to EGN. They came out. It was a close finals. It was 3-2. But at the end of the day, they're now the second seed. That can get into your head a little bit. And honestly, if you look at it, they're the second seed. Had they swapped positions with Electronic Generation, they would have been in the quote-unquote group of life, the group that has Intrepid Fox Gaming, Raccoon, and Cyber Gaming. These, non-major region teams. So you got to feel bad for them. Do you think that the mental could maybe hit them a bit with this tournament being so close to, when they finish off their own split?
I really hope it doesn't. I mean, if you saw them in the regular season, they were swapping picks left and right. They could just take any champion and put it in almost any lane, and it looked so clean. And then once you came to best of 5, you would think that's even your greatest weapon, because okay, in a best of 1 you have one draft, but in a best of 5 you actually have draft adaptations. And they fell short, but it was a really close match. There was no reverse sweeping. It was just, in the end, they lost the last game. So I really hope they were able to reset their mental afterwards. But it's true, they have the harder group. And let's just see if they can actually play spoiler and maybe even go for that second seed. If they win here, they go to a 1-1 record, and it's actually very close in the group.
Yeah, absolutely. It can tie up everything there. But we are on to the picks and bans, and we can see there that everyone kind of going in. I do apologize for the slight delay in everything like that. I had to jump from one stream to another. A lot of different technical difficulties, but we are working through it as fast as we possibly can. And looking at these guys right now, you can see the picks there coming in there. What strikes you as something that is very either surprising or indicative of these teams?
I'm going to go for the indicative on For the Win Esports. I'm going to go for the Zac. Owner plays a lot of Zac. He plays a lot of Jarvan. Really plays for that team fight setup. Really plays to that mid to late game team fights to actually unlock his carries to have a good performance. And you have comfort picks all across the line. You have AFM on the MF. You have Slayer on his Thresh. That's a very comfortable bot lane for them to play. But then I'm looking at the top lane. I was like, okay, Trucklax is a very good player to play around. but he's put on the Ornn duty. Yeah, you can solo kill people in your lane because you're that blaster mage that's actually a tank. But at the same time, he's up against a Renekton. We've had some visual glitches by now, so we know that the blank canvas most of the time is Renekton. So he's gonna have
Or
a rough
Vlad.
time.
Could be either or.
Or Vlad, yeah. Might still be banned because we have another glitch in the
Yeah.
ban phase.
True.
And if I look over at Mad Lions, I'm looking at Koldo's Gragas, and I'm seeing a comfort pick there as well. So the junglers really have something to prove this game, and I think they're the ones that are going to be responsible for unlocking these lanes, because if you look at the lanes, you don't really have clear pushing lanes or favorites. Both lanes are, all the lanes you see are kind of equal except top lane. So it's really up to the junglers to have a big impact this game.
You are bang on the money with your Renekton prediction. Is Renekton in the top lane for Whirlup? So less of a supportive, more of a very much kind of hit your 2-item spike and look to roam around. But ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the riff for this game between Mad Lions and For the Win, a pseudo Iberia Cup, if you will, as Portugal face off against Spain in a what has always been, like you said, a bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, not only a grudge match, these players must feel added pressure. There's no way around it. You're not only doing this, playing against the other region that you're always looking towards, that you're always comparing yourself with, but you're doing it on the EU Master stage, and that's kind of gonna get in even Mad Lions their head, because they still have something to prove, because they came in as a 3rd seed and not the 2nd or the 1st. So this might actually be a very explosive early game. I hope we don't see too much jitters, stage jitters from any of the teams. They already have games under their belt. So I'm really looking forward to the early game pathing of Owner and of Koldo and see what they can make happen for their laners.
We'll have to wait and see. And we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, if there are no game sounds for you at the moment. Our production team are working avidly to try and fix that for you. Again, we can only apologize, but we thankfully have a game to give you, and you've got our fantastic voices to keep you company until then. But let's have a look now. Let's take a step back. We've talked about the compositions. We talked about how these teams kind of, look to fight in the mid to late game. What about the early game? What are we expecting from either of these sides coming in now that we see the Gragas and the Zac?
I really expect Whirlup to take control of this matchup. He really needs to with that Renekton pick. Renekton is already a very strong bruiser, but once he gets ahead in the early to mid game, he can really control team fights and dive on that MF like none other. We also see that MF picked up Cleanse for the stun of Renekton, and we're always seeing this in full effect in the top lane because he's taking good trades with Druglax. For the rest, I'm actually looking towards Koldo to actually maybe make moves towards the bot or the mid lane, because top should only be looked at for a counter gank.
You can see there, Mad Lions not being caught out there by the early level 2, but good work there from For the Win. AFM trying his very best to keep the pressure down. The Misfortune is one of those picks that can actually keep the Varus down in lane until those very early levels, until you start getting to level 6, 7. That's when the Piercing Arrow really starts to do its damage. But with him going for the press the attack, I do believe that it should be seeing a kind of a Guinzu's Rageblade standard build, not the armor penetration which we've been seeing internationally as of late.
Yeah, I really shouldn't build for the early game. You have Renekton for that. You have your Gragas damage in the early game. So that's I like the Onidvarus more in this team comp. For those viewers that are not too busy spamming Twitch chat about which region of the two is the best, we saw Whirlup actually invading onto For the Win's jungle just to see where Zac was, maybe annoy him a little bit with his top lane prio. So I really like this adaptation, and we see Cassiopeia now roaming up to the top lane.
Yeah, knowing that the Zac was probably on the bot side, actually, just as you were saying, they knew the information that the Zac is not here on the top side. This lane, unfortunately, for Truxlax is not in a very favorable position. He's going to get caught out, unfortunately, here. No escape with the miasma. First blood goes to the Spaniards. And Hatrix, you talked about it a little bit in the pregame. He is the guy. And Owner, they have scouted you so well that they put a ward exactly where you were going to go.
I mean, this must feel kind of bad for Owner. Zac is already a jungler that maybe struggles to really put his name on the board in the early game. You really need to come out of vision. But Matt is actually walking up because this lane is in a very bad state, so he might be able to get his gank over here.
Maybe. There we go. The Elastic Slingshot does land. Stretching Strike just needs one more person. Didn't have the vision, but they do burn both flashes of the Mad Lions bot lane, and that could be potential for another engage later on in this game. And right now, that's exactly where the side of For the Win need to be focusing. Like you said, they have lost the top lane. It's almost a foregone conclusion that they are going to lose it the way the Orin and Renekton matchup goes. But if you could find advantages elsewhere, you could really put the pressure on side of Mad Lions.
Yeah, and we see trades going on here in the bot lane because, of course, For the Win is trying to freeze it and they actually get it into the towers, Mad Lions. But then Owner is looking for the regang, but Koldo is near.
You have no flashes on the bot side, the flay, the ignite, the kill, but there's going to be a flash away there from Joe, but a great dredge line from Prime keeps the trade 1-for-1. Good initiative there from the side of Koldo, keeps his team in the bot side, knowing that they would be most likely looking for another engage.
Yeah, Matt has great macro play there. They actually call their jungler to the bot side, knowing that they have to push up to actually get a reset on that wave, because otherwise MF is just going to freeze it, and MF is already ahead in CS by quite a margin. Good gang by Owner, though. He saw the opportunity, went on the two flashless bot laners, and then the counter gang comes out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's actually pretty good for the bot lane for the Win, who now becomes an early game win condition, and they might actually use this to get dragon control.
See what they want to go for. Shaki just pushing in this mid lane, trying to get it to reset, but Prime is there, sitting on ward, unfortunately for him. It will time out, so now he knows he has been spotted. Ju is around the corner as well. Bit of a level difference between the supports, as the kill did go over to the Nautilus. And Dragon is the pressure right now. Ju, no flash. There is Koldo here as well, and they're just creating pressure, creating vision absence, I suppose you could call it there, and for the side of For the Win, as Mad Lions, they look to try and get another advantage.
Not only that, if we look at the top lane, it's going from bad to worse. Whirlip is really controlling this matchup and keeping Trucklegs far away from the CS, so that actually Koldo can just start up this dragon even on a ward, and they probably won't even be able to contest this. Whirlip should always be first on the rotation with his TP. Trucklegs already use TP, so can't even rotate. Koldo is taking a fair bit of damage. As you might know, the air dragon actually does the most damage out of all dragons, so he should call in some assistance here. But that should be in smite range. So they pick up a free dragon, and then Owner's actually looking to maybe engage on Koldo here.
Oh, almost. Does have a stretching strike available to him, but doesn't want to go full commit to it. The Cassiopeia had roamed before, and Prime is playing bodyguard. Very, very curious to see how this one goes there. They're fighting over a Scuttle Crab. Owner, don't know if you really want this one. Shaki, not quite able to find the kill there onto Koldo. They all back away. Scuttle Crab will be taken by the Zac.
Yeah, I like to see these things. It's like early game, 7 minutes in, and they're just fighting, brawling, calling everyone, throwing everything in the kitchen sink at a Scuttle Crab. This is what you want to see from these two teams going up against each other. And I'm looking forward towards Saki. He's kind of a little bit stuck in the lane. Cassiopeia has prio and is roaming a little bit more. But once they go to the team fight stage with that Zac Orianna combo, you're really looking for that ball delivery system and looking what they can set up with that combination in team fights. And if you look at bot lane, I mean, AFM is far ahead from Flagged at the moment.
Yeah, playing to his strength, knew that he had the advantage, obviously, with Flack getting killed very early on as the wave was crashing. They were able to reset that one there. TP back to mid lane there for Shaki as they look to try and continue this pressure. And this is good from For the Win. We talked about how arguably Mad Lions Madrid should be the ones pushing them back, making them show them that they are the superior region. But right now, they're kind of holding their own. It's only that extra kill for Mad Lions that's keeping them in the gold lead.
Yeah, and it seems like they're first on the rotation towards the Rift Herald as well, so they might actually have vision control over that objective. This could be a very explosive moment in the game, because we've seen that they even fight over a Scuttle, let alone a Rift Herald. You don't want to give this over to the team that has more early game pressure. So we're looking here at the team fight, and Owner might look for an engage.
Oh, they do look for the engage. The Flay comes in. Prime has not got a flash available to him, and he's just going to be sacrificed. AFM picks up that one. Nobody in position there. Trucklax trying to just trade back as much as he can, has got the Lantern for safety as well, and For the Win, finding themselves a win. Looks like they're going to be the ones that are able to take position onto this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it's very good for the Win Esports. We see a very clean engage coming out. Trish lands his hook. It's that sentence, and then Owner can just follow up. We see Ornn actually peeling back to the back line of Mad Lions and just pushing them back out of the fight. And they get the Rift Herald, but not only that, it's an even game state. The gold is even. They take the neutral objective, and they have Ornn on their side. So actually, once he gets his ornaments, the goal the gold is not even at all, and it's looking very good for the Win Esports in this early game, and Matt needs to do way more than this.
Now, it might sound as if we're being a bit biased towards For the Win, but like let's just call a spade a spade. It is very much expected that Mad Lions Madrid should be, for lack of a better term, clapping a lot of these teams that are, in these very much developmental leagues. Portugal, Italy, those kind of places that haven't got the same amount of infrastructure. So it's fantastic to see For the Win coming out and really pushing Mad Lions in this early game. Yes, it's only 10 minutes into the game, but this is not what you'd be expecting from arguably a top 10 team in the entire ERL system.
No, and that's what I try to go on to in the caster disc as well. Like, Mad Lions look good, but they certainly don't look head and shoulders above the competition. And that either says a lot about the competition, or Mad Lions still has some fuel left in the tank and they can actually step it up in some games. I also think the first games, you're also looking at the moves the enemies are making. You don't want to risk that much because every game matters. It's first or second seed or you're out. You just play 2 games, double round robin in 2 days. So it's to be expected that the games might actually not be this one-sided at the moment. But if you look at Matt's lineup, they should have better players in a lot of lanes. Definitely, if you look at Hat-Tricks, it's a player that has a lot of experience that a lot of people respect as a mid laner. And that's why it's so good to see For the Win Esports actually going toe-to-toe in these early game trades.
Coming back into the game state, of course, a bit of a lull. So the 500 gold lead there for Mad. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds will be an Ocean, so it looks like we're going to have a Mountain or Infernal Soul. Either side will be very happy with that. And right now, you can see both sides just pushing for pressure. Bork finished off Blade of the Ruined King for Werlo, so he's going to be very, very big in this next team fight that potentially could happen in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just about to point it out. I mean, Bork on Renekton might seem a little bit weird for all the players out there because, well, that's normally not an item you go first on Renekton. But the recent buffs to the item makes it very strong in short trades with tanky people, and he's up against this Ornn. But also Renekton is actually quite good with Bork because his stun, his W, actually counts as multiple basic attacks, so it will proc that on-hit effect. We see For the Win Esports, they have the traction here to go for the Dragon first, but Mad Lions is in position to actually make a play around it.
It looks like Mad Lions are just going to look for a cheeky steal. Rift Herald was dropped towards that bot side, so they're just trying to create pressure on both sides. AFM, though, not the position you want to be in, my friend. Flashes away. They have got the smite just to stop the minion from getting in the way of Koldo. Dragon goes over. Plates went over to the side, but it looks like For the Win. Ooh, straight through the post there. 3 points there for you For the Win. That was not a good Ornn ulti, but they get the objective and they get a couple of plates onto AFM.
Might be a little premature to call it a caster curse, but I told in the beginning of the game this is a player to look at, and his first Ornn ulti didn't really hit the mark. Meantime, Werlip is just fine by pushing out his top tower. He gets the first turret, gets all that gold in his pocket, and I really want to see Werlip have a bigger impact in the team fights now, get unlocked out of that lane. And actually try to get onto that MF in the back line, because they have 2 strong points going for them at the moment, Matt. They have their top lane that is ahead in CS and is ahead in gold, and now you see engage in the bot lane, and this could be the Zac going into his passive, and he's surely going to die here. He was very far forward. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if you caught it on the map, but that was just out of position.
Yeah, it looked like it was a very much a forced engage there from Owner. Burnt his flash and everything to try and make it happen. But with the TP available for Werlub and how just damn ahead he is, it was very much impossible for them to be able to hold that. They have got the buttle time. Could potentially use it here to try and clear the wave, but it looks like the side of Mad Lions Madrid are not going to look for anything else, just taking the kill and backing away. And that gives Trucklax some time free in this top side. Maybe able to get one more plate, depending on how he takes this tower, but it looks like he's already kind of conceded it, just going to look for that extra bit of gold from the minions.
Yeah, and it goes farther than that. I mean, Owner loses his cell division there. I was looking towards Werlip to make more plays on the map, and he TP's bot. They get the kill on the jungler. They get his cell division down, which makes his engage a little bit riskier for the time being. And it's really hard to see your main engage tool get taken down like that, because now you're looking to the team fights, and maybe Mad Lions can make something more happen towards that mid lane, maybe set up a dive and actually go for that Orianna.
You can see Werlub now just using his pressure. That Blade of the Ruined King going to do so much for taking down these structures. And very much on this man to try and carry these mid-game team fights. They have got the Cassiopeia for a bit of late-game insurance, but you got to feel like with the Ornn, the Zac, the Orianna, and the Misfortune, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to stop all the engage that comes out from For the Win, should this game go very, very late into the game. But right now, 2,000 gold lead, or actually nearly 3,000 at this stage from Mad, quietly and slowly building themselves up a nice advantage. I'd almost wager that all of it is in this top lane.
Yeah, maybe the production can show us the amount of gold everybody has in his pocket, but on your points for the late game, Varus does a lot of damage on Varus once he hits 2 to 3 items, so they really have to look towards that power spike as well and try to use that to force neutral objectives. But come late game, he's going to have such a horrible time positioning against that Ornn engage, against that Zac engage, and even the Orianna as production has her back here. And look at top lane, he's 2k gold ahead across his counterpart, so that's almost the entire gold lead. Just, I think, maybe 600 gold shy.
Yeah, definitely feeling a lot more comfortable on this Renekton. Going to be able to pick up his Black Cleaver very, very soon as well. AFM going to take a Lantern out to safety. And right now, For the Win, they're happy enough just taking this game as it comes. They're looking to try and just pick off some chip damage on these turrets. Trucklax maybe might get a little greedy for this if he's not careful. Actually, nope, should be fine. This would just fall to the minions. And that is a nice little win there for the side of For the Win, the first turret of the game. Now, Zac, this is what I loved about this. We didn't get to really talk about it. The advantage you get with the Zac is that he is literally just engaged. He has no real benefit for anyone, in terms of killing anyone himself. He is just to sit on a flank, out of vision, and to surprise the enemy carries. That is his whole job. And if he can disorientate Mad Lions Madrid, if he can really push them into a state of they don't know where they're going or what they're supposed to be doing, flashing, burning summoners, he could be an absolute critical point for this team. It's up to Mad Lions Madrid to make sure that doesn't happen with very clear and concise wording.
And after that, very easy engage for Zac once you control vision and you clear out enemy vision around yourself. You have that follow-up from that Ornn horn, so once a flash gets burned, Ornn can just call the Forge God down on them and rain stuns till they die. So it's a really nice setup, both those frontliners. You have the easy follow-up for Orianna as well, who can position more freely around those two frontliners taking the charge. So it's up to Mad Lions to actually make sure it's not an easy flank or an easy front to back fight and really create chaos in his fights for Renekton to get onto the back line.
Oh, speaking of on the back line, doesn't look like he needs to be on the back line at all, as they're just demolishing Trucklax right now. There's a good hook, though, onto the Cassiopeia. She's going to try and use the miasma, but the Zac has fallen. That's the two tanky members almost dead for the Win. Flashing away there from AFM as he tries to get in. There's the Shockwave. Flash! Dreadline has been predicted, and they will be able to trade it back. However, there's just so much damage from Mad Lions Madrid. The piercing arrow will not pierce any hearts today, but that is going to be easily the dragon and potentially much more for the side of Mad Lions Madrid.
I mean, just as we're talking about kind of lull states, what's going to happen in the late game, Mad Lions Madrid just turn it on and they go for a team fight where Whirlip just engages on that tank, on that Ornn, has way more damage, is of course a hit on that champion, but still, he flashes the Ornn horn there, he flashes the Call of the Forge God and almost takes him down. And then if we look at the end of the fight, you have two people in the mid lane backing with almost no health. That should have felt really good for Mad Lions. They take the Infernal Drake, even upping their damage a little bit more. And For the Win Esports really needs to watch out, because if this is how team fights go, if it's not front to back, if Zac doesn't have that clear engage path, then the lineup of Mad Lions just dishes out so much damage in such a short time that it might be very hard for the Win to navigate it.
That's the big scary thing right now. This is almost what we expected from a side like Mad Lions Madrid. They're ahead, they're in the driver's seat, and they have the, I suppose the veteranship and also just the raw mechanics and skills to make that matter in this best of one. It is a double round robin, of course, but for the Win, they need to try and find a way of shutting down this Renekton, because right now he is just a monster. It's already got his 2-item spike of the Black Cleaver and the Bork. He's pretty much on par with his mid laner Cassiopeia, who's sitting on a Leandri's Torment and the Archangel's Staff, which has been improved into a Seraph's Embrace. Dropping the Rift Herald in mid lane, they're going to be able to pick up more gold, more towers, and more tempo.
Yeah, and they're also looking towards that Infernal Soul while we see Owner here trying to engage on top of them, but he's just going to take so much damage. Cell Division get procced again, and he might just go down. I don't know if they're even wanting to waste the TP there. Damage kind of stopped. They use a TP, but he just gets knocked back. The TP was way too late. Bullet time comes out, doesn't really hit anyone, and then Nautilus will just re-engage. Whirlup is going in. They should really run away for the win, but they don't seem to have much of a choice. They try to go for a re-engage. It's really just buying time, trying to save that tower, but it's going to go down. And Mad Lions just come up clutch in this mid-game team fight, and Owner might have bitten off more than he could chew there.
And look at the health bars as well. Mad Lions have enough to go around to try and push out these waves, get them reset, put themselves into a stronger position. They are not worried about what For the Win will be putting out to them in these next few minutes of team fights. The Cassiopeia is getting to a point of unbelievable massiveness. It's just not going to be a fun time for them to be able to deal with all this straight up damage, and they just haven't got the health bars to deal with it.
It's going from bad to worse, because we were talking about how For the Win Esports is actually fine with an even game state because you have Ornn. In the late game, he upgrades your items. Every upgrade is, you could say, roughly about 800 gold, maybe more. So typically people say an Ornn is a 5k gold lead at the beginning of the game. But Mad Lions is not about to let it go this late. They're gonna fight you for every inch they can take off you, and now they're looking towards taking up this Baron, taking up the next Fire Drake, and actually putting a timer on this game and putting For the Win Esports in positions where they need to make bad choices or they just lose it to those big objectives.
And you said that, you know, the Ornn is a 5,000 gold lead or a 5,000 kind of, you know, in the back pocket. You still need to get that money. You still need to get those levels. Otherwise, that's just not the truth. And now we're looking at nearly a 5,000 gold lead for Mad Lions Madrid. They're the ones that are sitting pretty. And you can see already, Whirlup, he's going towards that second lifesteal item. It is going to be the Death Stance. And it's going to make him even harder to deal with coming into these mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, and he's going to go completely unmatched in the side lane. I mean, Ornn can stand under his tower and be safe, but he can't really push up too far forward. We've seen that they can go through this Ornn as if he's not even that tanky yet, because he had to itemize towards physical damage as well as the magic damage from Cassiopeia. So he's in a pretty rough spot in that 1v1 against the Renekton, and that just opens up Whirlup to make these flank plays. It's really hard for 4 Esports to get a grasp on the map. I want to see them play slow, try to get some vision, and maybe contest the next team fight around a big objective. But even if they do, I don't see them easily winning that fight, except for a very big Orianna Shockwave.
They need the Wombo combo. You've got the Ornn Horn, Call of the Forge God, in with the Shockwave. You've got the Let's Bounce as well from Owner. With the Misfortune Bullet Time, you've got a way to absolutely shred through these. But you look at the summoners that are going to be coming up. You know, Hatrick's going to getting his flash back up now. Whirlup just got his. You've not got a lot of options in who you want to be able to kind of lock down, because they've got ways of just backing away and resetting the fights. And as I say that, though, looks like the call from the side of Mad Lions with that TP advantage, going to be able to push in towards this Baron. They now know what's going down on the side of For the Win. They have the AoE. Do they look to try and contest this? There's the ultimate there coming out from Misfortune. Good smite, though, coming out. Flash. Koldo does flash away himself. And Mad Lions, they get away with Daylight Robbery, and they steal themselves away a Baron.
I was going to say, Koldo is really low there. This is kind of risky, but then he went for that clutch stopwatch there in the end to do not die to the MF ult. He actually stayed alive long enough to get his smite off, and then he flashes the Thresh Hook, which is a lot of stuff blown, so probably 4 Esports can just take this dragon, but you take that trade any time of the day. You have Whirlup still pushing the top lane with that Baron buff. He might even get a free tower out of it, and then you're looking at a Baron power play that's not only setting you up to siege with a comp that has a difficulty doing it, but you're also looking at Whirlup that can just force that 4-1 and just keep hammering these minions into the tower.
The one positive thing for the Win, though, is that Mad Lions Madrid have a very, very short range in terms of their carries. Varus, not known for his excessive range on his auto attacks. Cassiopeia as well. Can run people down, but again, very, very low on the L range. So looks like they're just going to give up 2 tier 2s and look to try and defend at their inhibitor turrets. This could potentially be the smart move as they just finish up the Landry's Torment onto the Orianna. There is Engage. Oh, great Lantern there. Stops everything in its tracks. That's 2 ultimates down. Owner has found himself on the flank, but I don't know if he's going to want to have to find hat-tricks, and he needs to walk away from this purely if he needs to flash, because if that miasma goes down, he cannot use the elastic slingshot away, and Owner will just back himself away. So right now, For the Win, as long as they keep their inhibitor towers up, they have a chance in this game.
I think For the Win is going to brute force this bot lane. They have actually shown good wave management. They were pushing top, pushing mid, and their bot lane was already crashing into the tower. They're going to use this Baron buff to full effect to take 3 towers down, basically. This is going to spike the gold lead ahead. If you take a look at it now, they're almost 7k gold ahead, and now they're just looking towards other things to do. Keep that Renekton in the side lane. They have to send at least 2 people to actually contest him, and maybe that's not even enough. So if you can keep putting pressure on the side lane, split the map between top and bottom, you're just free to look for plays like Cassiopeia was doing in the enemy jungle, free to try to catch them out in rotation. The game gets harder now because they have to knock on the inhibitor towers, which puts you way far forward, and there's not really an objective you can take, but it's a very good position for Mad Lions to be in, and it's really their game to close out and their game to throw away if need be For the Win actually finds a wombo combo.
And that's the thing. There is always that chance For the Win. But Mad Lions have looked so good in this game so far. And this is the difference we see from a lot of the major regions in terms of the ERL system compared to the likes of Portugal, Italy, or even the Baltics or the Balkans. They just have that kind of setup to be able to go, right, there's the snap decision. That's Baron. This is the difference between these teams from the majority of the pack. And that's why they are considered so valuable in the grand scheme of everything, as Baron buff does eventually wear it down. But the longer this game goes, the more likely it is For the Win to be able to catch back up. However, Whirlup is 2 levels ahead of this Ornn. And actually in the mid lane, Shaki is 2 levels behind a Hatrix as well. So right now you're looking at 2 level 16 solo laners who are just going to be able to destroy everyone on the side of For the Win, regardless of how tanky they think they are.
Yeah, and I love they're actually setting up for the 1-3-1 because Cassiopeia is also unmatched by his opponent in the mid lane, Taxi, though. So even if you look at that top trade, Renekton goes in, Whirlup goes in for one little basic attack, pops his W, and the Ornn that's supposed to be a tank is already half HP just from those trades, and he might be a bit too far forward here because For the Win can collapse on him.
He's got a slice and dice, so he should be fine, but there's the Ornn horn. He's going to flash away, and that should be Whirlup getting out pretty much scot-free. But now, like you said, the 1-3-1, you've committed 4 people towards this bot side. Now where does the side of Mad Lions look to? They look to the complete opposite and go towards top.
In the end, Hatrix kind of stopped pushing the top lane to see if he could make a play happen in the mid because they had the numbers advantage there. It's a acceptable call. People do this a lot, but it's kind of sad because you have that 1-3-1 and Whirlup just blew his flash to get out of a gank, and you don't really get that much tower pressure out of it. But it's For the Win Esports is just on the back foot. They're not allowed to leave their base. They're gonna have a hard time pushing Vision up to those neutral objectives. And if you look at the spawn timers, Dragon is going to spawn, but more clearly, Baron is going to spawn at almost the same time. And Mad Lions will just set up, play it safe, play it slow, go for that Baron, and then use that to break open the base.
This is very Mad Lions as well. To play it slow, play it clean, don't make any big mistakes, don't overcommit to a particular setup. And that is just very much the style that they've kind of had throughout the year. And that's not really different here. However, I still have a lot of kind of questions about how they're going to come up against the likes of the Fnatic Risings, the BTXLs, these teams that have very clearly shown their dominance in their leagues that, Mad Lions Madrid might not be able to kind of take advantage of throughout, using these very clear macro decisions.
Yeah, in the end, we look at how this game came into the state. And when we see Flash Engage
there
from
we
Almost,
go. Flash Engage comes in. Whirlup's on the backside, though, as well. Owner jumps in onto the back line, trying to just keep everybody away. The Thresh will go down. The Whirlup is trying to keep going on the Jackie. He's actually just not able to go anywhere. It's a shutdown going over to the Orianna. However, Zach does fall down. That is going to be a dragon, but luckily For the Win, it is not soul point just yet. They buy themselves more time. Yes, it's a 2-for-1. It's still very much in favor of Mad Lions, but they're starting to look a little closer in these fights.
Yeah, and I come back to the point I was trying to finish when Prime found a very good Flash Engage there in that team fight. If we look at how we got to this state, it was actually Mad Lions making a split-second decision on instantly going for that Baron and taking it down. It delayed their soul point because at the end of it, For the Win Esports got the dragon out of it, but they should be able to just take this Baron now. The enemy jungler is still dead. You don't really feel that much pressure of someone stealing it, but they
I don't know.
have to be respectful for the bullet time, though. So
yeah, the bullet time, the Orianna Shockwave, like you still have a technical ball delivery system. If you get caught up in that pit, that is exactly where For the Win want you. Joe, Ooh, not quite able to dodge out anything there. And unfortunately for him, he will fall to the poison of the miasma. But they are going to be able to catch out a lot of damage here onto Hatrix. They are not able to get the stretching strikes. Kolob does jump straight in. They're trading 2 for 1. There's a good shockwave, but not good enough. And that's going to be potentially the Dragon, or the Baron, I should say, for the side of Mad Lions. They have the jungler. For the Win do not.
Yeah, and we have to look at towards Whirlip that they're TPing in, making sure that For the Win doesn't feel comfortable engaging on top of the enemy carries, because otherwise Saxi might have been able to reposition for that shockwave. In the end, Flack also almost hits his ulti there on top of those two players from For the Win trying to cat out the fight. It could have went even worse, but in the end, they get away with the Baron. We're approaching a state where the difference in gold doesn't really matter that much, besides of the Renekton that's still so far ahead of the curve. But that Baron buff is just going to unlock this 1-3-1 again. They have very good sideways management. Their sideways are always pushing in, and they can just use this right now to their advantage and try to attack the inhibitors on all 3 fronts.
It's exactly what it looks like they're setting up for right now, taking away as many camps as they can to keep the gold out of the pockets of For the Win. There is going to be a dragon spawning in a bit, so they need to make sure that they are in position for that one as well. But the Baron should be despawned before that even becomes an option. So, Mad Lions, you need to try and break the inhibs here. If you don't, this game could elongate again. You've got the Rabadons now onto the Orianna, the IE, both upgraded from the ornaments. Trucklax still looking to see if he can Bramble Best his way into this game, but the 1-3-1 is very nicely set up here. Actually, they're only going for a 4-1, excuse me, as they're just looking to try and just get as much as they possibly can into this bot and mid lane.
Yeah, I like the adaptation they did. They didn't even set up the 1-3-1 because you have key summoners down on as well as your mid laner. Whirlip doesn't have flash, Koldo doesn't have flash, Hatrick doesn't have flash, Flack doesn't have flash. Basically, the entire Mad lineups doesn't have flash if you don't count Hex flash. So it's better to set up for that 1-4-1, but we see an engage here onto Koldo, and Owner might actually go in here. He's going pretty deep. He's taken down half HP already with just a few attacks, and you see it's very hard for For the Win to actually attack this siege.
Owner has no resistances. He only has straight HP. He hasn't really got anything to kind of help him. You can see with the Warmogs that he prioritized, he's able to get himself back up. Whirlip will get knocked up by the charge from the Orin. So they get themselves a nice little less kits from the Zac, but that is the inhibitor dropping in bot lane. Now the inhibitor in mid lane. It's a slow, methodical move in, move out, turtle in, turtle out from the side of Mad Lions Madrid, and they've already got the top lane prepped and ready to go. So this is looking like it's going to be 3 inhibitor turrets falling. As you can see, the side of Mad Lions just backing away from For the Win, and the bot side, they're just being torn apart. For the Win don't know where to go.
Yeah, it's amazing that you have this beautiful wombo combo setup, but if there's never 5 people to actually engage upon it, it gets really hard, and Mad Lions plays this out beautifully. They just siege every lane. Every time you step forward with too many people on the bot side, they're just going to push your top side in, they're going to push your mid side in. They're looking to take vision control again, possibly go for a reset with all the tower gold they just got now, and then they're just going to fight over this Infernal Soul, and we see Owner here trying to run spoiler, but he only has health, and Varus just goes through you if you only have health, and well, you're not really a tank if you go on the Varus with HP.
You only have HP and nothing else to really go on right there. Hatrick's getting a bit of a chunk there. You can see Shocky, he has the damage. He can do something, but there's just no opportunity for him to do it. Now with no inhibitor turrets, it should be very easy for Mad Lions Madrid to just try and force their way into this mid and bot lane. They're just trying to get all the lanes going at the same time. I've got to say right now that it's got to be last chance saloon here for the side of For the Win. They're just trying to get their Ornn out. He will eventually fall, though, because of the burn from the red buff of the Varus. And that is going to be your tanky Ornn down and out. This is it. You got to make something happen, but I don't think Mad Lions are going to let it happen at all. Flash hook, flash away for Shaki. They're just trying. They're looking. They need something, but I don't think they're going to get it. Mad Lions just picking apart the Portuguese giants in For the Win. And there you can see Jackie just getting jumped on by Whirlo, but now the Nexus is exposed. Buttle Time comes out just to try and delay. Zanya's in. Owner goes into passive. They will take down Whirlo. There's a shutdown. This misfortune is actually rather big. They need to be very, very careful. The FM does end up kind of getting done, but unfortunately for me, I've lagged out. I can't see what's happening.
it's not only unfortunate for you, it's unfortunate for me as well. It's they actually get the Wombo Kondo kind of, but
we come back just in time for the good bit. My little piggy in the Discord showing you exactly how I feel about this. Don't worry, I'm back now. But that was very, very, very valiant from For the Win. But Mad Lions Madrid, props are due. They did what they needed to do. They got exactly the amount of kind of pressure. They got an early lead, and they never let it go.
That's just how you play a clean game. You make one split second decision to go for a Baron, and you use that to such an effect to snowball yourself so far ahead that For the Win Esports is just stuck in their base. They can't really contest anything. And in the end, you see that 1-3-1 being set up. It's a very good call against the Wombo combo because they can try to engage on the bot lane on Renekton and Cassiopeia, but then your top side just takes that tower down. In the end, a very beautiful exploding cask from Gragas got Orin away from the lantern. Then we see a team fight, and suddenly the screen freezes, and in the end, apparently they were so far ahead, they still won that fight and just took down a Nexus.
Obviously, it was against Twitch's terms of use, so we could not show it to you, audience. I'm so sorry, but that is going to be another win for Mad Lions Madrid. For the Win, still looking for that first elusive win. We're going to show it to a break, but when we return, more matches to come. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the EU Masters Cyber Desk. My name is TJ, joined now by Exodus and Penguin.
4 minutes.
Penguin, you're looking... Well, I guess you're named a little bit differently. That's new. We're into a brand new game, a brand new series. It's Raccoon taking on Cyber Gaming. How are you guys doing, first of all? How have the games been treating you?
Quite well, actually. We did see very tense games on the other stream. I don't know how this stream has been going, but it has been
just as close.
Okay, going exceptionally back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we just saw obviously Mad Lions Madrid dropping off as well, and smashing some for the win. Unfortunately, so the Iberia Cup for the moment has been safely in Spain's corner.
You've been going hard all day, Penguin. I was enjoying that series, and you came right off of being on the desk the entire time. I respect your limitless energy. Let's turn our attention towards this series, though, because we do have Cyber Gaming coming into this, and you had some thoughts about their team, Penguin.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate right now. They're on 0-2. They've lost, unfortunately, to the side of Electronic Generation and Intrepid Fox. It's not looked great for them, unfortunately. I had slightly higher hopes for them. But what I will say here is that they have got the potential to bounce back, and this is where they need to start to do it. When you're starting to look at 0-3 or 0-4, that's when you're out of a contention. But now, after 2 games, you need to make a win.
Exodus on the other side. How have Raccoon been doing?
Raccoon have been doing, I want to say, quite all right. The thing is with Raccoon, we have called them, or we have called their group the group of life. With their characteristic play style, I think, and a strong early game they've done well in their region, right now they might have been a little bit more punished on that front. So because not only do they have an aggressive early game, they also want to play for mid 2v2s, and the other teams have kind of caught on that one.
So if mid 2v2s are the focus for Raccoon, Penguin, can you fill us in on what Cyber really want to get things off on the right foot?
In true Hit Point Masters style, Cyber Gaming love chaos. They love, kind of opportunities throughout, kind of, not knowing what they're going to do. That's kind of how a lot of these, I suppose, not in an insulting way, but a lot of these developmental leagues and these developmental teams work, is that you do not expect what they're going to do. Therefore, they can take advantage of your, I suppose, surprise.
And that's fun because it works both ways, and I got this while I was getting to Cast Academy as well. You get these teams that are trying wild things and it's not working and everyone laughs at them. And then you also get that same situation, except it does work. And 2 months later, the LEC and the LCS teams are running it. So it's not just the players that get developed in tournaments like EU Masters, but also the meta.
30 seconds.
Let's wrap things up, though. Exodus, I'm going to go to you first. Give me a hard prediction for the series.
I want to say Raccoon, and I want to say they're going to either win fast or they're going to lose slow.
And Penguin?
I'm going to go Raccoon, but Cyber Gaming have had chances to come back for previously. They went all the way through the gauntlet in the Hit Point Masters and got second, so a little part of me says I won't be surprised if they win.
It's rare today that we have a consensus, even if it is a little bit of a shaky one. So, Raccoon are the slightly favoured team coming out of our desk segment. We're going to take a lightning fast break, get the cast all set up, and come into another game here at the European Masters online broadcast. Don't go far, we'll be right back.
Thank you for joining us once again. My name is Stanley Greyheart Barker. Pleased to be joined by Dida Dino Byens.
That pronunciation was actually on point. It's kind of funny because we just through text chat tried to figure out how you were going to pronounce it, and that was great. I mean, I know a Dutch name is kind of hard for people that speak English, but this mad respect to you, man. Mad respect.
Hey, what can I say? I got it right once, but it's only going to get worse from here on in. Speaking of here on in, the games have been getting better and better throughout the course of today's stream. We are, of course, following the EU Masters play-ins. We are into the 5th game of this stream, and we have got an exciting one coming up.
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I caused the first game of Raccoon against Electronic Generation, and if we look back at the bracket now, Raccoon is already 2-0 up. They're looking to just finish out this first day with a smashing 3-0, and they're up against Cyber Gaming, who is down 0-2, who really needs to win this game to actually have a shot at second place, maybe even first if everything goes really crazy. So it's a very interesting matchup to see to close out this group in day one.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like even on day one, it's already do or die time for Cyber Gaming. They've got to bounce back in a really big way. Going back to that first game that you talked about casting for Raccoon, that was a really long drawn out game, was it not?
That was a very good one to get started on. I mean, my hype levels were already high, but afterwards I was actually shaking because of how back and forth that game was. You had a stylistic matchup where I thought execution would mean that one of the teams would just get so far ahead that they would actually take the game away. But every time they took a finger, the other team just took their hand, and they just kept going back and forth until the end of the game. So I'm excited for more Raccoon games. What can I say?
Yeah, I love watching that one too. Excited to get the opportunity to cast them for the first time. We're going to be bringing you into the Champ Select for this game just as quickly as the players are into it. Looking back throughout Raccoon's performances, is there anything in particular we can already say needs to be banned away?
I mean, Set, but they also banded away themselves. I would say Set and Aatrox are Pascali's two best champions. He almost exclusively plays those two. If you're looking at the bot lane, you could actually try to pinch Rarish's lane because he only plays Varus and Aphelios mostly. But if you look at the ban phase, they banned Set away themselves. They're setting up their mid laner on LeBlanc, and Cole has had an amazing showing on LeBlanc during the regular season in Italy.
We do have a few small issues with the pick and ban. We have some graphics that are slightly bugged at the moment, so I can't tell you exactly what one of those bans is, but we can see the champs that have already been picked up as we go into the second ban phase. One really catching my eye already, that's Senatarm Kench.
I can go in the meantime for an educated guess on that ban because we have had glitches with Renekton and Vladimir, and Kola plays a lot of Vlad. He has a very good Vlad. He can soak a lot of pressure, so I'm going out of the limb here and say it's a Vladimir. If you look towards bottom lane, Senatarm Kench is there to soak pressure, but if someone actually caught the game of Kenty versus Diffuse Kids, what Kenty ended up doing was swapping out of that lane, just putting their bot and their AD carry into the top lane. So I'm interested to see how Raccoon will handle this. I don't think they're going to go for something that crazy, but we're just looking at the next bans here, and Akali and Talia are taken away from the pool.
It feels like it's already quite a tough one to play the Pyke into, but they very much so opted into this one, having already seen the two picks before.
Yeah, and that might actually hint towards leaving the lane behind. Maybe not in the capacity of a lane swap, but definitely a roaming Pyke is something you have to worry about. Definitely if you have a LeBlanc in the mid lane, those two can just take over an early game and take the game by storm. I like the draft from Cyber Gaming, though. They have that Trundle to make sure that even though Ornn is open, he's not that strong, and now they're taking away that Aphelios from the bot lane.
Yep, and the Varus still remaining in terms of Rarish's preferable champions that you were talking about earlier there, Dino. I kind of expect to see that one getting locked in.
Yeah, he should go for the Varus. He doesn't really have that many other options that he's shown on. Yeah, and there we go. They go for that easy Varus pickup. I'm interested to see how Cyber Gaming are going to round out their comp. They have a LeBlanc in the mid lane that they actually need to contest, and then they should draft for themselves a winning top lane, which is kind of hard because Raccoon kept their top counter pick for their carry Pascali until the last pick.
And if you can't necessarily draft a winning top lane, well, take one of the safest, one of the strongest champions that immediately gives you that almost 7,000 gold boost as you get towards level 14. The Ornn locked in for Wondro.
Yeah, and maybe not winning right out of the gate, but we saw in LEC, no, it was actually LCS where Ornn just solo kills someday on his on his gangplank. So it might actually win them the lane, and they're going for a very safe mid laner here, Cassiopeia into LeBlanc. Can use the miasma to actually mess up LeBlanc's day. So I'm interested to see how they're going to navigate this mid 2v2. And then we'll see how Raccoon tries to counter that Ornn in the top.
Let's see what Pascalia's got lined up as the counter pick into this Ornn. Just the final champion to round out these two compositions. We have got quite a match on our hands. Like we say, we're looking towards the left side of our screen. Cyber Gaming is very much on them to make something work, because if they lose this game, they go into day 2 of the EU Masters play-ins already at 0-3, with the Aatrox the final lock-in for Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a counter pick, but it's something Pascali has under control. He basically plays two champions, Set and Aatrox. He goes for the Aatrox here, really putting on his carry pants and saying, okay, Ornn, in the late game, you might upgrade items, but you're never going to get there. We're just going to shut you down in the lane with the Sejuani Aatrox matchup, and then we have this LeBlanc in the mid lane, along with Pyke, just making the total chaos out of the map. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup, to say the least, because Cyber Gaming drafted late game so hard here.
One of the things I really like about Raccoon is that they're very much playing into this idea of the massive chunks of damage that can be done with the extra executes that come in as well. If we end up seeing a lethality Varus, then you've also got LeBlanc in there who can chip, well, not even chip, just explode damage away. You've got Sid going to be playing the Pyke that can come in and absolutely explode people with death from below, and explosions for days if you like the explosions, because Aatrox is there as well, who's going to be able to get all these resets. Talking about this exact thing with, I believe it was Ibris earlier on, and these were the exact 3 champions that he wanted to see paired along with the Varus.
Yeah, and I like your point about the lethality Varus. I almost forgot about the fact that that build could just make this team scale so hard into that early game team fights. Rarish tends to go for late game on his Varus, tends to go the on-hit build, but that would be a very nice adaptation. If you look over at the other side though, Cyber Gaming has a lot of tools to soak pressure, as long as they don't give away too much in the early game. You have Tamkins that can just save a lot of carries. You have Senna that is actually pretty safe, can heal herself, can shield herself, and once you get those Ornn items in, you might actually come back into the game. So this is a very interesting juxtaposition we have here, with one team going hard on the early game and the other one saying, okay, we're just going to soak your pressure in their kind of do or die game, and we're going to win these mid to late game team fights.
So with all of that being said, Dino, what are your thoughts going into this game? Obviously, Raccoon come in with all momentum. Cyber Gaming are a little bit under the hammer. Do you think they can turn things around?
I mean, Raccoon has the momentum, and they show it in the draft as well. They're just going all in. They're just actually picking lanes where they're saying, we're just going to outplay you, because you pick things like a Pyke into a Senatam Kinch, where you're pretty sure you're not going to have krill pressure, but it can get out of the lane and just outplay on the map. So I want to see Raccoon attack everything they can attack in the early game, and I'm going to favor Raccoon just because they've had a good series today. They're showing up on the day, and they have this very aggressive draft that can just take this game by storm.
And touching on Ploxy's Sejuani as well, going to have 2 champions in there who are also going to be able to help Rocking with the passive. Got the Aatrox, got the Pyke in as well. Both going to be those melee champions that certainly help when they're drafted around the Sejuani. I do like what Raccoon drafted. I look at the fact that they've got these wins earlier today. However, I also look back on that first game where it took them so long to close things out. And I think to myself, looking at this comp, if this game goes even close to that long, where they weren't able to finish things last time, then the composition they are playing against is going to be so very much stronger than them if the gold is even slightly close. We are on to the Rift, and we are going to bring you all the action as the teams set themselves up quite defensively to start.
Yeah, and I'm taking my looking glass and I'm looking over to the junglers, because Ploxy really has to take this game on his shoulders and actually make a lot of happen in the early game, which is kind of weird because he favors picks like a Lee Sin and an Echo, these early game junglers that do a lot of damage, and he might actually face check into Wondro there, but they're just gonna say hello and drop the passive.
He knows he's got the support there of Pascalia, and he's going to be absolutely safe enough to make that play, with Sid waiting in the wings as well. Interesting you talk there about the different kinds of champions that Ploxy would like to play. Do you feel like maybe because the way this draft has gone, he felt like he needed something tankier?
Yeah, and the thing is, Cole has been slept on a bit in this lineup. If you look at his stats, he actually, I think, I'm not that sure, but I think he had almost 100% win rate on his LeBlanc, and he puts up very good numbers on it. So it's good to see that Ploxy is is willing to take a step back and let his solo lanes actually do most of the damage and play that more supporting role. It was a very good hover though by Cyber Gaming to make sure that Ploxy doesn't get that ward down, so they don't have that much information of where Trundle will be pathing. Because Pascali likes to play very far forward, this is actually a lane you can attack in the early game if he doesn't have enough information.
We are in patch 10.7, and one of the things that came in this patch and the last one were the changes to Senna in terms of picking up the souls. We are going to see the support item being picked up by the Senna. We are going to be looking at the minions being shared, given over to Tahm Kench in the early game.
Yeah, and it might actually be a very big problem. We also saw that S1D didn't really pick for a lane. This Pyke is not going to make a dent in that Tahm Kench's HP bar normally. And the reason you do this, the reason you give up farm as Senna is because those souls give you gold and they give you stats. So it's basically you're running a net loss compared to the other you carry, but it's fine, it's manageable. And in the meantime, your Tahm Kench just gets to get those tanky items way sooner. And up against a Pyke that wants you to be low HP, that's actually very annoying.
Early on, a lot of pressure being put down by Cyber Gaming in the bottom half of the map, playing this weak side very, very nicely, keeping the Varus down as much as they possibly can. We are seeing Pyke just charging up these bone skewers, but unable to make anything stick, and it's going to be really hard for him, especially in the early game, now that we've got Picturus with Devour.
I think you just caster cursed him a little bit because he actually
Picturus can't devour himself, so
instantly.
he's going to immediately get caught out there. That's my bad. I won't do that again.
No, that's okay, because that's the thing with Senna Tahm Kench. You take those trades, you trade back onto their HP bar. Okay, Pyke can reach in a little bit, but Senna can actually heal Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench has that thick skin to heal himself back up as well. So they're exerting a lot of pressure, which in this 2v2 is to be expected, but the same thing goes for top lane. Pascali really has Aatrox under control, and he can use that to great effect against his Ornn. And I want to see the junglers make some moves. Specifically, I want to see Ploxy maybe unlock this LeBlanc in the mid lane, make sure that LeBlanc can roam around the map, because then it gets really, really horrible for Cyber Gaming to navigate the early game.
We're seeing a complete counter to each other in terms of the top and the bottom half of the map as Ploxy looks towards the other lane in the mid lane, going to be looking forward towards Proko. We're not seeing the bind connecting from Collar, so maybe Ploxy will be able to survive. Gets the miasma down, doesn't even burn the flash, just the cleanse, and picks up first blood with a little help from the turret. The straight out outplay from the Cyber Gaming mid laner.
You hate to see it happen. I mean, I talked up Cole, and we're caster cursing left and right here. I talked up his LeBlanc, and he misses the ethereal change there. And in the end, then they go deep. They almost get it. The cleanse comes out of Procer, but then Ploxy took too much damage there. The last tick of the poison, or one of the last ticks at least, was enough. And now Largin can just use this to actually counter jungle and take away the Gromp. And the early game is actually going, at this moment, in favor of Cyber Gaming.
Yeah, literally a perfect outplay coming out of Procer. Yes, slight misplays coming in from players in Raccoon. However, that is exactly what Cyber Gaming needed in an early game, which we felt that Raccoon were probably going to dominate given the champions that they've brought to the table. The early first blood pre-5 minutes picked up by the Cassiopeia.
Now I'm looking at Raccoon and hope they reset. This happens. It's a close fight. You get both summoners. You can actually look to well, you get one summoner. He didn't even flash. Excuse my French there. But yeah, this happens. But try to reset, and you still have a very strong 5v5 in the early stages of the game. You still can play around this dragon. Try to unlock that as fast as possible for that Dragon Soul win condition. But I really hope for them that they don't just roll over at this point, because they need to make things happen in the early game with this comp.
I'd be very surprised to see any of the teams rolling over here in the EU Masters playing. So much is on the line. The Sejuani there not only defending that control ward against the Tahm Kench, but also now stealing away some of Trundle's jungle in response to what we saw earlier. Trundle's looking for the top play in play, perhaps going to be able to sneak up on the Aatrox. This is going to leave Sejuani, however, with the opportunity to perhaps think about taking the Cloud Dragon.
And maybe Sejuani is looking into that bot lane, but I hope they're just going to go for the Cloud Dragon. And we see a pause come out. We'll wait for production to actually tell us what that's about. But I hope Sejuani goes to the Cloud Dragon there, because ganking a Senna Tahm Kench is really hard, definitely if you're not level 6 yet on that Sejuani. But once they hit level 6, it's kind of manageable, because you have the Varus ult, you have the Sejuani ult. But we'll see what they actually plan to do. Yeah, and we're stuck in a pause, so we're here talking about more about the early game and the drafts we saw.
It's very early days. We've not really had the full opportunity to see exactly what items picked up, but looking at that vampiric scepter, it feels a lot like we are not going to be seeing the lethality virus that we alluded to earlier on, as we are going to get pickups coming in. That gank is happening that you said would be so difficult. It's forced the flash out of the center. Now, will the Tom Kents be able to save himself? He has got the flash available. He uses it. He uses the grey health, but he gets pulled back, and Raresh gets the kill on the virus.
I mean, S1D just comes up clutch there. 2 hooks to set up that gank, and it's hard to pull off. But if you instantly hook the Senna and Tahm Kench needs to use his Devourer to save him, afterwards, they have to burn flashes. And kudos to Petrus to try to soak all that pressure there and save his flash. But at some point, you have to flash maybe a little bit earlier where we see a dive in top lane.
3 summoners were burnt in the bot lane. Now we've got a party on the top side. That's going to be a flash coming out of the Ornn, but it's too late to save his life. 1 for 1 in the top lane as Dragon is picked up by Raccoon in the end.
This must feel so good for Pascali. He gets 3-manned and he just gets the Ornn out of that exchange. So he must be a very happy camper in that top lane. Both top laners use their flashes, so this lane actually becomes attackable for any jungler. And in the meantime, his team picks up Dragon. If we look at the gold, though, it's still an even game. It's still anyone's game to get a lead on. But that first Dragon is going to put a timer on the game. It's also very good that's Cloud Dragon, because that opens up opportunities for more powerful Dragon Souls for the sides of Raccoon, and it's up to Cyber Gaming to actually get some vision around there and maybe be able to contest this, but they still have this weak side bot that has burned both flashes, and the standard lane swap is going to come through to fight over this Rift Herald.
And indeed, if anything, there's now actually a slight gold lead for Cyber Gaming. The team who was not built necessarily for early game is looking stronger right now. Raccoon have got to start taking advantage of some plays. Yes, they picked up that kill in the top lane and they took away a Dragon, but they need to get their foot on the accelerator pedal ASAP.
Yeah, and the accelerator pedal is going to come in once they hit level 6, not only because they have such good teamfight ultis that can control, and LeBlanc also becomes stronger when she gets that ability to mimic her own skills, but also because Pyke is maybe a little bit underplayed at the moment, but his passive, his kill gold sharing on that ulti is still so strong. It can still, after one fight, just give you so much gold, like a Draven on steroids almost, that they can use that to great effect in this game and try to get even more leads afterwards.
Blue buff was stolen away by Ploxy and the rest of the top side crew here. We do see Australia lanes coming in as the weaker side duo are now up in the top side. Herald has been started up. No vision here for the Trundle. Not going to be able to get anywhere near this one. And due to the pressure put down in top lane and in the mid lane, full priority. Herald easily going over to Raccoon.
It kind of snuck by me, so I'm going to check if it snuck by you. But what keystone is Pyke running?
Pyke opted into... Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has Omnistone. They're putting it all on the line here. I mean, Omnistone is this keystone that
I didn't even know that was like. I thought that was like the joke one they put in for April Fools.
No. Because I saw suddenly an icon of Grasp on top of Pyke. I was like, wait, why is that icon there? And then you look, he has Omnistone. He picked up the Electrocute here, and they might go for an aggressive trade with his Rift Herald.
Hasn't got the ult available, so no death from below, but the Herald is going to charge in as a kill comes through. The Dawning Shadow picks up Ploxy.
Yeah, and Ploxy is looking a little bit lost on this Sejuani pick. I already told you he plays his best games on Lee and on Echo, these early game aggressive playstyles that actually dish out a lot of damage. He's trying his best to frontline here, but he's always biting off a little bit more than he can chew around that mid turret, and it's showing. He dies twice in situations where he might not have to die. The first one, I'll give it to him. The second one, where you have Rift already charging the tower, there's really no reason to die. And it's kind of sad because it delays their early game plans a little bit too much. So I hope he can pick it up. Once he hits level 6, I want him to use that ulti maybe on that bot lane that still doesn't have his flash up, to actually get a lead somewhere and use that for another objective.
Yeah, there's only another, I suppose, a minute, maybe less, until those 2 flashes for Senna for Tahm Kench come back up again. So only a narrow window to actually make that gank earlier on pay off for anything more than just the kill that was picked up onto Tahm Kench. It doesn't feel like Raccoon are playing their composition quite thoroughly just yet. Let's see if they can start making some more aggressive plays. Their first set of ultimates went a little bit awry, as we saw the Dawning Shadow coming in from Senna being the real crucial ultimate in the fight. We need to see more.
Yeah, and it's kudos to Cyber Gaming. They play this composition where all they have to do, basically, if you look at it across the board, is they really can't give up that much in the early game. They have to make sure that they play it safe, try to scale into those mid to late game team fights, and they're doing a great job at it. They're not buckling under the pressure. Definitely in the mid lane, Proker is actually putting up some great stats, and we see here an engagement to Wondro.
Getting a little bit forward there, just taking a bit of damage as we see the Abyssal Voyage coming in. That's going to deliver Pitras and Trundle as well straight into the fight. However, they are too late to catch on to anybody. Can they get control of the bottom half of the map? This second dragon is coming online in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it's all about this dragon. We see Pascali in the top lane has his TP up, so he's freed up to actually shove that wave in and try to get as much damage onto that tower as possible, get some plates in himself. And it would be good for Raccoon, for Pascali to actually have a lot of money in the next fight, because maybe he can have the backline access that they need after Tamkinch saves the Senna or the Cassiopeia to dish out so much damage that the Pike can go for his first reset. In the meantime, Raccoon is doing his best to control this dragon and keep that soul, that dream of that dragon soul alive. And it seems like Cyber Gaming is okay with giving this one up, which is a tough call to make, but it's fine. It's only one mountain drake. It's not going to do that much, and you still have the third and the fourth drake to fight over.
And it is going to be Ocean Dragon that's going to be coming around for the soul. So certainly I don't expect Cyber Gaming to give too many more of those dragons away for free, as we see the flash coming out of who is that? That is going to be the Aatrox trying to get to safety. Doing so, having to burn the flash in response to the ultimate coming through from the Ornn. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Dawning Shadow just about keeping Procker alive for a moment, but in the end it is going to be the LeBlanc that picks up a kill, equalizing the kill score, taking a gold lead for Raccoon.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But the third time is actually the charm in that bot lane fight against Proker. This time the Dawning Shadows isn't enough to save him, and he actually goes down. What I really liked about that one exchange where they went for Pascal and he blew his flash, he was still positioning forward as he gets maybe dove on here by the Trundle and the Ornn.
Pillar with the mini knockup. We are going to see the ultimate being issued there by Pascali with the teleport arriving as well. LeBlanc joins the fight. Cola has so much damage. Gonna land those ethereal chains, getting one route. In comes the death from below, and S1D gets his first of the game, managing to get all that extra gold into his teammate's pocket as well. LeBlanc will benefit from the cut purse, as we do see Pitras trying to get as many of these turret plates as we can. And at this point, I'm reminded we're not even at 14 minutes in this game.
Yeah, the Pike just comes in, and they're actually going to TP mid. They're looking for a play. A flash ulti comes out.
Chains of Corruption. We're going to see the Devour coming out of the Tahm Kench. He's pretty tanky, even in these early stages. Pike looking for the bone skill is going to connect onto Senna, who doesn't have a Devour to help out this time, but no more damage coming out of Raccoon.
Yeah, what I was trying to touch on when Raccoon turned up the turbo engine and tried to go on the Senna Tahm Kench is that Pike just went for a beautiful drive-by there. You see Cole TPing in. He was actually low on mana, so I was interested to see what he could do, and he actually dished out so much damage that S1D can just drive by, hit the R button, get the mark pretty much on one row there, and they go down. He gets to share the gold, and we see Cole go for another player on one row.
Somehow just about managing to miss the ethereal mimic chains there. We are going to see the pillar coming up just in time. A traffic cone in the middle of the lane says stop here please, and Cole has to back off.
Yeah, and it comes down to the small executions in games like this. If I think if Kola hit one or two more ethereal chains, and I'm not faulting him in any way for missing them, but just in general, if you look at it, they might have had two more kills. But now we see Ploxy actually invading onto the Trundle and Proker defending this tower. So I don't think they should go for anything too spicy. But hey, it's Raccoon. They might actually just fight them here.
They may well do. You never know quite what to expect. First turret of the game is going to go down in the mid lane. That one picked up all the extra gold going over to the Cyber Gaming team as they find Wondro in their jungle, but as he actually found them, Raresh gets absolutely obliterated. Pike left running for the hills, and with the second Herald having just spawned, that's going to be Raccoon. That's going to be Cyber Gaming with all the advantages they could possibly want.
S1D with the interruption there on that Abyssal Voyage. That was beautiful to see. I mean, Wondro did a TP flank that I don't think anyone saw coming. He TP'd behind them somehow and suddenly was in the enemy jungle with the Call of the Forge God. And this is going to actually give them over the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Pascali is using his pressure. He didn't have TP, couldn't really join the fight to push down towers. So he's trying to do his job, but that was a beautiful roam by Wondro, and that's how you use a TP on that Ornn in the top lane.
looking towards what Aatrox is going to be building, it looks like we're opting not necessarily into the Tritrox, certainly not immediately with the items that we're getting there. So Aatrox not going to have quite the same split pushing pressure as if that Trinity Force had been picked up.
Yeah, it looks like he's wait, S1D is very far forward here. He might actually be caught. No,
Ooh, the route goes just wide. S1D survives.
Yeah, like a thief in the night, he just gets out there. It's things you can do with Pyke. He's very slippery. What I was gonna say is he was picking up a lot of components, and now we see he's gonna go for that Black Cleaver first. Probably next item is gonna be something in the lines of a dead chance. And that makes it so that he can actually 1v1 that Ornn still, even though Ornn is finishing his tank items, which is something that I would opt for as well if I was Pascali, because he's really stuck on the split push duty and needs to put a lot of pressure on the map.
Got to have a little look at items, got to have a little look at which summer spells are up, because at 17 minutes, the third dragon of the game will spawn, and you've got to assume Raccoon are desperately going to be wanting to get this one for themselves. They could escalate this already near 4,000 gold lead if they got themselves one step closer to the soul.
Yeah, they were really hoping for that Infernal Rift, because once you have Infernal Soul with Pyke, it just becomes a very explosive team fight. But the Ocean Soul, in that effect, is quite well. Pascali here is actually going in 1v4.
Pascal is there. Chains of Corruption are issued. We are going to see the root catching down onto multiple members of Cyber Gaming. Raccoon are the ones starting this fight, and they've caught one drought. He uses the stopwatch to keep himself alive, buying time for the rest of his team to arrive. Devour comes just in time to save the Forge God. The Spit Out is there, dodging away from death from below. Rarish is going to get the kill onto the Yawn eventually. However, no resets coming in. Dawning Shadow not enough to save the Trundle, and this is a complete wash as Raccoon look to get themselves yet more kills. They take down the Tarmkench, but Cole hasn't had enough yet. Dashing forward, landing chains, deciding that discretion is the better part of valor, backing away from this one, but Raccoon get 3 kills and they get their third Drake.
It was said in the beginning of the day, I think it was Ibris that said Raccoon doesn't really look to play for the neutral objectives. They look to fight you over it. They look to actually pick the fight. They're fine with you getting the dragons. Here, the same thing happens. They're actually setting up some form of dead bush, and it looks like a very disjointed beginning of the fight. I even called Pascal was kind of going in 1v4. They were happy with the ults that were being thrown, and then they suddenly disengaged, and I was wondering why, but then we saw Wondro in the back being murked by 3 people at the same time, actually going down there. And that looked like a very good team fight. And if they can keep this chaotic style of fighting over neutral objectives up until that next soul, which I'm sure the production team will fix the graphics for us in the top bar, then yeah, they look to take over the mid game and maybe be able to finish this game out once they get a few barons under their belt.
So we have got this 4,000 goldie that's been built up. Raccoon, who needed to take the early game, finally stepped up, making good use of those ultimates that you've talked about so many times, Dino. And now they are just going to try to push this game all the way to its conclusion as quickly as they possibly can. Because the later this game goes, the more we have to look at what Ornn items are being picked up, the more damage that will come out of this center, out of this Cassiopeia, and then it's going to be danger, danger for Raccoon.
Yeah, and S1...
Oh, speaking of danger, that's going to be a Glacial Prison and a Chains of Corruption locking down pretty much everybody. S1D looking for the death from below, but not quite going to be able to connect with it, not picking up any kills, and Cyber Gaming continue their push.
Yeah, I needed to throw that one out to you because I saw a very explosive team fight about to happen. So I know my place. I'm just gonna give it over to the play-by-play because Raccoon just fights everywhere. I was gonna say S1D is very comfortable on this Pyke. You see him hovering in bushes, fishing for those hooks, fishing for those engages, and using his jump to get out safe. And Cole is putting on a show on this LeBlanc. He's playing a show of aggression, basically. He's going in against 3 to 4 members, feeling kind of safe enough to do damage, to be in and out before they can react. In the end, they kill his clone. So, yeah, it's working out. And it just spells to me that Cyber Gaming really needs to try to slow down the pace of this game, because if they keep fighting like this, they're just going to lose that Baron. And once they get Baron, Raccoon might actually be able to siege, and Pascal in the top lane might actually take your entire inhibitor before you can react.
20 minutes on the clock. The big purple worm has joined the playground that we call Summoner's Rift. That will be one of the next big parts of contention. Ploxy looking for yet another pick, and is going to get face checked by a Trundle. The pull is there from S1D. Flash away from Trundle, able to survive for now. No, not able to survive because Pyke gets the kill. How?
I'm
assuming
sure.
Ignite burnt him down after some more damage was put down by the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think Ignite's on cooldown. We see LeBlanc there. I think Cole was just lurking in the shadows of his own jungle to just pick him off. And yeah, they're actually using this Pyke pick very well. I'm kind of impressed by S1D. I did some scouting on him, and I saw he played a lot of Thresh and Leo, Nautilus, those engaged supports.
Here we go again.
I only saw one Pyke game, but they're going again.
Chains of Corruption going to land onto the Tahm Kench yet again. So much damage. It doesn't matter if you've got grey health, if you've got a Pyke with death from below, just negating all of those shields. Meanwhile, the Black Rose Assassin down in the bottom lane, continuing the split push. Aatrox continuing the push in the top lane. And right now, Cyber Gaming are having to deal with a war on so many fronts.
Yeah, and Pyke is showing up here big in this game. They're looking for picks around this Pyke, and they're using the Pyke as well as the LeBlanc to just dish out enough damage to actually interrupt players that are trying to face check, trying to get control back over their own jungle. And in the meantime, Pascal is just forcing this Ornn to never be in a team fight because he's just putting so much pressure on that top lane. And I'm interested to see how Cyber Gaming are going to try to get control back over that bottom jungle, because Drake is about to spawn, Baron is up. Raccoon has some interesting game decisions to make here. Do we go for the soul, or if they go for the soul, do we just go for that Baron and use that to split push? So I'm interested to see where this game goes in the next couple of minutes.
It's going to be tough for Cyber Gaming, especially as we look at them having one less teleport than Raccoon. Crucially, Cole opting into the teleport in mid lane, which does mean that all this split push pressure, it's so much harder for Cyber Gaming to have to deal with it, especially when the crucial objectives come onto the Rift. The Baron, as we said, already there. The fourth dragon of the game, potentially soul for Raccoon, spawning in about 40 seconds time. And right now, I can't see anybody but Raccoon getting it. But we have seen many, many dragon steals in the EU Masters play-ins today. Will we see yet more?
I love S1D. They're waiting for his Hex Flash on cooldown, but he might actually get picked off here by Proker, who decides not to take the fight because, yeah, backup was coming out. I love S1D using his Hex Flash to get over that wall and actually clear out the vision to make it even worse for Cyber Gaming to face check, and they're actually going to look for a fight here, I must think.
Oh, look where the LeBlanc is waiting. Teleport coming in. Ornn is going to be joining the fight. Aatrox as well. This is the first full 5v5. We are going to get to see who is going to come out on top. Remember, 6,000 gold lead coming in for Raccoon. Cyber Gaming do not have their hands on the Ornn items just yet. They've started up their dragon. They're trying to deny this one from Raccoon, but the chains of corruption is going to spread and catch on to so many people. Call of the Forge God not going to land any knockups. S1D dashing himself to safety, not getting caught out. Ploxy so tanky. Here comes the Trundle trying to steal away some of those stats, and that's going to be Cole just dashing in and obliterating the center with the ADC gone. The support follows shortly after. Tahm Kench dies too, and here go the rest of the team. Cyber Gaming for one by one. Another kill for Cole, who is on an absolute rampage. The LeBlanc on a tear in this game. It is going to be the final kill surely coming in as Proker is just completely caught. He gets one in return, getting the shutdown, but then he dies himself in return. Soul goes over, as does the ace to Raccoon.
I mean, you can summarize this game as Pyke goes down and gives 800 gold over to the mid laner. This Pyke, it was so good to see S1D actually tried to get a prediction hook off there and hooked over the wall, attempting to get Senna if Senna flashed away from the hook, which was a really nice play to go for. It didn't pan out in the end. And then you saw Cole just waiting in the wings, waiting for that Senna to step a little bit far forward, and Tahm Kench didn't even get time to devour Senna. Senna was just gone in the blink of an eye.
So many times we talk about players being a jack of all trades, master of none, but Cole on this LeBlanc has been a master of all the trades. The assassinations have been there. The split push has been massive too. We've just seen him taking an inhibitor turret. The Baron was not able to be started up on the back of that play as all the resets come in. Raccoon go back and they buy themselves some items. We've got that completed Magi's now for the LeBlanc, who has got 10 stacks on top of the Sork boots and the Phoenix Codex as well, just added to the inventory. So scary, this 406 LeBlanc. Meanwhile, the Rage Blade completed for the Varus alongside the Blade of the Rude King.
Yeah, Raccoon is making the judgment call with their soul, with the game state that it's not going to last that long because Cole just goes to back. He has 10 stacks on his beautiful ring, and he's like, this ring should be a book right now. I'm just going to take this book. I'm going to get 1 or 2 kills next fight, and I'm just going to become stronger and stronger. And it's up to Cyber Gaming to actually try to contest this Baron, but it's so hard because even the shortest of trade, they might win. If Raccoon gets to reset, they have that Ocean Soul to actually heal up after the fight. So Raccoon is just going to split the map, and it's up to Cyber Gaming to actually try to figure out an answer, which myself, I don't really see at this point.
It's completely fair to say as Cole now steps towards the inhibitor, and there's no one even close to respond to this one. We see that Wanderer has actually got the unsealed spellbook, so it doesn't even have the teleport available to him at this exact moment. LeBlanc is just going to push onto the inhibitor turret, and that's going to lead to Wanderer starting up the fight. We're going to see Chains of Corruption being issued, trying to save the Varus with the Dawning Shadow coming through. Stopwatch used by Raresh. Is it going to be enough to save his life? No, it is not. Trundle takes one big chomp and steals all the health from the Varus. However, LeBlanc is pushing now onto the Nexus turrets with the inhibitor already taken. One Nexus turret surely about to fall. Aatrox is taking pressure in the top lane. What's going on? The base could be gone, Raccoon. You've got to get somebody back. Realizing that S1D, trying to stop the recalls, doing everything he can, taking Senna so very low. Another Bones Kill could be enough. The Flash not going to connect. That's going to be a little bit of healing coming in from the Piercing Light, but the fight is being won now by, well, it's not really won by anyone, but it's being delayed by Raccoon, who were just buying LeBlanc time. Ornn did get back in time to save the second Nexus turret, but not the first. That is gone forever.
Yeah, and they almost even clutch out that fight once Ornn backs, and they're just trying to stop recalls. They're up against the deficit because they're fighting 3v4, and now they're just gonna have this prio on that Baron that surely should go over to them once Raresh joins, and Pi can just play spoiler in that bottom side jungle. And it was kind of harsh to see Raresh die there, because he was so close to actually walking out of that Call of the Forge Gold that S1D might actually be too far forward here, but he uses his Hex Flash. Is it enough to escape though? He's just trying to play spoiler because they're doing the Baron.
He flashes, he dashes, might give his life in the end over to Leon, but in the time that's happened, the Baron has almost been secured. Raresh getting through the health bar so quickly. It's going to be pretty close, but the Cyber Gaming are not going to arrive in time. The question is, can they get Raresh again? Glacial Prison going to land onto Pitras and going to throw out the Tongue Lash, but it's not enough to take away any more of the Baron buffs. Only one dies, and Raccoon get 4 Baron buffs. Meanwhile, Cole continues to split push pressure, just getting himself more and more farm, more and more damage onto these objectives.
We pegged Raccoon as this team that just fights over everything and is more than the sum of its numbers. But in the meantime, I'm casting their second game, and somehow they always have the perfect inhibitor down to go for the next objective. They get this bot inhib so they can actually go for that Baron. And I must say, kudos to Ploxy to use his ulti there to save Raresh, because it would be really sad if he went down a second time. And they get away with the Baron. They must feel very great about this. They can now just put a lot of people in the mid lane, put someone in the top lane, and try to siege this out. Maybe even let LeBlanc go to that bot lane, because LeBlanc is so mobile, and using that Baron buff to push in the super minions is going to do so much for them on this map.
11,000 is the gold lead for Raccoon. They've got that Baron buff on 4 members as they look to try and get themselves more inhibitors. The question is, will these Ornn items that are starting to come through now be of a great benefit? We just saw LeBlanc absolutely obliterate Senna in the base. Wanderer tries to start up a fight, but he's not got the support of his team, and LeBlanc is just going to be able to straight out end the game if able to get the kill onto Procker. Procker does have the cleanse available, and here comes Wanderer trying to help out the team. Cole dashing forward, dashing back. So much damage onto the Trundle, obliterating the Troll just like that, dashing to safety. The rest of Raccoon have arrived as they look to close out this game. Chains of Corruption gonna land onto the Ornn. His health bar is eviscerated. The Pike getting yet another kill, getting the reset. That's going to be one for Pascali, only his second of the game, but a stunning performance on the Aatrox. And it's going to be Raccoon going 3-0 in this group. Cyber Gaming, they drop to 0-3 as the Dawning Shadow is the final attempt coming out of the Cyber Gaming to save this game. It's not going to happen. That's the win. That's your lot. Raccoon 3-0. They're looking like favourites here in the play-ins.
And that's how you put your foot down in the first day. You draft an early game comp. It might not turn out as early game as you would have wanted to see it, but then you turn it up in a few fights and you just outplay them in certain team fights, make it chaotic, make it so they can't play front to back, and in the end they just close it out very cleanly. They have the Dragon Soul, they have the Baron, they have a bot inhib, and yeah, Raccoon is looking like the team to beat in this group, and who would have thought that when you saw the group in the beginning? I mean, Raccoon being on top 3-0 is actually quite a surprise.
Yeah, it is a real surprise. Perhaps not to Raccoon, though. They've come in with confidence and they have set their flag out. They are looking exceptionally like they are going to be making it into the knockout phase, perhaps even as seed 1 to try and face off against one of those second seeds. Meanwhile, however, we still have one more game that we're going to be featuring on this particular stream tonight. That's going to be coming to you after a short break.
It's just started raining where I am in San Francisco, California, but it's mid-evening in the European Masters, home region where we are closing out our day of games. My name is still TJ, joined by Dino and Trouble, and the only thing that has been pouring down on our stream viewers has been great League of Legends. We have one final game here on the B stream today. It is going to be Pig Sports against We Love Gaming. Trouble, I was kind of trying to get a handle on my prep for this match, and I was having the most trouble figuring out what was going on with the roles on Pig Sports. Who's playing where?
Oh, you mean because maybe they've shuffled around players like a million times around a million different roles? Okay, let's take it from the beginning. All right, it was a very nice day. Magician back then was Fritches, and he was playing jungle. Twist was the mid laner, and then after last season, they were like, "Fine, let's move these two guys all the way one place down." Fritches renames to Magician, moves into mid lane. Twist remains Twist, and also moves to ADC. They bring in a new jungler and they get rid of their old ADC. Now, all that was just the regular season of Season 4 in the Baltics. And they were doing great. They only lost to Kenty, which we thought were the absolute favorites. Playoffs comes, final
So
comes,
they didn't need to make any
Kenty.
changes. They didn't even lose,
They
so
didn't.
they didn't make
No.
any changes. They were great.
Not until the finals versus Kenty. They
Oh.
take out their jungler and they move their ADC into the jungle position, bringing back their old ADC. Now, this won't make it much sense to you, but it makes sense to me knowing a little bit on the inside. Twist was basically the shot caller for the team. He was calling everything. And having the shot caller being the ADC can kind of get really rough, trying to sort of shot call both your laning phase and also the entire map. So moving him into jungle, it was much easier for him to see the entire map and also shot call for it. And of course, bringing in Clydex, their ex-ADC, who already had great synergy with their current support, was actually a recipe for success, and it showed in the finals,
Okay.
beating Candy 3-1. So
Hey,
I hope
if it
everyone was
worked
able
for
to
them,
keep
I
up.
believe it. We're running very short on time. Very quickly, Dino, what's exciting about We Love Gaming?
What's exciting is they almost did the same, just not as crazy, and they brought in double aim just for the playoffs, and they swapped back to their sub in the mid lane for Paris. So I want to see how that 2v2 matches up against the 2v2 that was the old 2v2 that is the new 2v2 for Pig Sports.
True.
Okay, can I get a lasting prediction from both of you, Trouble?
I think these two teams are matching very, very well together. They're so close, and I kind of have them as the same team. So it's all about the solo laners. It's Paris versus Magician versus double aim versus oh my god, I forgot the new
It's all
jungle
right.
they brought.
Nobody, they can't even keep
Versus
track of which
Twist.
players
There
go to
we
which
go.
roles.
It's my
So it is
region and I
fine.
forgot.
And on the opposite side, Dino, who do you have coming out on top?
I have to give it to Double G Gaming, but I want to see Pig Sports actually pick it up because that will make the group so much more interesting. So my heart says Pig Sports.
As of right now, these are the
Same.
bottom two teams in the group. Pig Sports have not won a game yet. WG are 1-1. We're going to do a quick break. As per normal, we'll come right back with the game. Don't go far. The European Masters online broadcast will be right back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final game of the day. I'm Penguin. I'm joined again by Troubling. 2 casts in a day. We're on a roll. It's going to be insane.
It's the ultimate duo cast. What can I say? I can't say no to that.
I know, right? You can't say no to a good deal. But we are going to be bringing you We Love Gaming versus Pig Sports. And this one, it has a little bit more spice to it than we thought we were going to have later in the day, because We Love Gaming, they took down Kick Neosurf from Poland. They are the kind of the big upset of the day.
Yep, and actually Esports lost to them, so they're currently sitting on a 0-2, whilst We Love Gaming are sitting on a very comfortable 1-1. So do they beat Esports? They actually have huge chances of making it out of this group.
And that's the thing, we actually just saw as well that Sector 1, who had beaten We Love Gaming, had lost to Neosurf. So it's kind of, we're going to have a very congested Group D. Yeah, we're going to have a very contested Group D, I imagine, towards tomorrow, end of tomorrow. But obviously for today, Esports, they've got to come back now. This is the moment when they really got to go for it, because it's not looking great for them so far.
No, it hasn't been. I haven't seen Magician building his favorite item, Magi's, means he's lacking confidence. We need him back on track. That Magi's needs to get in that inventory, needs to reach 25 stacks. That's the only way We Love Gaming is going to go down. Of course, these two teams are very similar in my book. It's kind of like whichever mid-jungle duo wins will be the winning team as well.
Yeah, and exactly kind of how we saw them throughout the day, just kind of playing, is that for the side of We Love Gaming versus Kick Neosurf, exactly what you said, the mid-jungle kind of synergy just worked out fantastically. They were able to snowball, to push in from there and move around the map a lot quicker, whereas Esports, it just hasn't come together. But it is not 100% over for them yet, because of the way the groups are. You've got Kick Neosurf on 2-1 alongside Sector 1. They're both on 2-1. But if they can get a win here, they can tie up We Love Gaming both on 1-2 and keep their playoff hopes alive.
I don't know how many hopes Esports has, been already 0-2. But what they can do here, even if they don't have any hopes of getting in, they can pretty much ruin We Love Gaming's chances of going forward and, of course, grab a win for themselves. Because it's one thing getting to groups and going 0-3 like Ensure did in the previous year in EU Masters from the Baltics. And it's another thing going 0-3 in the play-ins and not even getting to groups. So definitely Esports want to come here and show a really good face. It's first seed from Greece versus first seed from the Baltics.
Yeah, and you know these teams very, very well. These are two of your kind of teams that you would have, without even looking at EU Masters, you just have a lot of information. I'm used to coach We Love Gaming.
I used to, last year.
I do my research. I know what's up, okay? I know what's happening. So tell me, like, We Love Gaming, obviously the Greek scene is a very passionate one, I've noticed throughout the years. And they might not be the most successful, but they have got, kind of glimmers of hope every now and again. Do you think that this is kind of the first time they can really have a proper hope in this competition?
I actually had the same feeling when they went into EU Masters last year. And I do have that inkling again. I'm like, God, if it all gels together, if they can all keep their cool, because, the Balkans have a little bit more fire burning in their veins. Sometimes all this comes out during the game. Not the best, of course, at times, but at least the drive is still there. The passion is still there, and it's showing through. And I think that this lineup definitely has what it takes.
We'll have to see if they do have what it takes to kind of keep pushing towards that main stage event. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to picks and bans for the final time today until tomorrow. But we'll see exactly how we're going to look here as we see the Urgot and the Thresh banned away.
I've written down Urgot, Syndra, and Zoe to be banned away from the side of We Love Gaming. And from the other side, for Esports, I do have Thresh, a Set, and maybe a Senna as well.
Okay, well, we do see a slight glitch there. So that could be a Vladimir, could be a Renekton, it could be a lot of different things. Of course, our production is trying their very best to keep us informed on absolutely everything.
That'd be a Renekton.
You are 2 out of 3 correct, and is the final ban going to be Syndra? See if you're Mystic Meg coming out here with the predictions in the bans. And I still think that you probably are 100% right, purely because that Syndra is just so powerful. I don't think you can let it in, and We Love Gaming agree with you.
And it's also the fact that Magician is just so darn good at playing the Zoe, at playing the Syndra. There's just no way you're countering him. A little bit skeptical about the Zoe because Paris does play a very mean LeBlanc that you can counter the Zoe with, as well as a Vladimir. But of course, we talked a little bit about it in the pre-show. If you give Godox, Urgot, or Set, he's going to carry you to victory. It's all about the solo lanes, so it's going to get locked in. I think it's a great pick for the side of Pig.
Yeah, they got this one's the set. We talked about it in our last cast as well. Very good engage, very good at just kind of keeping you on your toes and doing exactly what you want them to do, as well as just being generally quite tanky. But the Vara is going to be picked up here for the side of We Love Gaming. What else do they want to pair that? Do they pick up their support right now, or do they look towards the jungle?
I mean, you have so many picks about support. I think you would be able to prioritize a jungle. Jarvan is something we've seen succeed a lot lately, and he hasn't been picked yet. It's something that I would potentially see teams first picking, but I think Set is maybe an even better pick. If you're not going to rely that much on your jungler and you're relying solely on the solo lanes, you're going to have really great and strong solo laners, and then you get the jungle as a second fate. At least, though.
Yeah.
Okay. It shows me a lot of early game aggression that wants to come out.
I was going to say, I look at these two picks, and the first thing I think is like level 3, we're going to see some action in bot lane, or potentially if they go for a Renekton, which I think is already banned, so they mightn't go with that, but if they get an early game top laner, they could look for something top to try and keep the set down. And you were talking about the Jarvan, that gets picked up for Pig Sports, alongside the Kalista as their third pick in this rotation.
I have not seen Clydex play the Kalista at all, but it is a very hot pick right now. You could also see the flex where Kalista goes up top to Godex, and then the set moves also into the mid lane. But a pick that goes through to Paris' hands is Cassiopeia, and that is so darn dangerous versus a Jarvan and a Kalista. You immobilize them, you can actually kill them right on the spot.
Yeah, you can put that in miasma, stop them from moving anywhere. You get so much control over the team fights. Paris as well, just someone who's always been around for such a long time, has been bouncing around the leagues and has always been known as a Cassiopeia player. So I'm very, very excited to see how he'll work with this one. And because they were able to pick it up last, they can now focus those bans towards that mid lane, making sure that Paris has a good time.
It is so unfortunate because it's Magician, the one that you want to focus on, but then going for the second rotation, making sure that you can ban out things that maybe counter him, doesn't necessarily ensure him to get a really strong pick. Now, one thing that he's consistently played really well throughout the Baltics is that Twisted Fate that can affect other lanes on the map as well very easily with that global ultimate, and it could potentially be one of his picks.
Yeah, let's see now the Tarek, the Orianna going to be banned out here from We Love Gaming, the Nautilus. So we're seeing kind of split bans for We Love Gaming. Do they double down, though, on the side of Pig Sports to really kind of keep that Kalista in a good shotgun moment? We'll see now very, very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they see the Braum, and I was just as I said it, they actually lock it in, and that's going to be the Braum banned away. They now have first pick on who they want to kind of go for towards now if they want to pick up a support.
You most likely will have to lock in the Tam Kenshie to try and keep the Varus alive, one, and deny it from the Kalista, two. But what I'm seeing here, Basilisk has previously played against Kick, that Maokai, which also works really great with the Kalista. You've got the lockdown, you've got the poke in lane, and that is a very beefy Scion, okay.
That is a big boy in the top lane, and I don't have a great... tanks don't generally have a great time against Set, but I don't think this is for the lane matchup. I think they very much...
anyone does.
No, I don't think anyone does in general, but I do think this is very much like we're going to give up top lane, we're going to give up kind of focusing on that, and look, as you just said, towards the mid and bottom half of the map. But the Swain lock, that's a Swain support. That's 100% a Swain support. Calling it right now. I'm calling it. I guarantee you. Tam Kent's locked in now. Where do you think it's going?
I've never seen Basilisk play that. I'm thinking it is going to be a Set bot lane and maybe a Swain top.
Maybe.
I know that Godex wants to play on the strong side and doesn't want to play weak top, so he would potentially go for the Set, but Basilisk on the Swain just doesn't click with me for some reason, because he's just so strong at making these engages happen with types like a Braum, a Leona, and Nautilus, things that have been banned out, and now locking in the Kalista, I'm like, you could have potentially taken the Tamkins on your own side, or Leona for hard engages.
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we are going to wait to see when we go into game, onto the Rift, and we'll know exactly where everyone is playing. But I've seen Zwaait support. Now, I'm hoping I'm not just wasting my breath because I have played against it so damn much. I've talked to a lot of people about it. It's a very, very volatile lane. But if you can get ahead, your tank stats, you're just unkillable in terms of the amount of regen once you hit level 6. It's very obnoxious and almost oppressive to deal against. So it would make sense if they wanted to try and just snowball bot lane against this Varus Tahm Kench, which is hard to say the least. It could work.
Okay, so I have a theory right here.
Okay.
Technically, the Varus Tahm Kench should have prior in lane due to all the AoE spells from the Varus. Now, if you want to punish that with Kalista and Zwaait and pressure that lane yourself, there is an Elise, and you're playing a very extremely immobile champion in the likes of Zwaait. And if you do get punished early, I think he kind of rents himself useless in the mid game, because let's face it, he's not necessarily a tank, he's not necessarily a high impact damage mage, he's sort of in between, offering a little bit of nuisance in the lane, little bit of fake CC, and kind of a bit of survivability. So yes, he's obnoxious to deal with, but if punished early, then I think he's a non-factor in the game.
I think this could go either way. I think it literally could go in the sense of that if the side of Pig Sports are able to punish this bot lane, or even this kind of, this Tahm Kench pick, because I look at the side of We Love Gaming, they don't have a lot of escapes. They've got a repel and then a Tahm Kench who can only eat one person. So if you're able to kind of grab somebody with that Zwaait, pull them back, or any kind of CC and pull them back, you can get them closer to your team and really lay down the herd. I'm very, very excited to see how this plans out for both these teams, because this does look like Pig Sports. It looks like their trump card. It looks like the thing they said they wouldn't play until they had no other choice. And right now, if you're on the cusp of 0-3, you got to do what you got to do.
I mean, again, if you have no other choice, you're just going to pull out everything you have, like you said. I've never personally seen the Zwaait. Obviously, Pig Sports is a team that we're very used to them pulling out things that are very weird and not that meta right now. Zwaait being one of them. I agree with you, and I do like the fact that there's this Sion beefy frontline where Set can just take him and throw him back at his own team where everyone is immobile, and either everyone's going to have to flash out the way or eat the splash damage.
I don't know about you, Trouble, but my screen is incredibly pixelated, but hopefully that will be sorted out very, very soon, or maybe it's just my connection. I can still make out relatively most of the things, so thankfully I'm the play-by-play and not the color, because I could not read out any of those numbers to you if I'm being totally honest.
And looking at another stream, so I can read everything.
You can read absolutely everything. You're set up. You're so prepared. But it is the Zwaait support. It is, as we said, the setup on the top side, Zwaait in the bot lane. I am so curious to see how Pig are really going to make this work, if they can make it work. Because like you said, if the Zwaait doesn't get ahead, if he falls behind, he's in a lot of trouble in that lane. And the Kalista is just lives and dies by the sword. She has to get ahead. Otherwise, this Varus and Tahm Kench are just going to own her.
Also, it's kind of like a little bit counterproductive, because usually when the Zwaait will ult, he wants to stay the entire duration there and then pop the ult onto the entire team. If you're just about to die in your ult, Kalista will have to pull you back, meaning that all of these damage and the HP regen from the ultimate is going to be lost. This is why I want to see basically the timings between the Kalista pullback to save the Zwaait and the Zwaait ultimate popping in. Bodox right here is just going to completely disregard all of the CS just to get a couple of punches onto Icebreaker, just to show him who's boss from the start.
Yeah, and Set is the boss. That is literally his title. So you can see it there, pushing in, making sure that they're having as much of a free reign in that top side as possible. Sion will become an unkillable demon in the late game, but you got to get there first. So see what this Set can actually do. And Magician,
no.
He's getting chased down. The heal comes out. They do not have enough mana, though, onto Paris's Cassiopeia, which means he cannot get the last Twin Fangs to take the kill.
You can see how proficient this guy is onto the Cassiopeia, because the Q that he threw was exactly where he thought Magician was just about to flash, and had that hit, then you can flash immediately and E on him. But Paris?
Good flash, not able to get into anything there. There's the flash cocoon, nicely done. Oh, the satchel charge actually knocks him back into the Jarvan, and that means we're going to see summoners down in that mid lane and jungle. As both sides looking to try and get an early advantage.
Yeah, and it's kind of like punches all over the map. It's like both solo laners trying to assert dominance in their respective lanes, exactly how we thought this was going to pan out. And this is how it's going. Now, obviously, both Godox and Magician, they are extremely low in HP, and that Elise from Double Aim is roaming around the top side of the map, something they have to be very, very cautious about, which is something that Pig's bot side is keeping in mind. This is why they're all the way pushed underneath Will of Gaming's tower.
Trying to keep that pressure down. As I said, there's the Zwaait just using his obnoxiousness to keep that Varus very much in check, not making sure he's not able to have anything. But you can see in this top side, the Elise roaming up. She's going to go for a little bit of a dive. You can tell that Elise is just one of the best in the game at resetting that aggro with the repel. Minions crash in. They're going to go for it. There's the Let's Kiss. They're actually getting a lot of damage down. And this is going to be a huge amount. Oh, he messes it up. He didn't get the flash in proper place. He still picks up the first blood. But the flash in from Icebreaker is not enough. And that is going to be Godox ending up with so much in his back pocket. That is just a complete failure from We Love Gaming.
And in the Baltics, we call Godox God, because he's so good playing the air god. Guess what? It's not the only champion that he's so good at. He baits the top lane and jungle of Willow Gaming into diving him. And even though he does mess up the true damage, he tries to flash and pre-aim that true damage onto double aim. It doesn't work out, but guess what? This is a set. It's not that easy to get him down.
This set is and you can see why so many teams throughout the world, from Korea, China, Europe, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, they just have to put so much emphasis on this pick because he is just so damn good. But I think he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew right here. As I say that, he has a red buff and he is starting to heal up quite a bit with those Conqueror stacks. But Icebreaker says no to you, my friend, and will be able to pick up that return kill. So We Love Gaming able to bring back that deficit into an even game.
That was a little bit too greedy right there from Godox, because sure, even though he does manage to get the buffs off of double aim, he tries to stay a little bit too long to try and push the wave and gets instantly punished by Icebreaker. And guess what? Double aim is back up there to punish.
Yeah, they have got the ultimate there from Icebreaker as well, so they will get the knock up as they go in, but that's a big haymaker to try and get the kill. They will end up trading, I think, just about as they pick up a 1-for-1, but the zombie is whacking at the door of your face, and that is going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of We Love Gaming.
Again, so darn greedy from Godox. You have to respect the fact that We Love Gaming, they picked on the first rotation that Elise blindly for a reason. Double Aim is so good at playing that aggressive game. He knows where the summoners are missing, and he's going to come back up there and punish. And Godox was disrespectful to Icebreaker and disrespectful to where the jungler from Will of Gaming was. And guess what? He's gotten punished twice back-to-back.
Back-to-back punishes, and Icebreaker able to pick up 2 of those kills as well. Means that he is just in a very nice position. Actually 10 CS ahead with that Bramble Vest and the Bambi Cinder. So he is just in such a strong position to be able to even contest this guy in the early game. And for Pig Sports, this is not what you want to be seeing. They need to find a way to stem the bleeding, to stop this massive amount of gold going into this incredibly tanky Scion.
Yep. And usually the reply to that would be a Blade of the Ruin King. We see it a lot coming in from sets. The attack speed helps a lot with the double punch, and also you can wreck all these HP bars from the really beefy tanks as Scions, Maokais, and so on in the top lane. But right now, set falling behind, the Bramble Vest being already locked in, means that the Scion puts out a lot more damage to Godox from his own auto attacks. So this is going to hurt a lot, getting that set further ahead, and Pig might have to try and look into another lane. For example, this bot has been doing great. They've been zoning away. Hungry Panda and Bananito, possibly Twist, has to pay attention down there.
Need to be very, very careful. Level 6 has been hit there by the Callista, so they have got the Fate's Call available.
Throw him in!
Don't know if it works quite that much if the Varus does hit his Chains of Corruption as well, but big fight possibly coming in around this dragon if they want to go for it. You can see pings from Pigsports already looking to try and set something up.
You can tell that both of these teams want to play extremely passive because Magician isn't going GLP, he's not going Luden Seeker, he's going straight for that Seraphs because he's already purchased the T. Godax, yet again disrespectful, and look who's there.
I don't think he can even get the damage down just with the anti-healing and everything. And yes, the Elise is here to pick up the kill, but I don't even think it was needed. Great play from We Love Gaming and just pure disrespect from Godux.
Yep, especially when you don't have your summoners available to you, especially when you don't have the teleport, you're already behind in CS, behind in experience, and now it's going to be so much harder for your own team to deal with that Scion. You should be the one on the sideline creating nuisance for that Scion. You should be the one stopping the Scion from getting into the team fight because she has to fight you on the sideline or you're going to be taking a tower. And right at this point, it is Godex getting bullied out of a lane that he should have had won by his own doing. He was the one that fended them off, 1v2 underneath his tower, and then he took all of that and threw it away.
Yeah, went from 2-1 to 1-2, or 1-3. Sorry, excuse me, 1-2 to 1-3 very, very quickly. No teleport either. Has flash now, but so does Icebreaker. Is building towards that Bilgewater Cutlass as well, so he might have a little bit of survivability. But Sion is king of half items as he picks himself up a Jerome's Fist to get himself even more HP in these skirmishes.
I think Sion is the god of no items as well. His base stats are crazy. His shield is insane to fend off the damage. I really do like the pick coming in here from Icebreaker. We do know, of course, that with the Sunfire Cape damage being buffed, that is a lot of magic damage that's going to be going popped on back onto Godex. And of course, Bramblevest also does magic damage with the auto attacks from Godex. So how do you fend off that Scion? Because he's going to be doing more magic damage than Cassiopeia is at this point in time.
Yeah, we'll see how they kind of go for it. It's not all doom and gloom for the side of Pigsports. They did pick themselves up a Mountain Drake, of course, traded for a...
He's up there again. Uh-oh.
He is. I see him. He's waiting, trying to see if he can go for something. The dive is potentially there. They have got the Rift Herald as well to take the tower straight off the bat. And you can see that's exactly what they want to go for. But this time, the Jarvan is here, so the dive might not be available for them just yet. Cocoon lands. They go in. There's the Cataclysm down onto Icebreaker. He's forced to flash away. They have got a lot of damage. The Mega Inferno Bomb coming in over here as well. But the Repel goes up. Spider comes down. The turret will just about stay alive as they jump in, flash away from the Jarvan. They will eventually take down this turret, but here comes the Cassio. The Jarvan cannot stay away. Callista dies on the bot side. Varus is traded as well. As we keep going into this top side, it is going to be the set dropping overall. It ends up being a pretty much global play from We Love Gaming as they look to try and keep putting down the pressure.
And they're doing so great at it right now. Paris abandons the wave in the mid lane to go and assist his top side. What a great stuff coming out from Double Aim and Icebreaker. We said it's all about the solo lanes. Godax made it. Godax broke it by disrespecting the top and jungle of We Love Gaming. Magician way too late to the play. Bot lane dies as well. Pigsports are looking like they've lost control of the entire map in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, 3,000 gold now in favor of the side of We Love Gaming. They've got themselves a lot of pressure around the map. Yes, you did pick up a kill on the bot side, but it was traded back almost instantly. So, you know, if we had a replay, I'm sure we could see exactly what that was about. But overall, if you're We Love Gaming, if you're a Greek League of Legends fan, you're exceptionally happy with this situation.
And the thing is, this is a rule of thumb for solo queue as well. You never camp a lane that's been hard losing, even if that guy in the lane is set and he's very strong. Godax yet again in trouble.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do anything here. We'll get the Haymaker out and try and keep himself alive, trying to just run away, but he is being chased down, cut down by this Scion. No unstoppable onslaught available, but I don't think he actually needs it right now. He's just pushing him and pushing him and pushing him, and that's a straight up solo kill for Icebreaker.
He pushed him to the point where he just knocked him all the way down to the floor. Godex's face ate the dead off of Summoner's Rift, and let's see if they can kill Double Aim.
See Double Aim going on top of him. He's trying to get himself out as much as he possibly can, but he will end up falling to the Ziggs. And that is a good little shutdown there over to the Ziggs. Gets him a little bit more gold in this game. But while that's all been happening, We Love Gaming have been setting up shop in the side of Pig Esports Jungle and just taking everything they want.
I'm just gazing at the HP bar of Cyan, and I'm looking at all of these perpendicular lines. I'm like, how in the world is anyone gonna read through these?
It's going to take Kalista so damn long to get her spears into a position where she could actually start to tickle him, let alone do some meaningful damage. And that's why Icebreaker, he is totally fine this far up, this far quote-unquote extended, because he knows that he can just back away and he's not going to die. He has the unstoppable onslaught. He has the TP. He is in no way in any danger, but gotta take a breath, take a step back. Pig Esports are not out of this just yet, but We Love Gaming, they need to take this pressure. But mid lane, Icebreaker trying to get in as much as he possibly can. Paris has blue buff, but not a great help bar. Great cocoon off the backside, needs the flash burnt there from the Ziggs, but he is in just so much trouble. Tries to use the Mega Inferno bomb, but it's just not enough to keep him alive or to trade back a kill. They actually go straight back in. The Zonya's used as well. What are you doing, my friend? And this is just straight up We Love Gaming dominating in this game.
Oh my god, as much as I'm happy to see We Love Gaming potentially one step closer to getting out of the groups, it pains me, Penguin, to see Pig Sports play like this. That ain't the Pig Sports that beat Kenty 3-1. That is not them. The reason they swapped twists from ADC to jungle was because of the synergy together with Magician. And suddenly they put Magician on something that's extremely passive, which means that Javan cannot follow up with ganks in the mid lane, and he has to look elsewhere in the map. And the rest of the map is just straight up chaos, and there's nothing Pig Sports can do about it.
You're looking at a 4,000 gold lead, or 4.5, excuse me, as we hit the 15-minute mark. The Ocean Drake just taken. We're going to have a Cloud Rift ready to go. But We Love Gaming, this is perfect for them. This is just exactly what you want to see. Extra Cloud Drakes to try and stack up some cooldown reduction for your Varus, your Cassiopeia. Fair enough, it doesn't do a lot for the Elise, but again, there's no fear here. You've a Sunfire Cape, Bramble Vest, Ninja Tabbies.
Oh, they might have got Paris here.
They might have been able to catch out Paris here. He's going to try. Cataclysm goes down. They have got the Kalista, and the Kalista will take it very low and gets traded up straight away. A 1-for-1 trade in a 2-for-1 situation, and that's just straight up gold lead.
Yeah, and if you remember from the start, both Clydex and Magician went with that cleanse to try and get away from any potential cocoon coming in from the Elise ganks, which means that Clydex does not have the summoner heal, the battle summoner, to be able to withstand all the damage coming in from Paris. So Paris is now fed on the Cassiopeia, a very scary late game champion. Sion is already beefy to the point where I don't think anyone can touch his HP, but Twist is going for the tank Javan, and he's already so far behind that I don't think he'll be tanking anything anytime soon. And of course, Ziggs going for the late game and aiming for the Seraphs does not have enough damage yet. So who's gonna shred that Sion is the question, Penguin, and I can't even answer it myself.
As much as the Sion is a very scary prospect, they are in a fairly okay situation going for 1-4-4.
the entire bot side jungle.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I'll go wherever in the world I like. I'm the second Mundo.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not Mundo, but he'll go where he pleases because he does not care wherever he's going. But to see, Tam Kench Ultimate going to try and push it into the top side. Flash burned there by the Kalista. See if she can keep running away. They are going to try and get the Swain to slow everyone down, but you're not going anywhere here, mate. And that's going to be easily 2 kills popped off for a double kill for the Cassiopeia. And that is just, there's nothing they can do. Yes, they get bot lane turret, but what do they lose now?
If that was a best of 3, I'd say, well, good game. Just think about your draft in the next game. Think about how you can make your early game a little bit more effective. But they will literally go 0-3 after this game. And I think this drops every single faith they had for these play-ins.
Here we go. Catalyst goes in, or Cataclysm, I should say. There's the tower falling, though, and that means they can't really stay underneath. No defenses. They've got his Ziggs. He's got a lot of ultimates there. They are going to see the unstoppable onslaught used in this bot side. Maybe going to have to force a flash out of this set. He has got the Haymaker to keep him alive, but he's waited just too long. And that is him going down. Not even going to be bothered flashing away. Icebreaker now 5-1-3. This set could not have been in any more of a bad place.
Onslaught has turned into an onslaughter for Godux, and in the Baltics we see a lot, especially in the top lane, when things don't go as planned. A lot of players will sort of zone completely out of the entire team and just kept on pushing the lane down to the point where it's like, hey mate, stop running it down. We still have a chance. The Ziggs is gonna get there, maybe the Kalista too. The Jarvan might be tanky enough when you have his gargoyles. We still have a chance. And the top lane will just take the headset off and he will just keep on pressing one lane down until the game is over. And it feels like the mental is a little bit broken for the side of Pig. We talked about the star player, Magician. Sure, he's not beaten down. He can still do things, but he's only on the Ziggs. I'm not sure how much of a hyper carry you can be on the Ziggs. You can fend off waves, but I'm just not sure you can carry that 1v9 style, quote unquote, that we talk about. But they might have got Paris here.
They might have caught him here as he just flash away, trying to get away and try and 1v3 this. He's got a lot of HP. That's a fantastic petrifying gaze. And this is all turned right around. There's nowhere for you to run, nowhere for you to hide, little piggies. And they go wee all the way home. We love gaming, dominating right now.
And I think this is where exactly they're going, Penguin. They're going all the way home. Shelly, the second one, Shirley, is going to be popped onto the Rift. And this could potentially be an inhibitor tower / inhibitor, because it's still about 10 seconds for the rest members of Peak to come out. And even when they do, what are they going to do versus this Wheel of Gaming squad? 6-1-2 on the Cassiopeia, 5-1-3 onto the side, 4-2-4 on that at least. The early game was impeccable this game.
And I love what We Love Gaming did. They didn't commit to taking the inhibitor. And you're probably thinking, why would they not do that? Because you are just funneling gold and XP into the side of your enemy because your minions are constantly pushing into them. If you can cause a freeze, you can stop them from getting any kind of experience or gold or benefit whatsoever, while also still having just a straight up open inhibitor. So I really love the decision making here from We Love Gaming. They're now 7,000 gold up. This game is just looking so done with. I hate saying that. I hate saying that the game is done, but Pig need a miracle or possibly 5 more after that to really think that they can have a chance in this game.
And I like the point you brought up about the inhibitor, because I think this is something that Perks did. Oh boy, Pig is engaged again.
He's trying to go for
maybe
something
not.
here. They're looking for anything.
In Worlds last year, where I don't remember who they were playing against, but they took the G2's inhibitor super early into the game to the point where I remember Wanda allowed it to happen. So it was a top laner pushing. He allowed, I think, in 15 minutes for the inhibitor to go down, just so all these minions run into G2's base and they can finally CS and get all that XP and all that juicy gold without being threatened for a dive from the enemy team. And Will of Gaming played it very well right here. They put the pressure down bot, pushed the wave, and now threaten Baron, which is going to be much easier for you to not just press one inhibitor, but to press multiple ones at the same time.
Now we see what the next move is here from We Love Gaming. They've got themselves all the pressure in the world, all the items they could possibly need. As you can see, he's 1v3ing Icebreaker. Maybe not so much, he doesn't want to do it just yet, but he is still able to walk in, face check, walk out, not really much of a scratch on him.
Oh,
it's going to be very long until this.
No.
Sad. This is, he's got the Bork, so he should be fine.
You could say that Godux was lacking crucial information right there, but he does end up getting out of it.
This is the positives you see with the set. Now, I will say the set will become a menace if he can get to 2 items, 3 items, and that's when if he can avoid the Scion, he's almost there. He is almost there, and that's all you need is one good team fight where the Kalista is free firing, you get the Catalysm down, and you're able to put down the Mega Inferno Bomb for massive AoE damage. But it looks like We Love Gaming have decided they want to go for the Baron, and that's going to be their play and how they end this game.
Yeah, but this is the perfect play for Pig to turn it around, because if there's one place where the Zig shines is when everyone is bunched up together into that Baron pit. And Magician is just, he's around, but he's not necessarily hitting anything yet.
He's not hitting anything yet. Paris was just chasing down the Jarvan. We see the Swain going in, not able to get hit up by anything really. And that's going to be the Baron disengaged from about 4,000 health. You can tell they're not really confident in going for this. And that was just a straight up 3v4 that was won out by the side of Pig. However, they haven't got the waves right in the exact position, and now they're probably going to lose this mid lane tier 2.
What's good to be noted here is that Icebreaker was having a 1v1 with Kleidex, and Kleidex managed to get Icebreaker on his own into half health. So that Blade of the Ruin King is doing work right now on the Kalista. You can say sure, but I need to explain the attack speed and auto attack Varus, which is going to pump a lot of damage later into the game. And Godax!
Cocoon has landed. He's going to use the ultimate to try and get away. Haymaker does land. He puts down a lot of damage, and they may be able to get a kill. They do not get it cleanly, though. Double kill for Icebreaker, and now this big Scion can just keep the damage dealers away from everybody on the side of We Love Gaming and keep chasing them down. Cleanse and flash burned by Magician. There's a Tam Kent jumping in on the backside, but you're going alone. He's solo, but they don't know that just yet. Now they realize they could have done something there, but Pig very much running with their tail between their legs as We Love Gaming starting to threaten that Baron, really looking to try and end this game.
And you know what the scary thing is? This is a 1-for-7 set, and the amount of damage he was able to pump out onto Bananito and double aim, that stuff is illegal. And it's going into my illegal book because that champion is disgustingly strong for a 1-7 champion. That's beaten
40
down
CS down, 40 CS down, 6 kills down, died 7 times. Doesn't matter. Got 2 items. Now he's a god. But this is what I was talking about. This isn't over for Pig. They still have their inhibitors open. They still have potential to kind of look for these fights. It's just very difficult, and those windows of opportunity are incredibly narrow.
So here's the thing. If you take it from lane to lane to lane, I do believe that Sett and Sion will be very equal because Sett will be providing different things than the Sion. Sion can provide a front line and a beefy tank, which at some point Kalista will be able to deal with the percentage damage. Now Godax, after the previous fight, is feeling very confident. He's like, I've got this, guys. He's like, nope, I'm just running away.
He didn't realize that the Scion had picked up a Titanic Hydra. Titanic Hydra definitely going to be more of an issue for this set now that he can't just run at him. A lot of damage there, especially when you're at that kind of melee range that just sets him up for the Sunfire Cape procs as well. But while this is all happening, Pig trying to find a pick, trying to find someone to kind of catch on to while We Love Gaming are taking a dragon and vision control around Baron.
I don't necessarily think that Pig needs to find a pick right here. All they need to do is pressure out the waves just so We Love Gaming don't get a free Baron. So make sure you ward the top side of your jungle, you stay safe, pressure out the waves, and then try to contest for that Baron. We Love Gaming cannot make a move on the Baron until that Ziggs is dead.
Yeah, the Ziggs able to put in so much damage, as you said, but the Baron has been started. Ziggs is still alive. They shred it, though, with the Varus on hit and the Cassiopeia, who's now sitting at 3 items.
Wait, they're allowing this?
It's too late. It's too late. They had no information. They didn't know it was going down, and straight up, We Love Gaming take themselves a Baron, justly deserved in how they've played this game.
And it's funny because Icebreaker was playing Gatekeeper on the top side quadrant of Twist's jungle, so no one was allowed to come in. And then Pigsports were way too late to sniff this out, way too late to party. No invitation sent out by We Love Gaming, and a very sneaky and quick Baron by them. Pretty free, actually. And I'm just going to continue here by saying from lane to lane, sure, Jarvan is going to be more useful than Elise in a late game. Of course, he's going tanky. He's got the utility right there with the Cataclysm, with the Flag and Drag and everything. The Ziggs, though, versus the Cassiopeia, I just find the Cassiopeia much more useful, and the Jungler might be going down.
Jungler might be going down. As I say that, though, they get a lot of damage down onto the Varus, almost able to get him, and he died within the Tam Kench. So overall, a 1-for-1 trade. That's one Baron buff you don't have to contend with. However, the one you probably wanted to get rid of was the Scions, because he's just unstoppable in these side lanes.
Shouldn't that be a kill for Tam Kench, though? Because the Varus died in his belly?
I wonder if that would work like that. I would always love to know how that would work if they were to, like, you know, make it so that if so, like, Bard killed someone or something like that with the Zhonya's because he stopped them from escaping or something. That'd be cool. I'd love to see that implemented. It would be so troll and people would just kill each other all the time, but it'd be funny.
I mean, it would be. Uh-oh.
Oh, they get the cocoon down. He is on top of a glass cone. And had got the fates called. There's the engage. They get a lot of damage down onto the side. Unstoppable onslaught does land twice onto the carries, and they are just being shredded down by this massive Scion. Now the rest of the side of We Love Gaming can jump in on top of this set and take him down. Icebreaker will not die. This man is unkillable. It's a triple kill for Paris. It's a quadra kill. Will he have enough in the tank for the Penta? Unfortunately not. The minefield stops him down. But Paris with the quadra as We Love Gaming pick up 4. They lose none and they look for mid.
Double celebration, quadra kill for Paris, and Icebreaker finally goes down after 5 people repeatedly beat on him. This is an absolutely crazy performance. Magician pays the ultimate price as well. Great stuff coming in from We Love Gaming. Insane early game, very decisive. They knew exactly their game plan and they executed to perfection.
There was no doubt from the first few minutes that this Scion was going to be an issue, and it took 5 people to eventually take him down to his second death of the game. However, We Love Gaming, they're not feeling that confident. I'm liking this, though, because they know that there's probably a TP available for Godux. He could have gotten in behind them. They're going to back up, reset, get themselves set up for the next dragon, which spawns in just under 2 minutes, and really look to try and make sure they win this game.
That was a crazy fight. Icebreaker was tanking both Magician and Clydex, and Clydex was taking more damage from himself than he was taking from Scion. And that is a triple item.
Oh my god. Look at the Scion's item. He's gone with the Youmuu's Ghostblade. I love this. This is zombie. This is zombie Scion. Like, even when I die, you're dead. And that's exactly what this is. It's a last-ditch effort for them to really kind of go for anything there. But half health. Yep, yoink the Bew buff, but half health there. And you can see Magician. He's got the damage. He's got himself some items. But
Varus is not the carry. It's the Scion, and he just doesn't die. At this point, they're like, Bananita, you're going to be our bait. People are going to focus you, but we don't care about you. Haha, you're not the one doing the damage. It's this Scion that's our carry now. Sorry.
Here we go now. This is probably going to be the final fight. As you can see, the Scion just using himself as a human shield. There's the ult, but actually unstoppable means he cannot bring him into the fight. That's a good petrifying gaze, but the Paris is out of this fight. The Scion jumps in, gets himself a kill onto the Jarvan. They're just trying their best. Now you activate the Youmuu's Ghostblade and just run at people and see if you can take them down. The zombie Scion just being kited backwards, but not kited enough. The Kalista will fall. We Love Gaming do lose 2, but they may still be able to end this game.
Okay, they actually still have their actual AD carry alive.
And there is the ace. Unfortunately, Magician, it was a valiant effort, but he goes poof and disappears as the Nexus falls to the side of We Love Gaming. They take themselves to 2-1 going into day 2 and a very strong position to be able to try and keep themselves into the playoffs.
It's funny because we came into this and you're like, well, it's your home country versus your region. So who are you behind? And I'm like, I don't know, because I like both. But like, I've most recently cast the Baltic, so I'm like, yes, let's go Pig, let's go Kenty, and Kenty managed to grab one win. But remember, Pig Sports beat Kenty 3-1. They looked like the better team on paper, and then they come into EUM's playing, and they kind of crumble under pressure like Godux. He pulls that God play, and then it literally just disappears in front of our eyes. It's like a different player just grabbed control of the champion and started playing all the way down the Iron solo queue.
Not much else you can really say, really. Scion got big and won game. That's kind of how this one went, unfortunately.
GG, go next. Scion 7 kills.
Go next. Yeah, 7 kills and went for a Youmuu's at the very, very end. But for Pig Sports, it's unfortunate. It's a mountain. They would need to 3-0 tomorrow against Kick Neosurf, Sector 1, and We Love Gaming just to even have a chance at a tiebreaker. And I don't see much of it happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have to say, I had my hopes really high up, and like I said again, it breaks my heart to see them crumble under pressure like this. It felt like Godex was playing his own game. At some point, he's like, "It's fine. I'm 1-5. I'm not giving gold to anyone. I can just pressure the side lane." But you saw that the second he did enter a fight with 2 items, he was able to output so much damage. I think it's more about recollecting yourself when a mistake has been done, even if it's done too many times, and thinking about your win conditions and how your team is trying. Because sure, Kalidex was behind on the Kalista, but he was still putting in the effort. Magician ended with 5 and 2. He was still putting in the effort. Again, from the start of the game, we saw them going for the late game. Tia onto the Ziggs. You don't see that very often, but it's something that Magician will definitely go towards if he wants to play for the mid to late game on his champions. And of course, I think Wolf Gaming came in with a very clear plan. They literally insta-locked the leads. They're like, pow, we're just gonna play for side lanes. We're just gonna lock them down. If we don't kill them early, we lose. But if we do kill them early, they lose.
That was exactly the game plan, and we'll see how they all set up themselves for tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us, and for all of our casters and production for helping us bring this all together. We will be back tomorrow on the same 2 channels of, I think it's Game Lux and Game Lux LOL, I do believe, for on Twitch. And of course, check out LOL Esports Netherlands, I think is the one we're using at the moment for the updates on what schedule we'll be doing. But for now, thank you so much for joining us. Bye for now, but not forever.